All right, guys, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had to inhale the food because it's gonna be a long show. But welcome, guys, for the Holy Paladin discussion. This is the second healer show we've had. The first one being Mistweaver. That was a while ago. I'm sure things have changed for them. Maybe not. But nonetheless, let's talk about all things Holy Paladin. Got three of the best dudes in the community here for that. If you can give give these guys a bit of an intro to who you are, what you do, etc., just to start things off. Jeath, why don't you go first?
Okay, I'm Jeath. You can call me Jesse if you want. And I heal.
Okay. Birthday boy Ellesmere.
I'm Ellesmere. It is not my birthday, and I generally am known for pushing keys in Mythic Plus as a Holy Paladin.
Okay. And Pel.
Hi, I'm Pelinal. I also heal, a bit washed up, but I also do some things in the Hammer Wrath Discord and Wowhead stuff.
All right. Guys, welcome. So as I mentioned kind of pre-show on the flow of the show, we'll start with, as to do with all of these shows, with just a bit of history of the class to really paint the picture of not only what got us to where we are with Holy Paladin on the doorsteps of Shadowlands, and then of course the Shadowlands systems later on, but to also for comparison's sake, because it happens pretty often in these shows that once we do that, everybody's of the opinion that sometimes a certain element of the spec or the way it played or a talent loadout was just a lot of fun and better once upon a time. I know you guys already mentioned some things about Legion, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts. But nonetheless, let's start with, were there any major changes to the great 36 spec redesign of Holy Paladin leading from MOP to Legion? Whoever wants to tackle that, whoever's a bit more comfortable with their history there.
I guess I'll start real quick.
Sure.
Although I don't know about MOP because I didn't start until WAD. But it's an interesting bookend.
No.
You did say MOP, didn't you?
Oh, no, sorry. WAD to Legion. WAD to Legion.
MOP. WAD from Legion, this is a really interesting bookend because going from WAD into Legion, we dropped Holy Power. And then, of course, going from BFA into the Shadowlands, we're picking Holy Power back up. That's probably the biggest thing to note. The playstyle in Legion wasn't that different than it was in Warlords of Draenor. You pushed a lot of Holy Shock, you pushed a lot of Holy Light, you pushed a lot of Flash of Light. The biggest difference is that our powerful heal of Light of Dawn went from being a Holy Power based spell to a cooldown based spell, and is now going back to a Holy Power spell again.
So there was a resource change, right? Holy Power
absolutely
disappeared.
Holy Power vanished
and
from WAD into
just like
Legion.
for prod. Okay. Anything to add to that, else, Pel?
Yeah, and the new mastery. I know a lot of people miss Illuminated Healing, the absorb based on healing you did, and we got our new melee healer fantasy in Legion with the mastery we have now, where you do increased healing to targets based on proximity. It's a pretty big shakeup too.
Okay. And how is the general performance of Holy Paladin throughout Legion? We don't have to do a tier by tier breakdown, but just generally, was it? Because I frankly don't remember all the way back then.
Well, Legion
I'm sorry, Ellesmere. Please go ahead.
Well, Legion in Mythic Plus and Raid in Holy Paladin was just really, really strong throughout the tier, throughout pretty much most of the tiers. It got stronger as the tiers went on in the expansion, but that's how Holy Paladin has always been. It always scales really, really well with secondaries. So people tend to see the best form of Holy Paladin towards the end of expansions, more so than other healers do. So, I mean, especially you started seeing things towards the end of Legion with Aura of Sacrifice, which is our huge raid heal, that kind of got really busted to the point where they had to just remove it entirely because it was too strong. And in Mythic Plus, we had things like Holy Shock guaranteed critting because they revamped the way that Holy Shock worked. In Legion, Holy Shock had twice the amount of crit chance. So if you had 50% crit, that means that Holy Shock was guaranteed to crit every time. So you would have much, much more powerful single target healing with Holy Shock critting constantly, and then your Flash of Light's just bombing people. So yeah, between that and Mythic Plus and Aura of Sacrifice in Raid, Holy Paladins were generally thought of as one of the strongest healers throughout most of Legion.
Okay. And then what did you want to add to that, Jeath?
Oh, I was just going to go through tier by tier.
Yeah, go for it.
Tier by tier, Holy Paladin owned every tier.
Yeah.
A nice breakdown.
You're welcome.
Was that just because of like throughput and scaling, like El said, or is
Absolutely.
it just also their utility?
It was almost exclusively because they just did a fuckload of healing all the time.
Done.
And damage.
To a lesser extent, that didn't become as emphasized until, for Paladins at least, until BFA.
Okay.
Although you're right in Mythic Plus, right? You're looking at it more from a Mythic Plus perspective. I'm looking at it more from a raid. In Dungeons, you're right. In Mythic Plus, Holy Paladins have always, maybe not always, but for as long as I've played them, had kind of the unique ability of committing their major raid cooldown, Avenging Wrath, exclusively to damage, and committing their major spell cooldown, Holy Shock, also to damage. So they've always had the ability to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
If they didn't need to heal.
In Legion, using those abilities, it was more of a trade-off, though, which is what you're hinting at here, is that back in Legion, one of the reasons why they did more damage in Mythic Plus and less in Raid was because you had to use all of your healing abilities for damage exclusively. So you kind of had an either or, like you either did a ton of damage or you did a ton of healing. Whereas in BFA, you started to see more of a combination because we had things like Glimmer of Light, obviously, where we could do damage and heal at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Legion also was propped up Holy Paladin a lot with a lot of really cool legendaries and set bonuses that some we still miss today and some are returning in Shadowlands. But we got on the lucky end when it came to legendaries and set bonuses throughout most of Legion.
Okay. That's what I like to hear. Pally power. Anything else to add for them in Legion, or is the take home here basically they were gods? For most of Legion, they were very good. Were you guys fans of Holy Power disappearing and any aura changes, etc., from WoD to Legion?
No, I was not a fan of Holy Power vanishing. I like secondary resources as a way of gaining your access to abilities. I think it adds depth to classes. Everything being on a cooldown is kind of a bland and flavorless way of gating your access to an ability, and adding a secondary resource or a charge system adds depth and skill cap. So I missed Holy Power and I'm glad it's back. Auras, I think auras were a failed experiment. I don't think auras added anything fun in Legion or BFA, and I'm glad that they're taking a little bit of a step back with those.
Okay. So if there's nothing else to really add for Legion, how did the story for Holy Paladins change at the start of BFA in terms of new expansion changes, etc.? Anything added? Anything disappeared? Looking favorable? Yeah. Old Deer, I know, is a bit of a sore spot for Holy Paladin.
It's actually pretty interesting because when you look at like the baseline kit of Holy Paladin going from Legion to BFA early on, not a heck of a lot changed. I mean, you lost Tears of Deliverance, but that wasn't an ability that anyone was too fond of. But those legendaries and set bonuses I mentioned added a lot of depth that kind of simulated what Jeath was talking about originally with Holy Power, where you kind of like break down your decision making into like which button am I going to press in what order over the next like 3 to 5 seconds, and how do I want to plan for this damage event. You had things like Il Terendi, so you were constantly planning, okay, I get this burst window, how can I fit that into this encounter? And then contrast that to Uldir, where it was, as Jeath was describing, we literally just pressed every button that was on cooldown. It was just a flowchart. If Judgment of Light is active, press it for all our spells pretty much. So that is definitely what hurt us early in BFA until Glimmer came around.
Yeah, early in
Go ahead, Jeath.
Oh, I was just going to say, early in Uldir, we had every class suffered from having been stripped of all of the artifacts and legendary powers, which the artifacts were a great system, of course, because they were spec specific, and so they could be tailored to provide really cool bonuses for each spec instead of being spec agnostic, which I'm sure we're going to touch on later as we talk about covenants and conduits. So Holy Paladins, like all the classes, suffered from a huge amount of depth just being stripped away. And what was left was neither fun, interesting, nor particularly powerful. It turns out that a Holy Paladin post Legion, because of the tuning, whatever, if you just sit there and you pushed Holy Shock and Holy Light, and that's all you had because that's all there was to the class, you didn't really do that much healing. It was fine, but it wasn't that they had gained a lot, as Pelinal said, from having those legendaries give them both depth and power.
Yeah, and one of the big things that they also got stripped from them, obviously, was Aura of Sacrifice, and the swap in talents from taking Sanctified Wrath and Aura of Sacrifice and kind of having that huge power spike into an Avenging Crusader style build in Uldir that really was underwhelming, both playstyle wise and throughput wise. It was frustrating because Avenging Crusader has always been one of those things where like it's not really a smart heal, even though it tries to be a smart heal. So, and I personally have never been a fan of healing abilities that you have no control over and have no like. There's no way for you to like choose who lives or dies. You just kind of press a button and then DPS and it heals people for you. And in my opinion, that leads to very, very boring playstyle. So that was one of the biggest frustrations for me, was losing that power spike. But I mean, obviously, Aura of Sacrifice wasn't great either because it was kind of the same problem where you didn't really choose. It just healed everyone, and it was way too strong. So I think that the introduction of Glimmer brought back something that was really important to us, which was, you know, being able to kind of choose who you're healing at that time. Obviously, prior to Glimmer's cap, there was a fairly large time period where the playstyle was really bad and degenerate in terms of like just constantly holy shocking anyone, and it didn't matter as long as they didn't have Glimmer of Light on. And so you just had people spamming raids and blanketing without any thought process at all. But then they introduced the Glimmer cap, and I think towards the end with the Glimmer cap, we were starting to see better results in playstyle until they introduced corruption, and then that got skewed again because then we just had infinite wings. So I don't think they ever quite fully hit the mark with Glimmer of Light, which was a frustrating thing for me to see in BFA.
I think it was hard for them to do because it was an accident. It was very clear that no one at Blizzard anticipated what Glimmer of Light was going to do when you paired it with every single talent that allowed you to reduce the cooldown of Holy Shock, right? They had no clue that that was going to happen.
Yeah.
It definitely felt like it kind of came out by surprise, and their initial vision was similar to what we had in Uldir. I hope it wasn't their vision for how the class would play. And then Glimmer was just supposed to be, oh, here's a neat little Azerite. And then all of a sudden it dominated the playstyle, and they were forced to try and adapt throughout this expansion. And maybe what we're seeing in Shadowlands is what they wanted to do in some form at BFA, but never got the chance.
Glimmer, forgive my noobness, just to make sure it was an Azerite trait, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, which we'll discuss later, turned into a talent. So Glimmer was basically Holy Paladin's saving grace for the expansion.
Yeah, absolutely.
How impactful? I mean, obviously there was a relative level of impact, but how much into it did essences feed, and then ultimately corruption, like Els said?
The essences were really important to Paladin because one of them was Vision of Perfection, which both reduced the cooldown of Avenging Wrath and gave you Avenging Wrath procs. And if you're playing Sanctified Wrath, which everyone did, then Avenging Wrath gives you a shorter cooldown on Holy Shock. So the essence really tied in to the Glimmer playstyle extremely powerfully, with a very powerful feedback loop there. That is really one of the reasons why you saw Paladin just kind of take off in Eternal Palace, and what led to the 8 cap on Glimmer.
Yeah, the thing with essences in particular with Vision of Perfection, as Jeath was mentioning, is especially with how Eternal Palace was lined out, pretty much every fight followed the same damage pattern of something happens every 30 seconds, and Paladins were uniquely kitted because of Vision of Perfection to cover not just 1 but 2 damage events with a single cooldown, something most other classes couldn't do, and do it every minute and a half. And that just proved very powerful.
Okay. So what I'm gathering here is the entirety of Holy Paladin strength and functionality was 100% reliant upon borrowed powers.
Yes.
Completely.
Yeah.
Azerite
both
power.
Legion
Yeah,
and BFA. I'm sorry, both Legion and BFA completely carried by borrowed power.
Yep.
More so in BFA than Legion, but definitely both of them, yeah.
Like the purest representation of how Holy Paladins are relative to the other healers when none of them have that borrowed power is Uldir, and Uldir sucked for Paladins.
That's true.
Do you guys, I'm sure obviously you have some knowledge of multi-classing and the healer universe. In your guys' opinion, is Paladin the most affected by borrowed power then? Like, are they the weakest without it, etc.?
That's an interesting question. Maybe.
Like if we strip everything away, right? Which will be the case soon enough, at least for a bit. No essences, no Azerite power.
Yeah.
No corruption.
The best example of that, like I said, that I can give is Uldir. In Uldir, none of the healers had the legendaries, the artifact weapons, crazy Azerite, or corruption. And in that tier, you saw that the biggest swing was from Paladins being, pretty much the highest healer in Legion to being one of, if not the absolute worst, in Uldir. And then as borrowed power came back in with Glimmer of Light and then corruption, they skyrocketed back up. So I think it's a convincing theory, Sloot.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I think that's pretty spot on. The more I think about it.
Sorry to make you realize that. So why is that? Like, what is it about the Paladin kit or the lack of Paladin kit in BFA that like lends itself to be so vulnerable or so dependent, I suppose is the better term, on borrowed power? Like, what are your guys' beef with it, right?
I'm sure we all have wildly different opinions on this one. Mine is that it without the borrowed power, it's not even just power gains, it's also an enormous amount of the depth and complexity of the spec. If you strip away Azerite, corruption, artifacts, and legendaries, a lot of healers still have a fairly complex kit. But Holy Paladins kind of devolve to what I would contend is the simplest, least interesting, and shallowest spec of, at its core, you push Holy Shock, and then you fill the gap between Holy Shocks with Holy Lights. There's not much to it. There's not much room to, exploit a skill difference there. There's not much room to becoming better with it. It makes you do more with it. You push Holy Shock, and then you fill the gap between Holy Shocks with Holy Lights. And while in Warlords of Draenor that was powerful because Holy Shock did a lot of healing, and Holy Lights did a lot of healing, as they stripped, bits of our power away from those aspects of our kit and then put it into borrowed power and then took away the borrowed power, it left us vacant.
Okay.
Yeah, Paladin definitely has struggled with interactivity between our spells. Like, most of our spells are just a spell on their own, and they don't modify other spells in any way, with the exception of Infusion of Light, which had some changes in Shadowlands. And so we relied on those borrowed power to do that, and it feels like a lot of other classes have synergies between their spells. There's a reason for this spell or this spell. With Disc Priest, their whole kit like plays into other spells and interacting with each other, and even Holy Priests, they're reducing the cooldown of their Holy Word spells. And Paladin never really had that at the base level. It was always up to borrowed power to add that.
Okay. Else, what's your opinion on it?
I mean, I definitely disagree with them. The spec in itself is very, very, very simplistic. And because we're lacking those interactions, we're lacking the throughput gains that you would get with those interactions. And so because of that, we're reliant on Blizzard to kind of make it so that the baseline heals that those abilities do have to be really high, or else we're just going to be undertuned. And that's what you're seeing in Shadowlands, is that the baseline healing of these abilities is not very high. And we don't have those interactions that generally get brought on later on with borrowed power. So we're left with kind of a weak throughput healing kit that's very simplistic and doesn't have much nuance to it.
Okay. So you do agree with them?
Yeah,
oh,
I
okay.
definitely agree.
I misread you. I thought.
I'm sorry. Did I?
I struggled with that too. It sounded like I
like,
agree, but I think he said just.
I'm sorry.
You said I definitely disagree, and then said the same thing they did. I was like, okay.
I thought I said I definitely agree. That's my bad.
No,
I'm
okay.
really sick, so if I say weird stuff, that's why.
I'd be sick too if I was playing Holy Paladin.
What Ellesmere just said is that if he's caught disagreeing with me, he didn't mean it, and I'm always right.
Gotcha. All right.
That's true.
Screen clip this moment. We'll use it forever. Okay, so what about in the realm. Okay, so throughput we've talked about. Huge dependency on borrowed power. We're trying to paint a picture here of the status of Holy Paladin at the end of BFA. So issues with simplicity and base toolkit, huge reliance on borrowed power. What about the world of, and this is going to be a bit more interesting, right? Because we just finished our DPS series with Mage last week. So now we're diving into the world of healing, and I'm curious to see how some of the more meta popular topics go in the world of healing with things like utility, right? Because undoubtedly healers obviously bring utility to raids, right? Not just through like throughput and keeping people alive. Paladins themselves, of course, immunities. How do you feel that Holy Paladin sits on the totem pole of utility versus other healers?
Utility has been a buzzword among healers for as long as I've been playing the game and paying attention to it. There's always been a huge battle between so-called throughput healers and then so-called, good healers, where you have, disc priests bringing barrier and shields, and you have Holy Paladins bringing Devo is the biggest defender, but also, free damage when we got into that, and then bubble and bop. And then you have healers who come along to push Trank or him, if you ever actually found yourself with a Holy Priest in your group. Holy Paladins have always had a lot of utility, and that's always been a bone of contention between, in the spec wars of, should Holy Paladins and priests do less healing because they become borderline to actually mandatory, depending on the kind of encounters you're trying to do, because of these non-throughput related things like Devotion Aura, where, for example, on a fight like Zakul, where the entire raid takes a huge damage hit, you die if you don't have some kind of damage reduction, and some specs bring it and others do not. In that world of how much utility do you bring? Is your raid spot justified not only by the throughput you bring, but also by bonuses? Holy Paladins have always been near the top of that totem pole. They've always had tons of bonuses, assuming that all healers do the same healing. But one is like a budget motel room and the other is, the free towels, the free lotion, the free back rubs. Holy Paladins have always been on the elegant side of that with free damage, with immunities, with, powerful externals like Bop and Sacrifice that become immunities for others, and with Devotion Aura that a lot of other healers have lacked for a long time.
Yeah, the utility thing is interesting for Paladin. Going into Shadowlands, Devo Aura is basically a mandatory buff for every raid. You want one Paladin for Devo Aura. It's 3% damage reduction on everyone basically all the time. And so if Ret and Prot suffer, then that increases the relative power of Holy Paladin because they're the easiest to slot in your raid comp. And so that'll definitely be a factor. And Paladins do bring a lot of bonuses with Divine Shield and Bop, but as we saw in Uldir, none of it is mandatory in the sense of a Disc Priest was kind of mandatory on a Shara, right? Like if you need Bops in Nathria to stop all the bleeds, you could bring Rets, Prots, or Holies. It's not unique to Holy. And if you need more tank healing, Paladins do that great too, but so do Druids and Mistweavers. So we bring a lot of everything. We're kind of a master of none, jack of all trades, in that we bring it all, but none of it is unique in the same way some other, DPS specs have some very unique utility that no other DPS spec can bring, like a Demon Hunters.
I think a lot of it comes down to baseline kits, and especially speaking to both Raid and Mythic Plus, Paladins just bring a lot of really unique utility, and you want some of that in many encounters. And so like Pelinal is saying, if you don't have a Prot or a Ret in your group, then Holy Paladin does bring a lot of unique things with Bop, Freedom, Devo, all these different utilities that we use, and especially in Mythic Plus, single target stuns, blinding light, so many different unique things that we bring that other healers don't, that make us a stronger pick in a lot of situations. And the question is generally just whether or not the throughput is lacking enough to warrant bringing us, because a lot of times our throughput might not be as strong, but when it comes to slotting, it's like the healers are always the slot that you have the most lenience with. So even if you have one healer that's not quite matching the throughput of another healer spec, it's not as big of a deal as if you have a DPS that's not matching a DPS throughput. That's not matching another spec, DPS specs throughput if they're really, really strong. So because you can get away with a lot in raid. There's not many fights where healing throughput in raid especially is the determining factor for whether or not you can kill a boss. That hasn't been the case in many tiers. Typically, healing throughput is one of the last things you look at. So utility plays a really large role in slotting in both Mythic Plus and raid when it comes to healers.
Okay. What about maybe, I mean, important in both worlds, main worlds, I would say, of PvE, rating, and M+, but maybe a bit more in M+. Ellis, not sure how you guys feel about this, but there's definitely something to be said about the offensive capability of Holy Paladins as well, right?
Absolutely.
Generally goes beyond most of the other healers. How do you guys think that factors in to like having Holy Paladin as a pick, or seeing that as some kind of quasi unique utility, however you want to view it?
Free damage bad.
Yeah, true. Free damage is bad. But so what Pelinal's talking about there is damage that happens naturally while you're doing the most healing you can, that you don't sacrifice anything to get. That's free damage, and it's bad for the game in my opinion, and I think Pelinal probably agrees, because it removes some decision making and makes the game easier. And I'm right there with him that free damage is bad. But the converse of that is that damage that you gain by deliberately making decisions to give up power in your actual role, that's good, because that increases decision making and adds depth to the game. And Holy Paladins have always had that unique ability to take their biggest throughput cooldown, Avenging Wrath, and use it all for damage, and take their best spell, Holy Shock, and use it for damage. And then that's continuing to be the case even going into Shadowlands with things like Divine Toll, where you can, because it's Holy Shocks, you can turn that all into damage, and Holy Avenger can be used for damage, and they've given us new damage abilities with Shield of the Righteous. I'm actually really happy with the Holy Paladin DPS kit. It's kind of ironic right now. If you go do a dungeon, at the end of the dungeon, you look at your damage sources and your healing sources, you're going to have more spells cast in the damage sources than you will in the healing sources, and it's in a pretty good shape. I like that unique aspect, and I agree with you, Sloot, that is a kind of utility that a paladin brings. It's good. Sometimes, for example, whether it's in Mythic Plus or in Raid, you start a fight not needing very much healing, and having that ability to use resources to do more damage than you could have done if you didn't have those resources, and then you still have them later when they come back off cooldown for healing if necessary, is a powerful thing. You see that in Mythic Plus when a Holy Paladin doesn't need to heal and he pops all his cooldowns for damage and can compete with the DPS for a while. Whether that's good or bad, we can talk about as well. And then in Raid, maybe in Phase 1, the Holy Paladin uses his wings for pure DPS and then uses a second set for healing later. That is a flexibility that a lot of other healers don't have.
Okay. Did you guys want to add anything to that else? I know, especially from the world of M+.
I mean, he pretty much covered most of it, especially in Mythic Plus. Obviously, damage is one of the biggest factors when it comes to being able to time a key, because it's all about how fast can you do the dungeon. Now, that obviously is only to a certain extent, because if you give up too much healing and you don't have enough healing throughput to be able to time the key or chest the key in the first place, then it's all pointless. But if you get to a point where you can match the healing output as much as needed for that specific dungeon, and then can convert all of your excess healing, like Jeath is talking about, into DPS, which is one of the things that Holy Paladins have that's really, really strong in Mythic Plus, is the ability to convert that healing into damage on command whenever you want. You can use your resources for damage and basically make the keys go a lot faster. And that's what Holy Paladins have always brought, that's made us meta. We've never been rarely have we been meta in Mythic Plus because of strictly healing throughput, other than possibly discussing the Beacon of Virtue build in Legion. But typically when you think of why Holy Paladins are meta in Mythic Plus, you think about their damage throughput, because that's what they bring that's unique. So I think that's hopefully going to Shadowlands, that's one of the best things that Jeath was talking about that I really enjoyed, the bringing back Hammer of Wrath and Shield of the Righteous and all these unique damage spells that we can now use in order to we can funnel our resources into them if we so choose. So we can spend Holy Power on Shield of the Righteous, but doing so means that we're giving up our single target healing with Word of Glory. And so that's a choice we're going to have to make, but it's one that I'm happy that we have access to that a lot of other healers, I'm sure, wish that they had.
So then I'm glad you said that, because what about from a meta healer design, like the way this game should be designed for healing? Do you think it's proper that this ability to flex a lot of DPS, like as a smart choice instead of healing, is something that should be unique to only Paladins, or should it just be like healer design in general in this game needs to go more in the direction of all healers can crank a lot of damage at the cost of healing?
Well, I think that a lot of healers have the capability. I mean, one of the things that they wanted to make sure that healers were able to do was do world content and stuff. That's why they introduced a lot of damage abilities for healers in the first place, was so that you didn't have to swap specs in order to be able to do, you know, world quests and all those kind of things like that. And so every healer is capable of doing damage to a certain extent. The question is, should all healers have the same power spikes that Holy Paladin have? Because, you know, like Resto Shamans can choose to not use their healing abilities and instead use Lava Burst or Flame Shock or whatever it might be. So they too they have that capability. It's just at a different level, because Holy Paladins can do the same thing, but to a much higher degree, because we have our cooldowns are not just about healing. Our wings increases our damage, our secondary stats, things like that. So because of that, you see really, really high damage spikes with Holy Paladin that you don't with other healers. And I think that unique part of Holy Paladin, I'm fine with that staying as a unique thing that Holy Paladins bring only. The question is just, how big should the gap be?
Okay.
Yeah, encounter design plays a big role in whether or not that's valuable, right? Like we saw that in Eternal Palace, where healer damage was very valuable, but in tiers past, you know, healer damage was always nice, but not necessary. So that balance needs to be had on the encounter front also, in order for that utility to even shine in the first place. Because if damage checks are non-existent, then damage isn't as valuable in progression, or if a fight just has ridiculous healing requirements and your healers never have time to do damage, that sort of thing all comes into play there.
I have two thoughts about it that seem conflicting, although I'm convinced they're not. I guess if I weren't convinced they weren't conflicting, I'd be crazy. But I think that it's really important for healers to be able to choose to give up globals that they could have used for healing and instead do damage. I think that's an important aspect to healing, because it adds a lot of depth to the role. One of the reasons why you can always get better at healing is because you can always think, well, did he actually need that global, or could I have committed it to damage and he would have been fine through letting F-flow and healing rain work and things like that. It adds an enormous amount of decision making and skill to the role that would be missing if healers didn't do any meaningful damage. If there was no ability to do any meaningful damage at all, and it didn't really matter that you optimized your globals and used as many as you could for doing damage while still keeping everyone alive, then you would kind of remove that dimension and an aspect of the skill curve of healing. So I think it is important that they have the ability to do some meaningful damage at the cost of healing, so that it's an actual decision that's being made to min max, instead of just kind of chill and be like, all right, I'm just going to spam heal here, spam holy light, you know, and because if I did do damage, it wouldn't really matter. I don't think that that's good for the game. That said, on the flip side of that, healer kits are of course designed to be most interesting when you're pushing the healing buttons. They don't go to the lengths of trying to make the healer DPS buttons super interesting that they do when they're making DPS buttons, because for DPS specs, because we're healers, most of the depth and, you know, interconnectedness and interestingness of our buttons are in the healing buttons. So I would like it if we actually had to heal a lot. I want encounter design in both dungeons and in raids to require tons of healing, so that most of the time you need to be healing in order to keep people alive, in order to get through the encounter, because that is what focuses us into the kits that are fun for us to play with. And then it also makes it even more meaningful if you can coordinate with your co-healers or play better to the extent that you can contribute some DPS globals. That becomes even more meaningful and matters more as your total contribution to the encounter. So I kind of want both. I want the option for all healers to be able to give up some healing they could have done in order to add more damage and min-max and optimize. But I also want all encounters in dungeons and raids to require you to push healing buttons a lot in order to keep everyone alive. Otherwise, we're forced and, you know, kind of shoehorned into these really boring, guess I'll push Wrath for a while, right? Not interesting rotations.
Yeah, that was a big problem in BFA and parts of it, where you had healers spending, you know, upwards of almost 2 minutes never pressing a healer button on some fights, and that's not fun either.
Okay. Okay. So then, if I'm to, based on your guys' input here, summarize the general status of Holy Paladins at the end of BFA, very good for utility and the unique utility they bring. Very powerful with borrowed powers, but the problem is they are very dependent on borrowed powers. So if you strip them down to their core, they're actually quite weak, perhaps one of the weakest for healing.
It's a good summary.
And anything you guys want to add to that at all, or?
No, that sounds right.
So then,
nope, I'm just sitting here mourning. You make it sound so sad when you say it like that.
I don't like hearing it so condensed.
so then, what is on your, before we jump into the Shadowlands stuff? Then, what is on your guys' wish list for Paladin baseline? Like, how do you address? Does it need to be addressed? And if it does, how would you guys like to see it addressed so that Paladins aren't this kind of bare bones, simplistic healer spec without all the goodies, all the external goodies?
I think Holy Power goes a long way towards a lot of things. Holy Power does feel kind of just slapped in there right now. It's been getting better, right? Recently we saw Holy Shock's cooldown reduced, giving us access to Holy Power more frequently, Bestow Faith generating Holy Power. It's been getting slowly better. But the biggest issue I think right now with our overall kit is just Infusion of Light right now isn't interesting. I know there's been a lot of ideas around what to do about that. For reference, on Shadowlands, it got flipped from how it is, where it just increases Holy Light healing by X% and reduces the mana cost by X% of Flash of Light. And that's doubling down on the strengths of those spells in some ways. I mean, Flash of Light is kind of meaningless in current Shadowlands iteration. You don't cast it that often. Sometimes you will. And just adding some depth to that mechanic specifically would be helpful. Holy Power generation on it was a popular one. I know that there was some concern for a while on one of the conduits that's like the old Wrath of the Lich King Holy Light glyph where Holy Light splashes, maybe baking that into the Holy Light portion of Infusion of Light. That way your infused Holy Lights do AoE healing to make up for one of our kind of weak points. But right now, Infusion of Light just kind of, it's there. It makes you more powerful, but there's no decision making or depth to it.
And part of the desperation for Infusion to be better just stems from the fact that, as we were discussing earlier, we really don't have that many unique interactions in our kit. And Infusion of Light is really our only unique interaction. And so, especially in Mythic Plus right now, we don't even use Infusion of Light in Shadowlands almost at all, which is really sad because, like I said, that's really the only unique interaction. So, and in Raid, the only reason we do use it is because of a borrowed power, because of the Holy Light conduit that makes it splash. So it's a big concern when the only interaction you have in your kit is so weak by itself.
Okay. Jeath, anything you want to add to that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them. The problem with Holy Paladin, I think, is in its base form, is that you want to find a way so that it's worth casting Holy Light, it's worth casting Flash of Light, and ideally both of them in different situations sometimes, so you have some meaningful decisions to be made in which one you select, without turning it into push Holy Shock and fill the gap between Holy Shocks with Holy Lights or Flash of Light, right? That's the conundrum. And Infusion of Light's always provided the way that you solve that. If Infusion of Light were super meaningful, for example, the idea that I think is best is make it, like Pelinal was saying, make it so that when you push Infusion of Light, not only does it do more healing, but it does it in a more interesting way. So you really want to pay attention to the Infusion of Light, whether that's because it gives you a Holy Power if you complete an Infusion of Light heal, and maybe it's only one of them. And then so maybe, I'm just spitballing, right? Maybe when you push a Infusion of Light Flash of Light, you get a Holy Power, and when you push Infusion of Light Holy Light, it splashes healing around, right? A meaningful, very stark difference between what's happening with those two spells, so that you pay attention to when it procs, you cast it when it procs, but because it's only when Infusion of Light procs, when it doesn't proc, you're not sitting there filling the gaps between Holy Shocks with more long Holy Light casts. Then you're doing things like, okay, so that didn't proc, what am I going to do instead? Bestow Faith, Judgment, Crusader Strike for some saved up Holy Power for later. That adds variety to the spec. And that's like the central balancing act that you're trying to come to.
I highly agree with everything G said. And I also, just while we're on the topic of the infusion of light change, have to point out that although I don't PvP personally, I know for a fact that the Holy Light change has really torn apart PvP for Holy Paladin, because so much of their kit revolves around Holy Light in PvP, especially with Avenging Light and Light's Grace, and all these PvP talents that revolve around Holy Light, and now pretty much become useless because a 2.5 to 3 second cast in a PvP setting, unless you are a Holy Priest, is not super viable.
Okay. Any you guys kind of briefly mentioned on it, and kind of last thing before I move to SL stuff, because we're already on that border kind of talking about holy power and stuff. Any notes on mastery? Not really changing at all. Do you guys like mastery for Holy Paladin?
The mastery's been a really divisive subject among Holy Paladins, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see the first disagreement in this channel that we've had so far.
I'm gonna get my popcorn
about it. Yep. I'm gonna let you guys go first, and then I'll chime in because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna disagree with you guys.
I honestly don't mind our mastery as it is. Illuminated healing was cool and kind of ensured Paladin's viability, right? One of the things that Paladins struggle with is, due to us being single target nuke healers, will have naturally high overheal, and I'm a bit worried about that in Shadowlands. But our mastery is fine as it is. Rule of Law feels mandatory with our mastery, the talent, and level, what row is it now? 35. So that's kind of a shame that we have this talent that's basically mandatory to make our mastery feel good, but there is depth to that talent. And I know a lot of people hate it just because being in melee sucks, but there are times where it does add gameplay, right? Like, I remember on Croesus, it was optimal to like kind of go into melee, and then there'd be no damage going out, so you kind of like run out to ranged, a bit of damage goes out, and you can kind of ping pong back and forth if you want, or even just acknowledging, hey, I need to stand in the center of the room for maximum effectiveness, and if I run to one corner of the room, I lose some value. So I don't have a big problem with our mastery. I kind of like it. I do think it's lame that a talent makes it mandatory. Is the only way it works, though.
See, I agree somewhat, but I also disagree somewhat. I think that the problem is that Blizzard has made it very, very clear going into Shadowlands that Holy Paladins are a melee exclusive healer. They wrapped one of our core Holy Power generators, one of 3 abilities that generate Holy Power, as a melee ability. And because of that, have severely weakened us outside of melee situations. And because of that, things like Croesus, where we may not have been in melee all the time, aren't going to be as viable now. Although with the Holy Light Conduit, that we can have some discussion about that and the fact that we may be somewhat more viable outside of melee with that conduit. But the fact that they seem to be forcing our core kit around being a melee healer, but then make our mastery something where you have to be close proximity to the players in order to be able to heal them to the full extent, makes it kind of weird when you have, especially in raid, when you have like a ranged stack and a melee stack, and you don't really have control over your mastery or a way, because if you go to the ranged stack, then you're limiting your healing output because you can't be in melee to generate holy power. But if you stay in the melee stack and the ranged stack needs healing, then you're healing suboptimally. So it's kind of this really awkward situation where like there's no real way to get solid throughput out of your mastery in that situation.
Okay. Jeath, did any of this activate your trap card?
Most of it did. Just tell me if I'm going on too long about this, because I'm gonna.
This is literally why we're here.
I'm gonna dissertation about this a little bit. Unfortunately, a little bit of a rant. So to me, Holy Paladin identity is and always really has been at its best about being the healer most focused on, big single target heals that really matter to whether someone survives the next mechanic, the next global, the next 5 globals. You can think of healers as being on a spectrum, where on the left hand side, every single cast you you put out there matters who you target, and you're punished if you target the wrong person, rewarded if you target the right one, and it makes a concrete difference in whether they live or die. And then, you know, on the far right, you have something like a Mistweaver, which just kind of breathes and healing splashes all around, and it doesn't really matter that much who you target, because Renewing is going to jump where it wants, and the Vivify is going to heal where it jumped, and the Essence Font's going to splash on everyone, right? And there's pluses and minuses to this, and I love the fact that there's this spectrum of healing styles that different people can enjoy. But to me, Holy Paladin, when it's best played, is centered in and built around big single target healers, where it matters who you target for your Holy Shock, and it matters who you target for your Infusion of Light and things like that. And because of that, like Pelinal touched on, we are going to be prone to overheal, right? The identity of Holy Paladin for a long time was you pump big single target heals into a tank, and that's going to be prone to overheal. And they built a mastery that reflected that. Illuminated healing, turning a portion of your heal into a shield, meant that if you overhealed by 50% on the tank, you weren't super upset about that because it was left behind as a shield. So after Warlords of Draenor finished pummeling into Blizzard's head that absorbs are kind of toxic and had gotten out of control, and they decided to get rid of all of these absorbs, until they started coming back again now. They decided to redesign our mastery to no longer be a shield, and I was right on board with that. You know, it didn't add a huge amount of depth to the spec. It wasn't super interesting. It was overpowered, so I was completely okay with it being gone. But I didn't agree with the mastery that they chose. Proximity-based healing doesn't really jive to me with that idea of Holy Paladin. It matters who you pick. I think that as a Holy Paladin, you should be paying attention to, okay, that hunter 40 yards away is most likely to die in the next global to this big incoming raid mechanic. He's the one I'm going to Holy Shock. I don't think that jives with a mastery that punishes you by 30% because he's not standing closer to you. I don't like that. It doesn't fit with the identity of the class to me. I wanted a mastery that did something that reduced the penalty of overhealing or fit with the fact that we're doing these big single target healing. Maybe splash a portion of overhealing into proximity healing, or a portion of overheal turns into power on your next cast, something like that. I don't know. So I disagreed with the mastery, and I still do. That said, I don't think that I think that the resentment toward the mastery is just that, like, that inchoate sense that it doesn't fit with our identity. It's a fine mastery if you evaluate on its own terms, because to me, what a mastery should do is it should increase your healing, which ours absolutely does, and it should have a small but discernible impact on your throughput. Someone who's better with the mastery should be able to get a little bit more out of it, not so much that they have a completely different, mastery rating stat weight than someone who's a little bit worse with it, but you can do some neat things with it. And we have that, right? If you're in a Mythic Plus and you're standing right next to the tank and he needs a heal, and there's a hunter standing 40 yards away and he needs a heal, you can take advantage of your mastery by beaconing the hunter and healing the guy next to you for more total healing than you would have had if you had kept the beacon on the tank and healed the guy far away. And that's kind of cool. You can milk it a little bit, do some neat things with it. I just feel like my problem with it, and the problem with many paladins, is that it just in some sense doesn't jive with what we feel like paladins should be doing, which is, who cares where they're standing? My Holy Shock makes a difference in whether he lives or dies in 2 seconds, and by choosing the right target, I should be rewarded, not having to worry about, well, I'd get 20% more healing if you were 15 yards closer.
Okay. So then for you guys that do disagree, it seems like you all kind of disagree with the mastery, for what it's worth. I don't think any of you were like, yeah, it's the best thing ever, I love it. What would you like to see the mastery be, potentially? Like, do you guys have any ideas in your head about what you think an ideal Holy Paladin mastery should look like? Okay.
I think there's room to do something with beacons there, either like something similar to illuminated healing with an absorb on your beacon targets only, a hot on the beacons, some way of basically doubling down on beacon being what defines paladin utility and allows them to be able to, heal the tanks and someone else at the same time, should be something that could be reinforced there. But as I said earlier, I don't hate our mastery. I think it's propped up by rule of law, because rule of law is interesting. So if they ever took rule of law away, I'd be on team get rid of our mastery. But
I'd be on team I ain't playing the class anymore.
I do agree with Pelinal, and there is something I would like to address regarding that too.
Sure.
Which is, I kind of wanted to discuss Beacon of Virtue. Part of my thing is with Beacon of Light is that I feel like it's such a core part of Holy Paladin, and I would love to see a mastery that kind of centered around it, or at least centered around our single target healing, like Jeath was talking about, because I do think that that's kind of the core of Holy Paladin. And so part of my problem with Beacon of Virtue is that it's kind of preventing us from doing something more interesting or creating a mastery around Beacon, because obviously it removes our Beacon. I don't think that there should be any talent that removes our default Beacon, because I think that that's kind of a core part of Holy Paladin. And so to me, I'd like to see something other than Beacon of Virtue. So I'd like to see something replace Beacon of Virtue. And it could be something that is AoE healing related, because I agree that our kit severely lacks AoE healing, although I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. In fact, if I had my way, I'd probably remove Light of Dawn entirely and just buff our single target healing, because I am full on board with G's idea that Holy Paladins should be strictly single target healers that can bomb single target healing, and that's just kind of like our identity. So I'd like to see them emphasize that more, and maybe play around in our mastery with that single target healing thing, and especially with Beacon of Light, maybe give it some more unique interactions.
So you want to double down on its niche, essentially, of small group / single target healing, rather than...
Yeah, but single target healing doesn't necessarily mean only strong in small groups, because single target bomb healing can still be incredibly strong in raid. Mm-hmm. There are many encounters where it's not just slow rot fight damage, because in my opinion, those are some of the most boring encounters to heal, where just the entire raid is just ticking down slowly and healers just like blindly AoE heal everyone. In my opinion, the most exciting fights to heal are the ones where there's spike damage on single target, on like specific players, and healers have to have the reaction time and actually like choose meaningful choices on those individual players who get damaged quickly, and top them up very quickly. And I'd like to see a kit that excelled in that area, and not kind of what we currently have, which is sort of, as Pelinal said earlier, a master of none, jack of all trades kind of kit, where kind of everything that we have is decent, but nothing is super, super strong.
Do you not worry in more so actually a world of M plus then that might be an issue? Like, let's say, I don't know, a higher tyrannical key with a boss that has a lot of group damage. Like, would you be able
I don't at all.
No?
Okay. I personally, I have never been a fan of Beacon of Virtue. I have always pushed that in the M plus community for Holy Paladins to move away from the Beacon of Virtue crutch, because the majority of damage, at least right now in BFA, for example, the majority of damage that goes out in a key is on your tank, and AoE healing can be handled in a different way. People think that AoE damage that goes out needs to be instant. Like, they get overwhelmed because they see 5 bars all drop at the same time, and they think, okay, where's my chain heal? Where's my ability that will heal everyone at once? But the idea is that there will never be a fight where like everyone is dropping completely evenly, because everyone has different kits, everyone has different defensives rolling, and because of that, take Kragmaw Tantrum for example, right? There are so many different ways that you can deal with Kragmaw's Tantrum other than just blanket AoE healing everyone. And the idea would be that you want to isolate certain members during the tantrum ticks to heal up one at a time and realize who's in danger and who's not. So you have a rogue that can pop feint and obviously reduce 40% of the damage from tantrum, so they're going to be less of a priority than, say, a mage who only has 1 barrier. So then you can beacon, let's say you're playing with a hunter as well, you can put your beacon on the hunter, you can bomb single targets into the mage, and then you can throw like a sack on the rogue or something small on the rogue to make sure that they don't die from the 3rd tick. So single target healing, there are more ways, especially in a 5-man situation, there are more ways to think about AoE healing than just, I need 1 heal that will heal everyone up at once. And the idea around min-maxing and triage healing in Mythic Plus and min-maxing your damage in Mythic Plus is knowing who's going to be actually in danger of dying in the next GCD. Who do you need to prioritize? And if there are multiple people, what do you use? For example, if I know that there are 3 people that are going to die if I don't do something in the next 2 ticks on a Kragmaw Tantrum, then I can bop one of them. I can sack another one to prevent 30% of the damage. I can use my personal and health pot, and then I can bomb my heal into the third person. And that will prevent the deaths instantly. And then I can triage heal them back up before the next tantrum. So I think a lot of it comes down to realizing that there's more to AoE healing than just strictly using an AoE heal. And I think that Holy Paladins, if given a kit that has strong enough single target healing, have way more than enough to handle a 5-man dungeon scenario where there's a lot of AoE damage going out without needing to rely on things like Light of Dawn. We don't use Light of Dawn at all right now in Mythic Plus. Right now, in fact, our kit is strictly single target healing and going into Shadowlands basically in Mythic Plus because Light of Dawn is so weak. Light of Dawn is at a point where Word of Glory actually will give you more healing value all the way up until you hit 5 targets that are fully injured with Light of Dawn. If you can hit 5 targets that are fully injured, then Light of Dawn is better. Otherwise, you always use Word of Glory. So in a Mythic Plus scenario right now, we pretty much don't have any AoE healing at all. And we're not really struggling that much in the AoE healing department in pre-patch because we have these borrowed power systems with Glimmer. But when you start looking at Shadowlands, we have things like Divine Toll to fall back on and these other utilities that will help mitigate some of that AoE healing. But I think part of the problem is that our single target healing isn't strong enough right now going into Shadowlands to get away with a lot of these AoE situations that are occurring in these dungeons. And that's where if you buffed our single target healing, we would thrive more in AoE healing because of it. Whereas if you just buffed our Light of Dawn, I don't think that would necessarily make us prioritize Light of Dawn, especially in a Mythic Plus scenario when individual people are getting damaged so much more than people as a whole. Because in Mythic Plus, you have these single target abilities that are hitting individuals so hard. And it's not that we have one ability hitting everyone evenly. It's that we have one ability hitting one person so hard and then other people are getting hit by another ability and we just fall behind. So I don't think that buffing our AoE healing would really do much to help us in Mythic Plus right now. I think that buffing our single target would go a long way though.
I'm curious, this is an idea I've kind of toyed with in my head and talked about occasionally how you guys would feel about it, because what if, imagine, there's some design issues, there's some clunkiness associated with this idea, but what if we just had one beacon, and the first time you press it, it transfers 50%, and numbers would need tuning, of course. The second time you press it, you get a second beacon at half the value, and then if you press that button a third time, it turns into Virtue, and then puts your beacons on cooldown for a little while. So it kind of like builds all the beacons into a baseline ability. Like there's a lot of clunkiness there with like, okay, I want to go from 2 to 1, but how do you guys feel about that? Is that
you mean like merging our talents into a baseline beacon that could be used as either a single beacon, a double beacon, or an AoE beacon?
Yeah, and on the fly, you could, like in the example you gave.
That's a really cool idea.
If you were sitting there on Kragmaw, or I don't remember the name of the boss, and you needed 2 beacons, you could have 2. But oh crap, I'm falling behind, everyone's about to die, panic, and then you can Virtue for a bit, catch up, but there is a cost associated with that in that you'll have no beacons for a little bit of time.
Silence.
I mean, I think that idea is awesome.
Jeath, you still alive?
I am.
You're looking a bit thin, I'm not gonna lie.
I need some sustenance. You know that I'm trying to think. Anyone ever watch Family Guy? There's a Family Guy episode where they talk about drive-by arguments, and this guy pulls up in his like sketchy gangster car, leans out the window, and he says, "I disagree," and then drives off. That's me right now.
I do remember that.
That's me right now.
Disagree with Pelinal's suggestion or Else's feeling of we don't need more strength in AoE healing?
Okay, I agree that we don't need more strength in AoE healing. I love the idea of deleting Light of Dawn and doubling down on our single target, make our single target powerful. People don't remember this, but in the beginning half of Warlords of Draenor, Holy Paladin largely was almost exclusively single target healing, and it was very powerful. It was fine. It can be tuned to be good, largely because it constantly cleaved to 2 beacons, which have subsequently been nerfed a lot. But you can make a spec like that work and still be powerful, and it can work in dungeons as well. But I depart from Ellesmere when he says delete Beacon of Virtue, right? I love the idea that you can talent into this other build that lets you, in a way that works with our kit, beacons are kind of classic, that lets you, do small group healing really, really powerfully. I love Beacon of Virtue. I think it's fun. I think it's a great, completely different playstyle that you can choose to go into that lets you fit into certain situations where otherwise you would struggle. So I don't agree with deleting it, right? I think that's a good option to keep. And then as for Pelinal's why can't I hold all these beacons? I don't know what to think about that. I'm not a designer. I don't know. Maybe it would work. It sounds inordinately clunky, right? What if I just want to move the beacon to someone? I mean, there's things that could be solved. I don't know. I'm not sure that if I were going to redesign our class, I wouldn't be thinking about beacons. Let me put it that way. I think our beacons are in pretty good shape. If anything, I would weaken them and get rid of them a little bit because it's kind of dumb, easy healing without a lot of depth to it. But the class is fine when it comes to beacons. I don't think that's where I'd focus my efforts.
Okay. I guess the slight devil's advocate here to mainly what you said, Else, and I guess Jeath by extension is. Some of the examples you gave of having that kind of intelligent player input of, okay, this guy's threatened, this guy's not as threatened, I'm going to pot, this guy's going to pop his... there's an assumption that, an external assumption that player is going to be doing their job properly or playing well. You're assuming that the rogue is going to press feign, right? You're assuming that maybe, I don't know, the hunter is going to listen to your direct order to pop turtle on this one, right? And I think in a world where you're a higher level player or you're, with a well synergized group or you guys know each other, you're buddies, you don't have to be the best players in the world or something. I think that works. But I think for a lot of average WoW players where you're pugging, right? You're doing your weekly 10, your weekly 15, that starts to maybe fall apart a bit, right? And maybe that's why Blizzard, from a design perspective, thought they needed to add this kind of jack of all trades, master of none, a bit of playstyle to that to allow these players that don't have that synergy with the rest of their group to do something about it, right? If the rogue is crap and isn't popping his feign.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with you, Salute. I think that that's why Beacon of Virtue is such a great talent option, because it solves that problem. Ellesmere's right that you can get more damage out of a different talent and therefore more optimal gameplay if everyone plays perfectly. But Beacon of Virtue is an amazing tool that lets you do really good AoE healing, really, really effectively if you can't trust your teammates that well, and you sacrifice some things to get it. And I think that's completely okay. It's okay to lose something to get something stronger in certain situations. I think that's fine.
Okay.
I definitely agree that you should always be able to lose something to gain something else in certain situations, and I like that variability. My only point was that I think that Beacon of Light is part of a core. I've always felt like it was a core part of Holy Paladin, and it's just the spec. It feels weird to me to not play with it, and I agree that it allows players to kind of mitigate some of the troubles that you run into with pugs when you run Beacon of Virtue. But I also feel like then it puts your tank in a lot of danger, especially in Mythic Plus, when you don't have so much passive healing funneling into him, and you end up spending a lot of time playing catch up on the tank because of it. And I think that it's somewhat trap in that way.
Yeah, but it's okay. We're used to it from playing with a Disc Priest on beta right now. So, fair. I'm just saying it's the interesting thing with these shows is we I try to get a range of representatives on here, and oftentimes a lot of the discussion does, of course, center around, higher end play and that kind of stuff. But we can't ignore the fact that, frankly, the vast majority of the people who play Warcraft aren't high-end players, right? Aren't people that have synergistic groups and well-thought-out mythic raid comps for World First, etc. It's dudes that just hey, Holy Paladin's fun, but I can't do AoE healing, what's going on, that kind of thing. So they have to pay some attention to it. I think what I'm hearing from you guys, which is nice, is that at least you do have these options to flex a higher skill level and get rid of these crutches, right? Not like you're saying, we don't have to use Beacon of Virtue for higher level healing, and we can actually benefit more by doing so. Nonetheless, is there anything else you guys wanted to add to Holy Paladin design through BFA and like leading up to the end of BFA, or shall we jump into the SL?
One topic we kind of gloss over a little bit is how Light of the Martyr is an ability that I feel like could be brought into our kit more without borrowed power, but that's a whole... It could also just be removed, I feel like. It's a weird one.
With respect to BFA, Eamon?
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Jeath? Else?
No.
No, that's fine. You don't always have to have a thought. I'm just,
Yeah, I don't have a lot of thoughts. I like Light of the Martyr. I use it a lot in Mythic Plus and in Raid, actually. But I do see what Pelinal is saying in regards to it often relying on borrowed power because of Maraud's in Legion and now in Shadowlands. But yeah, I don't know. I personally have still continued to use it a fair amount in BFA, even without borrowed power. So I'm not sure that
It just
to me, it's like,
oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's just one of those weird abilities where if you're budgeting a class and you say you get 10 abilities, Light of the Martyr isn't one of the ones I'd like to have as a 10th ability, right? Like
That's
there's
fair. That's
design
fair.
space for cooler things.
Yeah.
And if it's not being thought of that way, if it's just a bonus, then it's fine. But it feels like it's supposed to be a core part of our kit, and it's just something that we ignore most of the time, and sometimes it sees some niche use when you're moving and have nothing else to press.
Okay.
Yep, I agree. It's a niche spell. Good paladins use it sometimes. Good paladins don't use it a lot. I wouldn't miss it if it was gone, but right now it adds something to our kit, right? Something that you can push while moving, while everything else is on cooldown. I think a much bigger problem with Holy Paladin, not just in Shadowlands, but consistently in BFA and before, is that we don't have anything to push that isn't on a cooldown. When it comes to like, too frequently, you don't need to do a lot of healing. There's phases where you don't need to do a lot of healing, and instead you kind of want to do damage and conserve mana and not spend a lot of mana. And we're being put in the situation where every button we have that isn't like Holy Light or Flash of Light has a cooldown, and in those situations you choose between spending mana on like Crusader Strike right now versus AFKing. Like that would be something that I would consider a design problem, and I complained about it in BFA, I complained about it in the beta, and I'll keep complaining about it because I want to be able to push something and not AFK without committing a bunch of mana to it sometimes. The ability to throttle your mana is important for all healer specs, and Holy Paladins lack that a little bit.
Okay. So then, without further ado, let's move into Shadowlands and talk about some of the stuff that you guys have already obviously touched on, but let's first start with the core changes to Paladins / Holy Paladins. We'll get to Talons shortly after, and Covenant and Soulbinds and Conduits and all that kind of stuff. But just core baseline changes. Obviously, one of the biggest ones, whoever wants to list it off, go ahead. But obviously the biggest one, one of the biggest ones we've mentioned so far has been the return of Holy Power. What else are we looking at for Holy Paladin baseline kit?
Jeath kind of set a layup for Crusader Strike and mana cost there, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Take it.
Take it, Ellesmere.
Oh no, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, obviously they have added a mana cost to Crusader Strike, and this is where we're probably gonna go off on a large tangent. The idea that a filler ability, like, okay, so basically in Legion, let me go back. So in BFA. Crusader Strike. I mean, it's a broad topic that needs to be discussed because there's going to be a lot of community throwback to this one, or pushback to this one, because Holy Paladins were so psychotically strong with mana. We could basically turn off our mana bars throughout all of BFA, never look at our mana, and we'd be fine because we had no mana problems, right? So now you hear Holy Paladins complaining about mana, and everyone is laughing, and that's fair, but let me try and break this down. So Holy Shock right now costs 280 mana, right? And Holy Shock is a generator of holy power, and it acts as a heal or a damaging ability, and triggers Glimmer of Light, and has also is the core heal behind our Infusion of Light proc. So that all costs 280 mana. Then we have a Crusader Strike, which is a physical attack that does no healing, and currently costs the exact same amount as Holy Shock. And that introduction of such a high mana cost on an ability that purely just generates one holy power and does no healing for us is causing a lot of problems with our rotations. The issue right now is that you never want a class to kind of just AFK GCDs, because that's not a good playstyle for any spec ever, right? And the problem right now is that the increased mana cost on our Crusader Strike has led to going so fast from just filling out GCDs that we basically have to just sit there if we don't want to go and so a lot of times, like for example, in Mythic Plus or Raid or anything, you'll pop wings, you'll start going in, and you'll realize that 30 seconds into your wings, when your wings runs out, you have cost 60% of your mana, because Crusader Strike, just using your globals on a Crusader Strike, is so costly. So the problem is right now we have no filler ability, and not having a filler ability on a class leads to empty GCDs, and empty GCDs leads to boring playstyle. So my biggest concern right now is that because of such a high cost on Crusader Strike, that we are going to end up spending a lot of GCDs not casting anything as a form of saving mana, which to me is a very, very bad playstyle. And I would prefer something where we had a spammable ability, even if it was weaker, that we could at least fill GCDs with. Or if they could just manage our mana better so that we didn't go instantly when trying to play this version of the spec. Now, I understand that in Shadowlands, currently in pre-patch, part of the reason people are going so fast is because we have 40% haste, because we have all this gear, all these sockets, all this stuff, and we're just blasting all of our secondaries into haste. So we have a lot more GCDs funneling, which means we're spending a lot more mana, and I get that problem. However, even in Shadowlands, there are two different builds in Shadowlands right now, right? There's one where we have the Holy Light build, and then there's another one where we have the Holy Power build or Spender build. Technically, they're both builder spender builds, but the one where we don't use Holy Light and instead use Crusader Strike, that's the one that's causing a lot of mana problems. And I actually have not gotten to play around with the Holy Light build a lot in terms of how mana efficient it is, so I'm going to let Jeath or Pelinal talk about that. But in terms of the Crusader Strike build, it is a very big problem right now, even in Shadowlands, where using this ability causes us to go so quickly, so we end up having to just waste a bunch of GCDs in order to not go And I think that that's a really big concern that I'm hoping Blizzard addresses before we get into Shadowlands too deep. So again, I don't want this to come across as like, oh man, I finally have to worry about mana. Like, how dare I should never have to worry about mana. Like, obviously, I think mana should be a consideration, but what I don't want is a spec that ends up spending half of its GCDs just AFK in order to not go
Yeah, I think to kind of tie that into Holy Power generation in Shadowlands it's gotten a bit better, really low. So to tie into what Sloot was asking about originally with Holy Power, is that Crusader Strike kind of filled that gap where it was a core part of our Holy Power generation, and with the Crusader Strike playstyle and using Crusader's Might as a talent, you end up in that situation where you just can't sustain that mana, and the Holy Light build has a different, or Holy Light playstyle, sorry, doesn't have as many mana issues, so it can fit some Crusader Strikes in, but the more you do, the more downtime you have. And every other class, like if you just look at a brief history of mana through healers, you end up looking and saying, okay, for a long time you had Spirit and MP5, and as the expansion went on, you just had infinite mana. So they changed that, and they're like, okay, we'll try this active mana regen thing where everyone has buttons that give them mana, and they did away with that in favor of being like, okay, you can do damage at no mana cost, and that's how it was up until present day for most healers, but then they just took that away from Paladin, where we have no spammable ability or no way to just conserve mana, to exist in a state where we're not spending mana. You know, druids can spam wrath, shamans can do lava bursts and lightning bolts, so on, and paladins just have to idle, and that's pretty lame.
Okay, so what of this Holy Light build then?
Playstyle.
Playstyle. I'm sorry. Playstyle.
No, what was that? It's a build too.
It's a build.
It requires
It's
a build.
a
It
build.
only works if you have the Conduit and the Covenant. So are you asking us to explain that,
And
or
the
to tie it
Ellesmere.
into the mana issues salute?
Well, I mean, you could probably do both at the same time, I assume, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my goal, like I said earlier, is to have a playstyle where you use a lot of buttons, and you wouldn't just push Holy Shock and then fill the gaps with Holy Lights, and you wouldn't just push, Holy Power Generators and Crusader Strikes. You would pay attention to Infusion of Lights. Each one would have a unique proc. Like I said, maybe Infusion of Light. When you cast Infusion of Light, Flash of Light, it gives you Holy Power. When you cast Infusion of Light, Holy Light, it splashes. When you don't get Infusion of Light, maybe you generate Holy Power with Crusader Strikes instead, and you have this kind of variable, constantly evaluating what you're going to be doing in the next couple of globals, depending on what's happened in the previous couple of globals. That's what I want. And a core part of that, for that to work, all healers need to have not just an on switch and an off switch, healing or not, but a throttle. You can be blasting full speed ahead at a rate that's going to every healer, right? A monk spamming all of its heals as hard as it can is going to really fast. A druid is going to really fast. A discret is going to really fast. And if they want, they can blast full speed, and then they can spend some time, blasting a little bit less full speed. They slow it down. They spend mana on more efficient spells, and then you can slow it down even more. You can just push DPS spells that are free. Paladins don't have that right now. Paladins have an on or off. You're either blasting or you're AFK. We need something. I'm completely okay with the mana cost in Crusader Strike. I really am, because it does give Holy Power, and Holy Power can be used for healing. So it is, in a sense, a healing spell. So adding a mana cost and making Holy Paladins constrained by mana is a good thing. What we need, though, is some kind of a way to have a throttle, some kind of a button that we can push to throttle back and not pour mana out while still participating in the fight. Something like Denounce, right? A really old spell from, I think, Warlords of Draenor, and previously. It was spammable, it was a ranged attack, it didn't cost a lot of mana, something like that. And put constraints on it. If you want it to be melee because your fantasy is that Paladins are melee, that's fine. I don't really care about the details, but something to push when we don't want to blast mana out, when we don't want to hemorrhage mana, would be good. And then, so about Holy Light, well, my vision isn't realized at all. In Shadowlands, they have all these buttons that generate Holy Power. Holy Shock heals and generates Holy Power. Bestow Faith heals and generates Holy Power. Hammer of Wrath does a lot of damage and is free and generates Holy Power. And the Crusader Strike does a little bit of damage and is expensive and generates Holy Power. And I like that, because it gives you a varying priority system as you constantly try to evaluate, what should I do to generate the most Holy Power, the cheapest, at each global, like each moment, based on various conditions. I like that. I think it adds a lot of depth to the spec. But what's happened is that Blizzard has added this conduit. It's a Holy Light conduit called Resplendent Light, and when you heal with Holy Light, it splashes healing to 5 nearby targets. Any targets within a 16-yard diameter around your target gets 5% of the healing your Holy Light did at rank 1, and that scales up pretty quickly as you get into rank 5, which we're going to have for the raid. So that Holy Light is doing 125% of the healing it would have done, all the way up to like 135, and then up onwards as it grows. And so that's a big multiplier, only added to Holy Light, nothing else. And then you have a legendary that works with that as well, because what Infusion of Light does right now is it makes your Holy Light heal more. And what this legendary does is it gives you 2 charges of Infusion of Light and makes Holy Light heal for even more. So with the legendary, if you put that on, then when you get Infusion of Light, you get 2, and your Holy Lights heal for 50% more instead of just the base Infusion of Light. It's an extra 20%. And you stack those 2 things together, and what you result in is this like grossly distorted Holy Light spell that's healing for multipliers on multipliers and ending up being stronger than any other part of our kit. And it kind of means that our highest output playstyle, instead of being this like constant variable decision making about, okay, do I generate Holy Power here with which spell, did Infusion proc, which one am I going to spend it on, which benefit am I going to gain? It's, Holy Light is going to do more healing than anything else every single global. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to push Holy Shock, and I'm going to fill the gaps with Holy Lights.
Okay. You don't sound like you're a fan of this, for what it's worth.
No, I think it sucks.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's a fan of it.
Fair. So then, before we get to more in-depth things, and it's these side tirades are super fine because this is why we're here to analyze things. Anything else to the base toolkit, whether it be paladins themselves or holy? Has anything returned? Anything new?
Well, they added back auras.
Yep.
But it wasn't. But for Holy Paladin, it's not going to be very interesting because we're just always going to have it on Devotion Aura. So
joke's on you. Play Roden, put it on Kill My Friend's Aura, and then I get wings from them dying. That's
okay.
Just good times.
That may be a better plan sometimes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to slash roll for Red Aura. Speaking of Red Aura, what do you guys think of Red Aura?
It's not an aura. It's a lie. It's not an aura.
Yeah. You're never gonna use it, so unfortunately.
Well, it's weird because like Crusader Aura affects all of your allies, right? And Diva Aura affects all of your allies, and Concentration Aura affects all your allies. And what auras do is they affect your allies. And Red Aura doesn't do that. It only affects you, and then it leeches off of your allies. To me, Red Aura was like this weird attempt to take a passive that Retribution Paladins had, and then turn it into an active ability for the sake of like evoking classic and having more auras. And it ends up being this weird stunted thing that you give up your actual like aura for to get a personal benefit that Ret's already had and just lose out on by existing.
It feels like what kind of happened there is they acknowledged, okay, Devotion Aura's passive doesn't stack, so you want one of those. Okay, Crusader Aura isn't really useful in most combat scenarios. You use it a bit in BGs. Okay, Concentration Aura, great in PvP, but niche useful in raids and dungeons. And then what do we do if you have two paladins? Well, you don't need Concentration Aura, you don't need Crusader Aura. Do they both go Devo and then one of them goes to waste? That's kind of lame. And so they tried to come up with something, it feels like, and that's what they ended up coming up with. And I'll be honest, I've thought about it a fair amount. I can't think of too many great ideas for what could make a better aura, but it feels like that was the problem they were trying to address, and Retribution Aura is just going to provide some level of degeneracy, which isn't foreign to Paladins, though, if we're honest.
I think the only time we ever actually make use of it would be if, like, that you're going to sacrifice somebody on a fight.
Planned deaths.
Planned deaths, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I hate it. In fact, Jeath, I couldn't have said it better on why I don't feel it's an aura. It doesn't match up with any of the lore behind auras or immersion or sense or logic. It's just I'm not a fan of it. Unfortunately, I don't really have a great suggestion either. I don't know, turn it back into the Thorns thing. Who cares? But I hate it in its current iteration.
I mean, it's a solution in search of a problem, right? We don't need a better replacement. It's okay that not all the auras that a paladins bring are valuable. Do we need 20 auras in case we have an all paladin raid, right? We don't need it. It doesn't do anything good. Give the passive back to Retribution Paladins because that fits with their fantasy of retribution, and delete Red Aura.
Fair. What about just side note here because it came to mind? Would you guys like to see seals back?
Interesting.
I'm talking about before my time. I've never played with a seal, so I can't tell.
If they were interesting, not in the classic way at all, I don't think. I wouldn't want that at least. But yeah, the idea of pressing a button that gives you a buff for X amount of time and then Judgment does something extra and removes it, it would just have to be interesting to do that. And I don't think we need it, but...
Okay. Then I think the only remaining thing, and I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, so we talked about Holy Power, we talked about auras, the inclusion of Shield of the Righteous, / Return of Turn Evil, not that big of a deal. Shield of the Righteous is something you guys now have. All Paladins have, actually. How do you guys feel about that?
I'm going to pipe up because I'm a huge fan. Kudos to Blizzard. I love Shield of the Righteous being back. It adds an enormous amount of depth and fun to Holy Paladin gameplay, particularly in Mythic Plus, where you're the only healer and you're completely in charge of making sure you've diverted enough of your resources to the healing. You don't have to worry about anything else. I love it just fits so well with what Holy Paladins do. You can use your wings for healing damage, you can use Holy Shock for healing damage, and now Holy Power. You have a Holy Power damage spender. So Holy Power is our strongest heal in Mythic Plus. Word of Glory does more than all of our other buttons, and you can just give it up if you don't need more healing to do this cool little AoE heal. It's off GCD. You can kind of double up on your time in a really fascinating way, right? I could push Word of Glory right here and heal someone, or I could Light of the Martyr them while also Shield of the Righteous thing off GCD and double up on my time and be even more optimal. And it rewards pooling, right? You pool to 5 before you dump on Shield of the Righteous in case you did need Word of Glory. You don't want to spend a 3 in a dangerous situation and be like, oh shit, I just spent all my Holy Power on Word of Glory on Shield of the Righteous and I don't have a heal. I think it adds a lot of depth and fun to the spec and a lot of skill cap as well to high-end Mythic Plus.
I fully agree. I think Shield of the Righteous was one of the best things that they added back to Holy Paladin. I think it has so many cool things about it in regards to, like Jeath was saying, pooling Holy Power and being able to choose to spend your resources as damage rather than healing. And I think there are 2 important things to talk about it. One is the armor value that you actually get from it. I didn't really, at first I was like, that's kind of cool, but I didn't really fully appreciate it until I actually started using it in dungeons, and I was like, damn, that's a lot of armor. It's a lot of armor, and I actually tanked a boss on a plus 30 the other day for like 20 full seconds with it because it gave me so much DR. And so you can actually make some pretty pinch moves in Mythic Plus if your tank happens to die or if something happens to happen. If you need to tank a mob, I tanked the shield or the tank buster ad in the Shadow Realm for a solid like 15 seconds the other day. And it's so fun having that capability of being able to actually tank stuff if you need to with this ability, because it brings you so much armor. And then also armor obviously reduces your physical damage taken, and there are so many physical damage abilities that go off of Mythic Plus that you can actually use it as a DR as well. So there's a lot of cool interactions with it that I'm really, really enjoying playing with so far. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, so far I'm really, really enjoying it. Another thing that I do have to talk about in regards to pre-patch that a lot of people have noticed is Light's Decree and its interaction with Shield of the Righteous. So, or not necessarily only Shield of the Righteous, but our Holy Power spenders. Right now, there's a Ret Azurite trait called Light's Decree, which does AoE damage anytime that you use Holy Power in wings. Now, Holy Paladins have historically taken one of these traits throughout all of BFA, even though we had no access to Holy Power abilities, because of the extension of wings that it gave. So it gave us an extra 5 seconds on wings, and if you took Sanctified Wrath, that turned into 6.3 seconds that it would add to your wings. So it became one of our best Azurite traits, and you always wanted one. Now, in pre-patch, people are enjoying stacking this trait because that is where a large source of Ret Paladins damage came from in Mythic Plus, in Raid, because it just provided so much damage in their wings. And especially when right now we have Vision of Perfection, lowering our wings to 1.5 minutes and giving us procs, so increasing our wings uptime by a lot. This Light's Decree trait is pouring out huge amounts of damage. And with Shield of the Righteous being off the GCD, when you use Holy Avenger and Wings together, because they redesigned our Holy Avenger talent, instead of it giving haste and increased healing to Holy Shock, now it grants us Holy Power generation. When you use that in your Wings window now, with Light's Decree traits, you can actually generate so much Holy Power so quickly that you can just dump all of it into Shield of the Righteous constantly, and you will do more AoE DPS than any DPS class right now. It's absolutely insane, and it is so much fun. And I highly suggest, if you have a Holy Paladin, that you try it out and have a little bit of fun with that on a lower key.
We can't forget about all the people who like two-handed transmogs. They can't use them anymore.
That is a shame. And it's also no different for prop, by the way. Prop benefits from Light's Decree too. It's quite fun for the couple dungeons that I did to check out pre-patch. So big fan of SOTR being re-added. I'm not sure there was anything else in the Holy Paladin / Paladin base kit that was added for Shadowlands. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Like I said, Turn Evil, nice. There's a couple of places in Shadowlands dungeons where that's proved useful so far, but nothing crazy unless you guys want to add something.
My most common, I mean, I love looking for moments to push it, and then it inevitably, I turn evil a mob, I'm like, yes, utility. And then it gets gripped, or an Avenger Shield gets thrown at it, or it gets instantly broken up by someone killing it. It's always sad, but it is a cool button to have. I like it.
But nothing like Avenger Shield shouldn't be bouncing to unless you hard target it.
No, I mean, that's what I mean, a hard target, right? You turn evil like the mage in the pack with the Necromancer.
That's exactly the one I do.
Yep, exactly. And then things like, oh my god, I got interrupted. And then it's like, all right, I did broke. I'm sad.
All right, cool. So then, do you guys have any other thoughts to add on the core Paladin stuff too, outside of please revert the mana cost on Crusader Strike?
No, and I wouldn't say revert, right? I think having some mana cost on it is important because Paladins should be constrained by mana. I would say the bigger solution instead of reverting mana cost on it is giving us something like Wrath that we can kind of just push when we don't want to spend a lot.
Okay.
Or ability.
Or even taking it a different design route and bringing back active mana regen with something like Divine Plea, where you're in a constant state of burn, but you have to play around it through some other mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of interesting because
any of those would work.
Yeah, true. It's kind of interesting because I think almost every healer now, maybe even every single healer, has some way to interact with their mana, right? Obviously, druids can innervate. Shamans have Water Shield and Mana Tide. Priests have Shadow Fiend or Hymn of Hope. Monks have Mana Tea, and paladins have auto attacking. And I think that's kind of a shame. I don't think all healers need to be the same, but Divine Plea was kind of interesting and unique, and would be some way of actually interacting with our mana in an active way, rather than sitting on attack and auto attacking the boss.
Okay. Fair. Do you guys want, like I saw some people in chat saying things like, bring back like spirit, things like that, sources of flexing mana gain.
I mean, I loved Spirit for the same reason that I loved tier sets, because over the course of the expansion, how you played stayed fresh and changed. At the beginning of the expansion with low Spirit, you played it a very conservative way. By the end of the expansion, you had high Spirit, and you completely changed how you were played. You were blasting, higher throughput, higher mana cost spells, and I like freshness over the course of an expansion by things changing kind of innately like that, instead of constantly tacking on these new systems. So I loved Spirit. I'd love to see it come back for that exact reason.
Okay.
It feels like that's outside of the scope of an expansion that's supposed to be out this year, though.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be out already.
I have also I also feel like adding new abilities at this point, like a spammable ability, may be out of the scope as well, which is why I'm just pushing for a more realistic change, at least temporarily, for Shadowlands, where we could just get a more reasonable mana cost on Crusader Strike. Which will definitely mitigate some of the issues. Although I agree with Jeath that the more permanent solution should be a new ability that is something that we can spam.
I always kind of thought, too, they could maybe do something where Crusader Strike baseline has no or significantly reduced mana cost, and then Crusader's Might as a talent is what increased the mana cost, but that upsets the balance on that row, so that gets tricky, too.
Well, the balance has been much better now that Bestow grants Holy Power. I think that now we're at a point where you can take either in a given situation, and they would both be strong for different reasons. So I do think that putting that back in may cause more of an issue, and wouldn't really make it. It would seem less like you're gaining something rather than you're trading something off. And I feel like the talent should just be you're gaining something, So.
All right.
And I think that,
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, I think that there shouldn't be variable mana costs for Crusader Strike based on the talent selection, just because, like I said, it is kind of our filler, even if we're not running Crusader's Might. It is kind of our filler ability right now. So until we get a different ability that can be created as a filler ability, I think that keeping it at this high of a mana cost with or without the talent is not a great move.
Yeah, I was thinking something more along the lines of it's a talent that outright replaces Crusader Strike, call it Terralian Strike, I don't know, in the way Beacon of Virtue does. And then it does extra damage and generates holy power, but has an increased mana cost or something along those lines, just to allow the base toolkit to have a more affordable Crusader Strike option.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Okay. So then let's get into it a bit deeper, shall we? Let's talk about the talent tree. Now, it was easier in the mage show and things like that because one guy would, do frost, one guy would do fire. But whoever wants to spearhead at least going through the talents, of course, everybody is welcome and encouraged to discuss them as we get through the rows. But does anybody want to be the spokesman for the talents as we chew through them?
I like our talent tree. I think it's one of the best iterations we've had in a long time.
I agree. Talent tree's in pretty good shape.
Well, good, because we're about to go through it row by row. Who wants
Yeah,
to do it?
let's do it.
Does somebody want to go through it, like Jeath or Bell or Ellesmere?
Sure.
Okay, whoever wants to step up. Otherwise, I could just read them to you guys, but better that you guys do it.
All right. So in the first row, we have, of course, Crusaders Might, Bestow Faith, and Light's Hammer. Light's Hammer, I only started playing in Warlords of Draenor, so I don't remember what happened before then, but it's always been a niche ability. It has a lot of power built into the talent, and it does a lot of healing, but it doesn't synergize with anything. In order to make it work, you really want to have wings up have it available for every single wings use. And like I said, it doesn't synergize in any way. Bestow Faith gives you holy power, which you can use on other stuff. Crusader's Might gives you holy shot cooldown reduction. So those both work with our kit in a way the Light's Hammer doesn't. You just kind of throw it down, hope people stay in it, hope people stay injured for the full duration. And so it suffers from a lot of use constraints that make it very rarely used. And that's still true. I don't see a lot of use cases for Light's Hammer unless you have something happen like happened on Brackenspore, where you have a guaranteed stacked up raid, a nice guaranteed period of everyone's going to stay in one spot and be injured, so it can do a lot of healing over the course of it. It's tuned to where if those constraints are met, it's good, but those constraints are never met. So instead, we're going to play Bestow Faith and Crusader's Might. Those recently have gotten some balancing that I think make them pretty competitive. With the cooldown reduction on Holy Shock from 9 seconds to 7.5 seconds, that's basically a buff to Crusader's Might, because Crusader's Might giving 1.5 seconds of cooldown reduction to Holy Shock, 1.5 seconds of cooldown reduction is a bigger chunk of the new lower Holy Shock cooldown than it was of the longer Holy Shock cooldown. So it's essentially buffed. And Bestow Faith giving Holy Power means it's really, really good, right? It's giving you 5 holy power per minute and 5, chunky heals per minute at a fairly low mana cost. So they fill different roles. They can be good in different situations. If you're trying to play kind of a caster play style that doesn't rely on Crusader striking for holy power, and you want to be maybe more in the range or not worry about having to be in melee, then Bestow Faith gives you a nice way to bolster your holy power generation and gain healing in a way that works with a ranged play style. Whereas Crusader's Might, if you do want to be up in the mob's face doing damage, if you're doing Mythic Plus, it gives you that reward of more Holy Shocks because it's reducing the cooldown, and because you're getting more Holy Shocks, you're also getting more Holy Power from that as well. So I think that row is in pretty good shape, except for the fact that Light's Hammer's still left out on a limb, not having any kind of interaction with our kit at all. I think that if they... I'm sorry, I know I talked a long time, but I just want to add this. I think if they did something to make it interactive, it'd be better. Maybe reduce the healing it does and make it generate holy power, or something to make it work with our kit. And then you guys go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, like you mentioned at the end, one of the biggest things in our talent tree that is problematic is any row where you have abilities that generate holy power versus abilities that don't generate holy power. It almost makes it a lock-in to rarely ever take the non-holy power generating abilities, because so much of our kit now relies upon generating holy powers. So it kind of, I feel like any row where you have abilities that generate holy power, you should have a full row of those types of abilities. So I feel like they should make Light's Hammer generate holy power at least. And I also think another problem with Light's Hammer is that it is limited to 6 people, which, as far as I'm aware, it's not a very smart heal. So it makes it kind of clunky to use in a raid setting. Yeah,
I think Light's Hammer is a cool ability. I don't necessarily agree that everything has to generate holy power on that row. Like, if they just increase Light's Hammer healing by 500%, it would be broken. Yeah. So,
and make people immune inside of it.
Point.
Yep. Yeah. Give everyone Blessing of Sacrifice. You by Light's Hammer.
I do agree that Crusader's Might and Bestow Faith are like core transformative abilities that impact your gameplay a lot more than something you throw on the ground every minute. And
But
that's
a part of
where
that
row
reason,
kind of
especially, is because of the generation of Holy Power.
Yeah.
Because Bestow Faith, prior to generating Holy Power, was not at all a transformative ability.
Exactly.
So, and I don't know. I think that having more abilities to generate Holy Power with is just healthy for our spec. Because sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was changing subject.
You're good,
Finish your thought. I was just going to say, I think that Lightshammer suffered a little bit by the introduction of Glimmer as a talent, because before Glimmer and Crusaders Might interacting with Glimmer by getting more Holy Shocks and therefore more Glimmer and therefore more damage, Lightshammer was actually a pretty good option for just doing damage with. It wasn't. There were times in Legion dungeons, for example, where I would take Lightshammer, and in the early beta, when the cooldown on Holy Shock was longer and other things were going on in the early beta, I played with Lightshammer because it was this kind of a cool talent that let you do a bunch of damage and healing at the same time, and it's lost part of that luster by everything tying into Glimmer, the cooldown of Holy Shock going down. You do more damage by not taking it. I think that if Lightshammer did more in the damage way, then it could also be more attractive as well. Like reinforce it in that niche of it's supposed to be the only talent in the row that does, and the only reason it isn't is because Crusaders Might ties in with Glimmer.
Okay. Also, did you want to finish your thought about the Holy Power? Or,
No, I mean, I agree with what he was saying. We don't have to go back to that. It's fine.
Okay. It sounds so sad. It's like, you know what? Never mind. I
just sound sad because I'm sick.
Okay, so row one, Lightshammer, fairly useless outside of a small niche situation that'll never happen. Back in the day, if I'm not mistaken, Lightshammer used to be uncapped. He used to be in the Pro Tree as well. But, those days are long gone. 25 row, then, Jeath, unless you guys have something else on the 50.
All right. 25 row, I think, is in pretty good shape. Holy Prism and Judgment of Light both do fairly similar amounts of healing. Holy Prisms is higher throughput, partially because it transfers to Beacon and Judgment of Light doesn't, partially because you control it and it's a bigger hit. Judgment of Light is much, much cheaper and much more efficient. I can see both of those being used, particularly in situations where you're trying to maximize your damage. And then Saved by the Light, although it's not competitive in throughput, it has niche situations where it's potentially good. I don't know what's going on in PvP because I don't PvP, but it's conceivable that it could be really good in PvP. And then
it is.
Yeah, so and I think that it's fine if a talent row has talents that some are good in raid and some are good in PvE and others are good because they're good in PvP. Like, imagine a PvPer looking at this row and saying, well, Prism's kind of useless and Judgment's kind of useless. It's still a good row because all three are usable. And then the other thing of note about Saved by the Light that's kind of cool is that it works with every kind of beacon you have. So if you play with Beacon of Virtue, you can actually get pretty good, even just throughput results from it if you constantly are putting beacons on the entire group when they're low, and it pops these shields up on them on close to on cooldown, and you can get some neat results like that. So there's some niche uses in PvE, and then I think it's good, of course, in PvP. So I think it's a row that's in good shape.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the best balance rows we have. I like it. I think the only complaint I can give is that both Judgment and Holy Prism are really fun abilities. Well, Judgment less fun, but they're abilities you interact with a lot, like with every 12 or 20 seconds, and the relative power of those spells, like what its percentage of contribution to your total healing done over the course of an encounter, could be higher. It averages between like 3 and 5%, I think,
that is
of
true.
your healing.
Yeah.
And it's kind of lame that you have this button you press a lot and it only does 3 to 5% of your healing.
All right.
I agree with that. And then of the two, I think Prism's one of the coolest talents Holy Paladins have ever had, because it has that fitting in with the motif we've been talking about, where Holy Paladins have this ability to choose between using their resources and buttons for damage or healing. Holy Prism's always done that, where if you target an enemy with it, it splashes healing to 5 people. If you target a friendly with it, it splashes damage to 5 people. That's really fun to play around with in situations like Keys, for example, where you can use it for AoE damage sometimes. And I wish that it were a little bit more rewarding for good use, like Pelinal's saying, but it's still relatively a well-balanced row, and you can choose a lot of different things there and make different builds.
Any thoughts, Elsa? Are you good with that?
I agree that Holy Prism is a really cool idea, and it has at least it's more viable on the healing throughput front at this point. So I like that part. The only thing that's a little frustrating is that in Mythic Plus, Judgment of Light is so strong because many reasons. One, because obviously it doesn't cost mana, and it also doesn't cost any GCDs. So it's generally better from a DPS standpoint, as well as a healing standpoint in keys right now. I wish that it did a little bit more damage, to be honest, because if it did a little bit more damage, we'd be able to run it in more situations in Mythic Plus, and then it'd be more fun, for me at least, in that situation. But for now, I'm enjoying being able to swap back and forth in raid situations, at least, because there does seem to be a lot of strength in its increased throughput for raid situations. So that's nice.
Yeah, I've always kind of liked the idea. I mentioned it earlier in the show about Ilterendi, I think is a really cool mechanic. And obviously, the whole row would be upset balance-wise. But I always like the kind of conceptual idea of Holy Prism giving an Ilterendi type effect, where when you use it, it increases your healing for a brief amount of time afterwards.
That would be cool.
It would also be cool if Crusader Strike didn't cost more than a Holy Prism, but...
That's also true.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so good row.
Yep, good row.
All right, 30 it is then.
30. It's the CC row that I think every single spec of Paladin has, right?
Think, yeah,
so
right.
you take what's best for the situation. Usually in Mythic Plus, I don't know about Ellesmere, but I almost always take Blinding Light because it's a nice AoE stop. Something maybe to mention, way back in the fun days of Legion, it did damage. It was a good AoE damage button. That was fun. But
Which
now
was
you
good
take
and bad.
Yeah,
because it
yeah,
would
of
break
course.
CC.
Yeah. But now you take it because it's an AoE stop. It's really good in keys. It was good in some fights in raid for the same reason. For example, on Azoth, when all the little swarmers come after the healer, because that's what inevitably happens, you can blinding light them to disrupt their casts and get them off you for a minute. I think it's typically the best talent in the row. And then if you need a single target CC for some kind of a skip or something in Mythic Plus, you take Repentance. And I guess, I don't know why you'd ever take Visit Justice, to be honest.
Ineffable Truth, but that was
yeah. But that was a cheese that's gone and good riddance.
Yeah.
Fist is nice for prot. I don't know for you guys, but you get a lot of use out of it for prot.
Well, Fist of Justice is really good also for any comps that don't have heavy single target stuns. A lot of the reason it didn't see much play in Mythic Plus in BFA was because you brought Outlaw Rogues who brought single target stuns on every major mob. So because of that, there wasn't a whole lot of reason for you to bring extra single target stuns because it would already be stun yard. And, so for that reason, it didn't see a lot of play. I think that if you were to play in a comp without a lot of stuns, that it would see more playtime. But in general, Blinding Light, at least in dungeons, is typically the better move.
Okay. Then 30. Okay, I think I know what you're going to say about 35. But,
well, I don't know. 35 is actually a good row.
We're all in agreement. Delete Rule of Law, right? We're all
yeah,
same.
Of course. It's
okay,
a terrible spell. 35. Okay, so in terms of raiding, I think I've not taken Rule of Law on one encounter ever. In the entire, every single encounter I've played, the entire time I've been raiding, there's been one time I didn't take Rule of Law. It might be the most fun talent in the game for healers because it's so good. It gives you a 60-yard healing range. No other healer can heal people 60 yards away other than Holy Paladin. Pushing Rule of Law and being able to heal someone 60 yards away is the most fun. It's powerful. It changes encounters. It gives you this insane utility, and you can play around it to a really high degree and really exploit a skill cap with that. And then on top of that, say that an encounter doesn't require you to heal someone that's 60 yards away, although we all play with hunters, we know that they're going to be 60 yards away. You can still use it for the fact that it gives you a little bit of a throughput boost because it increases the effectiveness of your mastery by effectively what it basically does is if someone's standing 20 yards away from you and you push Rule of Law, for purposes of what you're doing now, they're only standing 10 yards away, and that means you're doing more healing to them because they're closer to you and your mastery is boosted. So it's this awesome ability that gives you utility and throughput. It's on a relatively short cooldown. It's off GCD, and you can use it in a really intelligent way to get a lot out of it. And then if it's too much to think about, you can still get a lot out of it just by kind of using it, But the more you put into it, the more you get out of it. And I love abilities like that. The other talents in the row have their niches, right? Rule of Law isn't as good usually in Mythic Plus because with only 5 people, you're usually going to be closer together in dungeons. If someone's standing inordinately far away and taking a bunch of damage, you can just beacon them. You probably don't need Rule of Law to increase and boost your healing on them. And you can do something instead, like having Unbreakable Spirit for more access to defensives. And then I think that's probably also useful in PvP. Or Cavalier, giving you that extra horse for increased mobility. So I like the row. I think it's in good shape. But for raiding purposes, it's Rule of Law all the time.
Okay.
I think it's... you touched on it earlier in the Saved by the Light, Judgment of Light, Holy Prism row, when you talked about how it's kind of nice to have different talents for different play styles, or not necessarily play styles, but different content types. And I think that this row is essentially that. I think that you have Rule of Law, which is clear cut for raiding, and Unbreakable Spirit, which is clear cut for Mythic Plus, and then Cavalier, which I believe is generally the preferred talent in PvP. I could be wrong on that, at least in arenas. So I think that that's one of those talents where you kind of have a bit of something for everyone, or one of those rows. And for that reason, I kind of like that row.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the row too. I think Rule of Law does dominate, and it is somewhat problematic, but there have been times where I've seen, even just like on a personal level, some players where they're like, oh man, I'm really struggling with this mechanic, so I need to take Cavalier to stop messing it up. And that's okay too. No, that's not optimal, but there's room for that. So every talent has a place in that row.
It's funny because when we get to these types of rows in some of the DPS shows we've done, these kind of hybrid rows where like you have a combination of utility and throughput and defensive value, there's actually complaints about that because it was annoying to be pigeonholed into only one choice if you need that thing. But you guys seem kind of the opposite. You like the fact that the row is, just multifaceted in terms of what it brings.
Well, for DPS players, you're often forced into picking throughput above all else. So if there is any type of throughput option on the row and others don't have any type of throughput option, then I could see that being an issue. Whereas healers, especially when it comes to just Rule of Law doesn't provide a massive increase to healing throughput dependent on when you use it. Sometimes it will provide a pretty meaningful increase to throughput, but typically it's not that huge. And in raid is the really, at least in my opinion, I don't try to min-max my HPS throughput strictly in Mythic Plus because that's not really what's required. Mythic Plus is much more about triage healing, where you use a lot of damage abilities, you use a lot of defensives to mitigate damage, and then you heal people only as much as you need. So because of that, Unbreakable Spirit sees a lot more play because you can mitigate way more damage through increased divine shields, through increased divine protections, and having the shorter land hands is nice as well. But I think in general in Mythic Plus, you get actually more strictly raw HPS value out of Unbreakable Spirit than you do out of Rule of Law because people are more grouped up. There's less use of Mastery. We don't stack Mastery that much at all in Mythic Plus, actually. So you actually... We kind of talk about Rule of Law as the only throughput heal there, but when when you're thinking about throughput healing, you have to factor in mitigated damage, and that's what Unbreakable Spirit gives you. Increased divine shield uses, increased divine protection uses, which is a type of throughput in a sense. So I think that really when I'm looking at that row, I look at both Rule of Law and Unbreakable Spirit as throughput gains in different situations.
Okay. And anything else from you guys on the 35 row? Any other input?
Not for me.
Nope.
Then let's move on over to the other communal Paladin row.
Yeah. Level 40 is a really interesting row because, like you said, it's communal. Prot, Ret, and Holy all have the same row. And that's really interesting to me and maybe even problematic because, the simplest one to talk about is Holy Avenger. Because Holy Avenger works the exact same for all 3 specs. You push a generator, and then you push a spender, and then you push a generator, and then you push a spender. No one gains more or less value from it. It's almost like the easiest one to understand. But then the other two aren't. Divine Purpose, because it gives you a chance of proccing an extra free Holy Power spender from a Holy Power spender, it means that it scales with your Holy Power generation. So it's vastly better the more Holy Power generation you have, which means that that talent is probably the best for Ret. Out of all of the specs, I think Ret probably has the highest Holy Power generation of any of the specs. Certainly vastly higher than Holy. I won't speak definitively about Prot, so you probably know better than I do about that. And that means that you have this talent situation where they're trying to balance it so that it's worthwhile for Ret Paladins to take all three on the row. And if they do that, then that means that Divine Purpose is likely going to be underpowered. And then it's complicated even more by the two different playstyles we talked about, where you have a playstyle where you're pushing Holy Shock and Crusader Strike and Hammer of Wrath and generating as much Holy Power as you can, versus one where you're Holy Shocking and then pushing Holy Light in between. Those have vastly different Holy Power generation as well. And those result in variable values for Divine Purpose. And you can basically, I mean, theory crafting wise, you can calculate a threshold of Holy Power generation at which point it becomes, equivalent to or superior to Holy Avenger, which has this very linear, definitive Holy Power generation, very easy to calculate amount of Holy Power generation. And the bottom line being that Divine Purpose isn't as good for us as it is, for example, Ret, and it's not as good if you're pushing a lot of Holy Light as it would be, and it becomes kind of a subpar talent because of playstyle and Holy Power generation instead of the power inherent in the talent, which is a shame because I think it's kind of a fun talent to play around. I like procs. I don't know what you guys think. And then the other one is even more interesting. Seraphim is a talent that obviously prop paladins have had more experience with. I think this is the first time Holy Paladins have had Seraphim, and it suffers from a similar scaling issue. So Seraphim gives you a bunch of secondary stats for a fixed duration at the cost of Holy Power, which means that it has a higher opportunity cost than the other talents. Holy Avenger just needs to be better than Divine Purpose and Seraphim, and then it's the best talent. For Seraphim to be the best talent, it needs to be better than the next best talent plus the 3 Holy Power you spent on it, right? It needs to do more healing than Holy Avenger plus the Light of Dawn you would have cast if you hadn't spent the Holy Power on Seraphim. And the only way that works is if you can pump a huge amount of output inside the duration where you have the boosted stats. And with a 45-second cooldown on Seraphim, that's really awkward because we're built around this 2-minute cooldown wings. It can be awkward to do. You can make it work, though. If you pick the Kyrian Covenant with Divine Toll, and you pretend Seraphim is a 1-minute cooldown, and every 1 minute you pull to 5 Holy Power, and then you push Seraphim, so you've got 2 left over, because you want to spend as much Holy Power inside the window as you can. And then immediately Holy Shock again. Now you've got 3. You cast Light of Dawn. You push Divine Toll. You cast another Light of Dawn. You can pump enough output inside of Seraphim to make it worthwhile, to make it so that it's competitive with Holy Avenger plus the Holy Power you would have spent on healing if you hadn't spent on the Seraphim. But it's kind of a scripted way of playing where you just have to make sure that you always have all of your buttons and maximum Holy Power and maximum Holy Power generation inside the window in order to make it good. And I don't foresee it being used very often because of that. And to me, it's really fascinating, this problem with the row being that the talent's the same for all 3 specs, even though the 3 specs interact with those talents differently, resulting in variable strength, and makes it really hard to balance. And to me, that's kind of a mirror of what's going on with, for example, conduits and covenant abilities being the same way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's an interesting thought because in the world of prot that changes. Same with Ret, like you said. Ellesmere, what do you guys think of this row? Seems to be a pretty heated row.
I think Jezebel summed it up quite nicely. I don't disagree with anything. I think he covered all the points.
Yeah, I'd pretty much agree.
Okay. What about does damage output change anything in terms of being able to burst more with Seraphim or anything of the sort? Or does Holy Avenger cover that too?
The thing is that because of Shield of the Righteous, Holy Avenger kind of covers that better. Because with Holy Avenger plus Shield of the Righteous, you can do so much AoE damage. It's actually insane. Because instead of the way Holy Avenger is supposed to work for Holy, and I think for every spec, is you push a generator and then you push a spender on GCD, alternating back and forth. But because Shield of the Righteous is off GCD, it's just spender generator every single global, and you're only limited by the cooldown of your generators. And so it's definitely, I don't, maybe definitely is too strong of a word, but it's really powerful and probably more powerful than Seraphim, even for pure damage.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to raw damage output, you're not really going to get better than Holy Avenger and Wings lined up together. Just absolutely destroying with every single global being able to generate and spend, like Jeath was saying. But I mean, unfortunately, Holy Paladins rarely get to think of strictly damage, and we have to think of what's going to be the best in terms of both healing and damage, especially in a Mythic Plus scenario. Since you're the only healer, it's rough because Holy Avenger got swapped to a 3-minute cooldown. And in BFA, we had a 1.5-minute cooldown on Holy Avenger and a 2-minute cooldown on Wings. And obviously with Vision of Perfection, that got reduced to a 1.5 minutes. So in BFA, we were able to alternate our cooldowns a lot if we wanted to kind of have something for every pack in Mythic Plus, right? But the problem is now with Holy Avenger at a 3-minute cooldown, you can't line it up with every Wings because Wings is a 2-minute cooldown, which makes it really clunky. So you can't line it up with every Wings, and you can't line it up with even every other Wings. Otherwise, you're going to make Holy Avenger basically a 4-minute cooldown. So it's really strange in that if you were to be using it on cooldown to get the most value out of it in Mythic Plus, you'd have to use one with Wings, then one without, and then one with. And Holy Avenger without Wings honestly just isn't super strong in Mythic Plus right now. So my biggest concern with Holy Avenger in Mythic Plus is that it's not going to you're going to have to either hold it too much or use it in suboptimal areas in order to get the proper value out of it. And because of that, I think Divine Purpose, you're going to see a lot more play out of that because it provides similar holy power generation, but more spread out. And that will kind of bridge the gap between our power spikes of Wings. Because right now we have a lot of borrowed power bridging that gap in pre-patch. So it doesn't feel as bad. You can take Holy Avenger without as much worry because our Wings duration is lowered to 1.5 minutes. And we get Wings procs because of Vision of Perfection Major. And when you take that away, we're going to have significantly larger gaps that we're going to have to bridge with something. And one 3-minute cooldown is not going to be consistent enough to bridge that gap. So that's why I think we're going to see a lot of Divine Purpose play, in the early parts of Shadowlands, at least in a dungeon scenario.
Okay.
In Raid, you don't have to worry about bridging those gaps as much because there are other healers, obviously. So you're not the only one that has to keep the entire group alive. So because of that, you don't have to worry about the gaps in your power spikes as much. So you might see things like Holy Avenger being more relevant in Raid than they would be in Mythic Plus.
Fair.
I think it's a really good row. All of them can be, in some situations, competitive. It's an interesting row that you kind of have to put thought into about how you're playing, what your playstyle looks like, what your holy power generation is going to look like, how much can you pump into a certain short period of time. Do you want a definitive, reliable cooldown? Do you like procs? There's a lot of stuff going on there, and I think it's overall like a really, really good row.
I fully agree.
All right. 45.
45 is an interesting one. So we've got Sanctified Wrath, Avenging Crusader, and Awakening. Sanctified Wrath is pretty much the same it's been since God knows when, a really long time. It gives you a shorter cooldown on Holy Shock and makes your Wings even more powerful. It's a really good talent for very reliable extra healing. Getting more Holy Shocks means more Holy Power. More Holy Power is more healing, and then the Holy Power healing is boosted by the fact that you're in this longer duration Wings. It's a great row, and it's usually the default for any situation where you care about your damage, because the other two talents don't do as much damage as just being in Wings with access to Holy Shock more often. That's going to always be more DPS than the other options. Avenging Crusader is an interesting talent that's always caused a huge amount of controversy between Paladins, because it used to be a PvP talent, and then they decided to make it a talent for all Paladins in BFA. Personally, I hate it, right? I don't like it at all, because to me, like I've said many times, the essence and identity of Holy Paladin is about picking your targets, triage healing, having a global by global approach where it really matters who you pick for each global, making the difference every global between whether someone lives or dies. And what Avenging Crusader does is it turns you into a Mistweaver. You just kind of splash healing around. You don't get to direct where it goes. You don't get to choose who it heals. It could pick the guy at 80% or pick the guy at 20%. It does a lot of healing, but it's just kind of healing that just kind of happens while you push Judgment and Crusader Strike. So I don't enjoy it, but I know that some people do, and I'm okay with it existing as a talent because it does provide a different playstyle. So some people like, this iconic archetypal healer of doing damage and then it's splashing healing around. And my problem with it is when it's the strongest option, like it was in Uldir, where you kind of have to play it to be optimal, and then it feels like you have this weird divorced spec where outside of Holy Avenger you push Holy Paladin spells, and then inside of Holy Avenger you splash healing around like a Mistweaver, and it feels very schizophrenic to me. But it's a pretty good talent between those two. You have pretty good options between those two, between fairly easy and reliable group healing that in the form of Avenger Crusader that happens while you do damage, and you don't really have to worry very much. It's going to probably top everyone while you push these damage buttons, and that's nice. Versus Sanctified Wrath, which is much more directed. You control the degree to which you're doing damage to it. You control the degree to which you're doing healing with it. You control who's being chosen with the healing. And I think those two are in good shape. So Awakening. I actually Salute, I'm going to tell you the truth. You remember a couple weeks back, even a month or so back, when you kept on, I would host you or whatever, I'd come in the stream and say hi, and you'd say, so what about that Holy Paladin show? And I never answered you. It's because I didn't want to talk about Awakening.
I was offended. I lost years of sleep because you
I know.
answered.
Yeah, I'm sure you wrote in your pink polka dotted diary. There's probably tear stains on the cover of the diary.
It's true.
I didn't want to talk about Awakening. Awakening is one of those talents that we've talked about a little bit, like Crusader's Might, where because of changes to other spells, it's been changed. It's unchanged. It was a meme for the entirety of BFA. No one ever took it. It was always useless. No one wants these random procced wings that barely last long enough to do anything. And in BFA, the way it worked is you push Light of Dawn on a cooldown that was longer than the duration of the Awakening that you gained. So it procced a wings that you couldn't even cast your best spell inside. It was useless. It didn't matter. No one took it. But because now it procs from Holy Power Spenders, and because we have extra Holy Power generators like Hammer of Wrath, and because Hammer of Wrath rank 2 is enabled to be pushed inside of Awakening, you can create this build where Awakening is actually incredibly strong. You generate a ton of holy power and you spend a ton of holy power. And so instead of having a proc chance every 10 seconds on the cooldown of Light of Dawn, you have a proc chance of every 7 or 6 or even 5.5 seconds, depending on your haste and holy power generation. And that doesn't reflect in the wording of the talent. That's not in there. It's not a change to the talent. 90% of people look at the talent, they're like, oh, it's unchanged, so it's therefore just as good. But it's massively better because of the way other spells work. And so for a while, in the beta, you could play a playstyle where you played Awakening, generated a ton of holy power, spent a ton of holy power, and you had absolutely bonkers wings uptime with Awakening. And that high wings uptime made you not care about the mana cost of Crusader Strike anymore, because half the time you just pushed Hammer of Wrath instead, which is exactly like Crusader Strike, except it does more damage and it costs no mana. You couldn't it was going to be BFA Paladin all over again. Never 50+% holy power, wings uptime, all the awesome stuff. The reason why I don't care about talking about it anymore is because instead of tuning us around holy power spenders like Light of Dawn and Word of Glory, and making it so that pushing Holy Shock and Word of Glory is the core of our output and having meaningful infusion of lights that matter whether we're in wings or not, they're tuning us around Holy Light exclusively, it looks like. And so Awakening isn't viable if you're not generating a ton of holy power and spending a ton of holy power, which is what procs the spell. Kind of like we talked about with Divine Purpose. A spec that this talent varies massively in value depending on this secondary thing that's not identified in the talent tooltip of holy power generation, which is based on Blizzard's tuning of the spec. And so it's this kind of hard to see interaction that will be super potent potentially, depending on how our output is tuned.
Is this they accidentally let us have a fun playstyle and then nerfed it later? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So
you guys mentioned to me pre-show. Okay.
That's right. Pre-show, I told Salute, what happened with Paladin in Shadowlands beta is they accidentally made the spec better than it's ever been, and then accidentally deleted that by focusing everything on Holy Light instead of Holy Power Spenders. But in a world where our output is tuned around Holy Power Spenders and Holy Shock being powerful, then playing Awakening was going to be the new Visions and the new Ineffable Truth, where you were just always in wings, always pushing Hammer of Wrath, doing buttloads of damage and healing and pumping Light of Dawns all the time, constantly proccing more and more wings. It was really fun, but it's probably not going to work if we're tuned around pushing a lot of Holy Light, because Holy Light does 250% healing because of a Conduit plus a Legendary.
Right. Else, Pal?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Jeath said there. Especially, I think what's important, going back to Avenging Crusader for a second, is he talked about the divorced playstyle, where half the time you're focusing on damage buttons, half the time you're healing normally, and that's how kind of that talent started. Was in PvP, it was a 1 minute cooldown, 30-second duration, if I recall correctly. And then they changed it to a 2 minute cooldown, 20-second duration. So I can't help but to wonder if, to double down on the people who really like that battle healer fantasy and the idea of being in there swinging with your two-handed weapon, they could tweak the values such that it does far less healing from your damage spells, but has a longer duration and shorter cooldown. Could be really cool. And it also has a bonkers mana cost. So combine that with Crusader Strike mana cost, it's just in a kind of a weird spot.
The interesting thing there, just to interject, is that I think that was almost an accident, right? Because the original version of Avenging Crusader that got added in BFA to all Holy Paladins talent tree had no mana cost. And so you pushed Avenging Crusader, and then you pushed Judgment and Crusader Strike, and none of it cost mana. And Blizzard's like, oh, you're not spending any mana for the entire duration. So they slapped a big mana cost on Avenging Crusader. And then an expansion passes, and they add a mana cost to Crusader Strike. So now if it were free, you would still be spending mana inside it like you were healing. And instead, you've got this weird situation where, while Avenging Crusader does do a lot of healing, it's unbelievably expensive because the spell itself costs a lot of mana.
10%.
And then Crusader Strike inside it also costs a lot of mana. So it may not be worth the mana, even if it does, a lot of healing.
Was it 10%
Yeah,
mana?
personally, yeah, it's 10%. So it's 1,000 mana right now on live, and we have 10,000. For me, Awakening, I don't know. All three of the talents are interesting in some way, but I've been pretty strongly against any type of Avenging Crusader build since its introduction to PvE. Simply for the same reasons that Jeath mentioned earlier, which is I do not like abilities that heal, that I don't get to choose who I heal. So anything where I just randomly heal targets is, in my opinion, not a great healer playstyle and goes really against what Holy Paladin should be, where I don't have any choices. And that's pretty much the core of Avenging Crusader. So to me, I will pretty much always be against a playstyle that involves not choosing who you're going to heal. In terms of Awakening, I agree with Jeath in that I definitely saw its power, and I like that it triggers not just from Light of Dawn, but that now it triggers from Word of Glory and Light of Dawn. Unfortunately, that makes it lose a fair amount of power in Mythic Plus by not having Shield of the Righteous also trigger it. If it was any Holy Power spender, then it would be really strong in Mythic Plus, and there could be a lot of builds around that. But seeing as it's only Word of Glory or Light of Dawn, then triage healing, where you might not necessarily, you might not be topping people constantly, you might not be spending a lot of your Holy Power in Mythic Plus is going to be spent on Shield of the Righteous instead. And because of that, you're going to lose a lot of uptime on Awakening. So I don't think Awakening will ever really play a factor in Mythic Plus. In Raid, I would like to see Awakening be a thing, because I've always thought it's kind of cool. I've never been a huge fan of lottery style healing, in where a lot of your throughput comes from RNG and whether or not you get a proc, especially when you might combine Divine Purpose and Awakening, and then it's just kind of like completely lottery style healer spec, where it's like you get procs or you don't get procs. And to be honest, that was one of the biggest things I didn't like about Ineffable Truth as a corruption. So I can't say that I'm fully on board with Awakening playstyle either, although I definitely would prefer seeing that in the meta to Avenging Crusader.
I mean, sometimes they kind of for novelty's sake, that bingo style of proc play is kind of fun though. Once in a while to just have.
Occasionally, yeah. But as a healer,
No.
especially it, like as a DPS, I definitely don't mind that nearly as much. But as a healer, having your throughput be determined by RNG can be very, very dangerous. And one of the things that's rough about Awakening is that it does make your actual wings cast itself much weaker, because you basically have to sacrifice a lot of your power in your wings window, in your burst window, in order to make that window larger. So it's definitely a trade-off there. Yep. And for me, it's just a trade-off that can sometimes be more detrimental than rewarding.
Yeah, and that trade-off, the balance of that trade-off has got changed just by the introduction of Hammer of Wrath rank 2, right?
Yeah.
Being in wings, allowing you to generate holy power for free from ranged and do a lot of damage with Hammer of Wrath is what changes that calculus a little bit. And I think it's fun, right? Hey, pushing Hammer of Wrath, I don't know, it feels fun. I don't know what you guys think. It's a cool button. I like doing it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love Hammer of Wrath.
That was actually one button we failed to mention that did come back for Paladins, or the other Paladins in this expansion, right? Because Prot didn't have it, or hasn't had it in a long time. And I think, has Holy ever had it?
Yeah. We used to have it back until Legion, I think.
Okay, so
I
just...
think we had it all the way through WoD.
Yeah, so just like Prot. So that was one we failed to mention in the return of stuff to Paladins in Shadowlands, and I think every Paladin is rejoiced at its re-edition right now.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, for me personally, what I'd like to see them change about Awakening, like I said, make it so that any holy power spender can trigger the Avenging Wrath proc, and then it would see more play in other content types other than just raid.
I agree with that. I think the last time I did a bunch of dungeons as Holy Paladin doing Mythic Plus, and on average I was spending half of my holy power on Shield of the Righteous, which obviously, since it can't proc Awakening, means Awakening isn't good.
Exactly. Or Hammer of Wrath, either of them, or sorry. No, I've said that wrong.
It's okay.
For
You're sick. Remember the accent. If you say something that contradicts me, it means that you're sick and we're wrong.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So another good row, dare I say.
Yeah, it's a good row. Okay,
then the I guess what will be controversial row coming up.
Yeah, level 50.
And
this is why I'm saying that I think the Holy Paladin tree is in really great shape. Obviously, there are some talents that are only taken in some situations, or rarely or never taken, but it's better than it's ever been before, right? We've got row 40, row 45, and row 50 are all really, really good, with, good arguments to be made for all of their use in lots of different situations. Row 50 is in the same shape. I think the default play in the vast majority of PvE content is going to be Glimmer. Glimmer is really powerful. They just reduced the cooldown of Holy Shock. That makes Glimmer even more powerful. It's flexible because it allows you to do damage with it or healing, just like that core identity with Avenging Wrath and Holy Shock and Divine Total and everything else. So I do think that it's likely to be the default. However, the other two talents have a lot more raw healing baked into them. An extra beacon does more raw healing than you can do with Glimmer. The reason why Glimmer is usually going to be better is because a huge amount of raw healing pumped into one target, like a second beacon does, is usually going to be a lot of overhealing. The only way it's good is if that second target is taking high sustained damage that he doesn't just self-heal himself, and that usually means a tank fight where both tanks are constantly taking simultaneous damage.
Sludge Fist.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. If one tank takes damage at a time and then they swap, you're wasting half of your beacon, right? You should just play one and swap back and forth, and then add Glimmer on top of it. But if you get simultaneous tank damage, Beacon of Faith is really, really good. And then Beacon of Virtue in Mythic Plus, if Glimmer does good healing, but Beacon of Virtue does more. So if you get to a key that's high enough or hard enough, maybe it's Grievous, maybe it's bursting, right? And you need really good AoE healing, despite having a good group. You just need good AoE healing. Beacon of Virtue gives you that to a greater degree than Glimmer does. So this is another row where all of the talents have situations in which they're good, and they're good at different things in different ways. And I think all three will see use throughout the course of the expansion, and I really like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good row. there may be some small tuning issues with Glimmer of Light being a bit too strong with Kyrian specifically, and then without Kyrian it loses a lot of value, depending on playstyle too. There's a lot of variables at play there. I know that in BFA they nerfed Beacon of Faith to reduce the healing of each beacon by 30% instead of 20%. And I did find it kind of odd that they were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have done that, and rebuffed Beacon baseline because we got double nerf there, and then left the Beacon of Faith nerf in, because it always felt like the Beacon of Faith nerf was because, well, nothing ever competed with it for a long time. So maybe they could think about reverting that and then take a look at the numbers somewhat.
That's true, because sometimes Beacon of Faith can be a trap. Luckily, an easy to avoid one, because Glimmer is so good. You just say Glimmer. But because Beacon of Faith reduces the effectiveness of each beacon, if one tank is taking the majority of the damage, taking that Beacon of Faith reduces the healing he gets in order to direct some to someone who doesn't need it. That can be a little bit of a trap. You really want to think about, will these two tanks both take simultaneous damage and I'll get good value out of it and won't just be overheal, and they won't just be substituting for their own self-healing. But in those situations, it can be good. It is interesting that this is the first time beacons have been buffed in a long time. Beacons, I think they started out, this is before my time, correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I think it started off as 100% transfer to one Beacon of Light, and then they added a second one, and they were both 100% transfer. And then since then, it's just been nonstop nerfs to beacons until in BFA, I think we were at 40% transfer, I believe, for your raw beacon. And then they've been buffed going into Shadowlands, which is one of the reasons why the was competitive. If the beacons were still 40%, then Glimmer would be a lot closer in terms of its raw throughput. But with a 50% beacon, and therefore a higher Beacon of Faith as well, you get a lot more value out of having that extra beacon.
Yeah, I think in general, I'm enjoying the fact that Beacon of Faith is seeing more play, because I always kind of liked it. I think that with Glimmer as strong as it is right now, and especially like Pelinal was touching on with the Kyrian Covenant Divine Toll ability being so meta in at least dungeons and mostly in raid as well right now, that Glimmer of Light is obviously getting a huge boost passively from that. I think that if you were to not be Kyrian, that you'd see more people leaning towards Beacon of Faith in more situations.
Yep,
whereas right now, the majority of people are leaning towards Glimmer because of the Kyrian Covenant. And in Mythic Plus especially, you're going to see almost fully everyone running Glimmer of Light, because the Kyrian ability, Divine Toll, actually gives us something that we've never had before, which is really exciting, which is to have a minute-long cooldown instant AoE heal for the entire group. So it's kind of like a group-wide revival every minute, which helps bridge the gap in AoE situations where we used to have to rely on Virtue as an instant AoE heal. Now we actually have a short cooldown ability that now applies Glimmer on everyone as well. And so you can just instantly go from being in trouble to being totally safe in dungeons every minute. And that's something that's really, really valuable going into BFA in Mythic Plus. So I think you're going to see most people running Glimmer due to that Covenant. Although I do think that Beacon of Faith is going to see more play, and I'm excited to see that happen.
I actually did several dozen dungeons with Beacon of Faith just to see how it worked out, and it is better than it has been in the past. You can make good use of it like you did occasionally in Legion. But you're absolutely right that with Divine Toll in particular, Glimmer is just a no-brainer in keys. It's a lay on hands on everyone if you have Glimmer, and it's significantly worse if you don't because of that. It just generates so many Glimmer events when you have 5 Holy Shocks going off.
And then of course we've already talked about Beacon, at least with your feelings towards it, else that you don't need it as a crutch for AoE. We'll get into Covenants a bit and see if the story changes a bit. Actually, I can ask now: is Glimmer does it hinge completely on being Kyrian? What if you're one of the other three? Does it lose a lot of value enough to go with Beacon?
It definitely loses value, but I wouldn't say that it hinges upon it.
Yeah, I mean, you lose 5 Holy Shocks a minute, right? And that's a lot of Glimmer. But it's still gonna, regardless of whether you're Kyrian or not, you're still gonna probably default to Glimmer, because the others, Glimmer is always valuable. It's guaranteed to give you, this much extra group healing or group damage. It's got the flexibility and the backup of always being good. Whereas an extra beacon isn't always good. Sometimes it's bad because it takes healing away from the main person who needs it to give it to someone who doesn't, or it gives some extra to someone who doesn't need it when you could have had Glimmer, right? And Beacon of Virtue is sometimes good if you need big raid or group healing in a bursting situation or a grievous situation. Then it's good. But if you don't need that, then all you've done is lost your main beacon and gained nothing. So Glimmer is going to be the default whether you're Kyrian or not. Just being Kyrian makes it even better and less likely that you'll take the others.
Okay. Anything to add to this row, pal?
Nope. That's about it. Just I agree that Glimmer is probably going to be the safer option for most people. Faith will seem some play. They could probably tune that a bit, and Covenants play into that somewhat. I think also just the Holy Light playstyle plays into a lot of things there, because if you do buff Beacon too much and our Holy Lights just get obscenely large, and with everything going on there, that could be a concern balance-wise that shifts the balance again towards Beacon of Faith. But
one thing going on there is the fact that part of what's making Holy Light so it's the multiple multipliers, right? It's Conduit plus the Legendary multiplying upon each other, and the Conduit doesn't transfer to Beacon, so that interaction is already a little bit curbed because of that.
Sorry, just somebody asked a question in chat, but I want to make sure we ask that at the end for Q&A. So, guys, if you have any questions, I'll just tell everybody right now in chat. If you guys have any questions, just hold them on for the end of the show when we do Q&A, and I'm more than happy to go through them then. So just keep those in mind. So then, like we've done in previous shows, is there anything in this tree? And let me preface this by saying, yes, everybody wants more stuff to their class, baseline, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of actual healthy design, and you guys are obviously experienced enough to know this, is there anything in this tree that you think Holy Paladin could benefit from baseline, especially given kind of the information and conclusion that we reached earlier that Paladin at its kind of bare bones, well, it is a bit bare bones without everything else. Is there anything you guys would like to see baseline in this tree?
I know that this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I'm usually opposed to things going baseline, because one of the biggest complaints, and a legitimate one, is that talent trees often have dead spots, sometimes dead rows, where you only choose one. In a world where we don't have enough good talents, why would we take the good talents and make them baseline? That makes the talent tree even worse. If they had good talent options, they would be replacing the bad options already. So I don't think that we really need to make anything baseline. Most of our rows are in pretty good shape. There's some competitive options, and if you took something really, really good and made a baseline, that row would be worse off because they're already missing options.
But let's let's kind of just live in a fantasy world for a second, where you can assume that whatever you'd snatch out of there for the health of the baseline spec, something else good would be added there. So don't worry about what you lose. I'm just, this is more from the way baseline Paladin plays. Do you think there's something that would bolster its playstyle?
I don't think any one of our talents that we have currently available in our tree is enough to really affect our baseline kit the way that we really need our baseline kit to be affected. Like we were touching on earlier, I think that our baseline kit needs to be more interactive with its own self. I think that there needs to be more unique interactions between our abilities, and Holy Power is definitely a step in the right direction, but I think we're not there yet, and I don't think any of our talents really give us that unique interaction that we're seeking in order to keep us strong without borrowed powers. The only one that really affects one of our other abilities significantly is, all of our Holy Shock interaction, unique stuff like Crusader's Might, Sanctified Wrath, and Glimmer of Light. I wouldn't mind seeing Crusader's Might baseline, which might open up some room for something a little more interesting in the first row other than Bestow Faith. But in general, I'm inclined to say that I think that our baseline kit needs more of an adjustment than just making some of these talents baseline.
I'll be a rebel. Jeath knows this. I love Holy Prism. Make that baseline and then tack Ilterendi on there. There you go. I'd love to see that.
It's interesting because I would say of every show we've had, this was probably, maybe even by far, the most positive reception and feedback that the guests have had towards a talent tree in SL. You guys seem to be quite happy with it. for the most part. Which does bring me to my next question on the flip side. Is there anything in this tree that you think is absolutely dead and needs to be redesigned?
Light's Hammer.
Light's Hammer?
Yeah, that's probably the closest one.
I like the spell a lot, so I don't want it to be like redesigned. But I agree, it struggles on that row.
It either needs buffs or some other interaction.
Just put it on the Judgment of Light and Holy Prism row, and it's fixed. I would take it sometimes for AoE damage in Mythic Plus if it were on the
That's
same row.
fair.
Judgment of Light and Holy Prism.
Instead of Saved by the Light.
Yeah, instead of Saved by the Light. I understand Saved by the Light has like some PvP applications, so I don't know what you would do with that one. But if Light's Hammer competed with Judgment of Light and Holy Prism, I think it'd be a really, really good row.
It would make more sense to have it on that row because it's a more similar ability.
And maybe
Yeah,
that's
well-
the problem, because probably either Prism or Hammer would be better, I guess. But
Yeah.
Well, that's what's interesting about it, because originally, like, this was back in MoP, they added Light's Hammer and Holy Prism at the same time, and they were on the same row. And then in Legion, they split them up, and I remember being very excited about that because I liked both those abilities, and you never got to use them both at the same time. But then Holy Prism was just kind of a dead talent, and so was Light's Hammer for all of Legion. So I like that they're on separate rows, and I'd like to be able to take both of them, but it seems like balance just never swings that way.
Only other talent I'd like to see adjusted, like I was talking about, is Awakening, which I'd like to see have Shield of the Righteous also have a chance to proc Avenging Wrath.
Okay. It's interesting because, you know, there are something needs to be definitely said about how relatively happy you guys are with your talent tree. It doesn't seem, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's anything on here that's just 100% of the time you take it, or like 98% of the time. And I think maybe that's why that kind of feeds into this conclusion that you guys don't really feel that there's something that needs to be baseline, because oftentimes in the other shows there was that one thing that you take 100% of the time for 2 expansions now, and that should just be baseline at this point. But you guys don't really have that, so I guess it kind of makes sense that there is nothing.
The closest thing to that, I think, is probably Rule of Law.
Okay.
The reason why I think that row is okay is because you have other options in that row that are like good in PvP, for example, right, or good in Mythic Plus. But Rule of Law interacts with our core kit, with our mastery, in a really kind of fundamental way, and it's 99% of the time or higher used in raid. And even in those situations where you do take the other talents, it would be really good, right? If you just got Rule of Law baseline, PvPers would love it, Mythic Plusers would love it. So I think that's the closest we have to a talent that has universal application, interacts with our core kit, and everyone would love to have. Again, assuming, like you said, that it's a given that they could magically come up with an interesting talent to put in opposition to Cavalier and Unbreakable Spirit.
Throw Clemency back in there, the 2 charges of all your blessings.
Or Hand of Purity.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Purity.
I love when you guys have these little like orgasm sessions about like, oh yeah, that was a good spell, man.
Yeah.
What about Eternal Flame? Let's put that back into right. Okay. Anything else you guys want to mention about the talent tree in NSL before we move along?
I guess it doesn't really involve the talent tree, but one thing that's kind of surprising is our kit as a whole has a lot of synergies with Holy Light and nothing with Flash of Light. So maybe there's something they could do with talents to add some kind of interaction with Flash of Light specifically.
Do you think that's oversight or on purpose? Are they trying to make you play more with Holy Light right now?
I think they're trying to make us play with Holy Light more. They really like the idea, it seems like, of these big chunky heals. But at the same time, you know, a lot of people, I've heard the feedback that they don't want to sit there and just spam 2.5 second Holy Lights 2 in a row. They, you know, are stationary for 5 whole seconds and locked into those casts.
Yeah, and part of it's not just that I don't want to cast for 2.5 full seconds just to get a heal off, which I don't. But also it really just depends on the content type that you're doing. Because in dungeons or in PvP, you generally don't have that kind of time. Things happen so quickly. Like if you were in Kragma's Tantrum, to bring that up again, like it's a 6-second channel and you would get maybe 2 Holy Lights off in the whole thing. Your whole group would be dead. So it's too long of a cast for a lot of different content types to be viable.
It would be okay if your rogue fainted and your hunter turtled and you
Okay.
buffed the other.
True, but you can only do that for one.
Well, then just do more DPS, forehead. Yeah, no, I mean, I think fair points. I've noticed a theme throughout a lot of these shows where I don't want to say every spec for sure, but enough specs, you guys included seemingly, where they seem to be kind of trying to push you or pigeonhole you in a direction of gameplay. So it's interesting to me that this came up on this show as well with like Holy Light, and you guys mentioned, and we'll get to it in a bit, legendary conduits, etc. that seem to feed into that play style / build Pelinal. That, I mean, may or may not be favorable, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll paint a better picture fit here momentarily as we dive deeper, but yeah. Any other thoughts before we move on? Okay. So before we do get into the Covenant stuff, there is, as I mentioned pre-show with you guys, there is a set of topics or two topics that are, kind of the same level of heat and outcry, and maybe it's not such a big deal depending on the class and spec and all that. And those two are AoE capping and GCD. Now, GCD has been not really as much of an offender anymore now that they've kind of caved a bit and took a bunch of stuff off GCD and are starting to meet us halfway. But for GCD, is there anything, like, does Holy suffer badly from GCD issue? I know Avenging Wrath is obviously off GCD now, but what about anything else that is a big offender in your guys' eyes?
Pretty much we're in the same state we were before all the GCD changes. I think the only thing that was off GCD is our Aura Mastery, and of the spells, that's one that could maybe stay on GCD. I don't think it needs to.
There's one big offender.
Yeah.
Am I missing one?
Beacon of Light.
Oh, Beacon of Light. That needs to have a GCD, though. It gets pretty degenerate without it.
I think by degenerate, you mean awesome.
I disagree there, but
I mean, I kind of also am siding with Pelinal that I'm not sure we should have Beacon off the GCD. Otherwise, there would be a lot of very weird gameplay happening with just constant swapping of beacons that I'm not sure would lead to a very fun playstyle, unless you like that sort of thing.
Hey, we could add beacon lag back, and then maybe it would work. Anybody remember that, or just me?
We still have it, depending on what you're talking about.
It used to be that when you cast a Holy Light on somebody, it was about half a second before it actually hit the beacon target. It's
shorter now, but it's still enough of a lag between beacon transfers that you can take advantage of it when you flip beacons around. If you Holy Light person A and spam beacon on person B, but the beacon was on, I don't know, person X, the beacon transfer goes to the person you spammed it onto. If you're fast enough, that still happens. And I like that. As far as GCDs, I think that our GCDs are in pretty good shape, right? Rule of Law being off GCD, Wings off GCD, Holy Avenger off GCD. I don't really have any complaints. I don't think Beacon should have. Maybe it should be on GCD, because if it were completely off GCD and you could just spam it all the time, that would lead to some degeneracy. But I think it should have a short GCD at most. If it's really punishing to try to play well by moving a beacon from a tank that just got taunted off of to the new active tank, and it always be on a full GCD, like maybe a mini GCD, like
Hunter's Mark,
I don't
used
know.
To be.
Yeah,
or is.
Exactly.
I'll agree with you there. I'd be down for that.
How do you guys feel about Bubble on GCD?
I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I actually don't mind Bubble being on the GCD.
Explain yourself, young man.
Yeah, someone's gonna burn me an FG for that one, but I don't mind it. The thing about taking things off GCD is you always have to balance the fact that this is like all games, it's about limited resources and optimizing the use of your limited resources. And the main resource in WoW is time, as measured by the GCD. Anything that you take off the GCD, you are making easier to use. And sometimes that's not the right play. Someone who, to me, there's an aspect of playing. Now, I'm not speaking about PvP. I don't know what's going on PvP, but there's an aspect of playing better in knowing what damage is going to happen And to me, if I get killed because I was on GCD pushing bubble, that means I fucked up and I should have bubbled earlier, because at least in PvE, you know when the damage is going to happen, you know what's going on, and you should be able to anticipate it, at least, you know, that one GCD in advance. I kind of disagree with removing it from the GCD.
I kind of side with Jeath here. I think that bubble is such an insanely strong cooldown already. I think that removing it from the GCD might make it too strong. I mean, I think that we're already the only healer with a full immunity, and one of the only specs. And I think that having it on the GCD is a fine limitation of the ability.
I can see Slootbag adjusting his mic with anger right now.
I think this. No. I mean, I get it. I don't disagree with why your reasoning is there, but I disagree with it from a tanking perspective, because
that's fair.
Because your input of like you should be able to predict your damage goes out the window with tanking, right? Oftentimes.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And so, like, I think we just have two different views on the subject, where your view is that you should be better prepared with the GCD, knowing the damage intake that's going to happen when you're healing or as a healer, which I think is fair. Whereas my argument's more that you're detrimented for proper player skill and reaction being locked in that GCD. And that's my feeling towards tank self-healing as well. I don't know how many times I've died because I'm smashing Word of Glory and I die, right? Like, I've already made the decision as a player. And if tank damage did happen extremely slowly and was very predictable, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But the truth is, when you're pounding those higher keys, when you're doing those mythic bosses in early mythic progression, your health just dips, like, instantly, right? Tenths of a second. So you need...
I fully agree.
So if you need to have that reaction time to bubble, to self-heal, and Blizzard restricts you from doing that. So I disagree with it being on GCD, but from a completely different world, like an opposite world of you guys. So like, I get what you're saying for healing. Makes sense. But that's just why I grimaced and I was about to end the show. But but I mean, like, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand your perspective, but the thing is that, like, here's my standard, right? A lot of people were super passionate about things being off the GCD, and my perspective has always been that I kind of disagreed about all of them. I was fine with the wings being on the GCD for the exact same reason. Mm-hmm. And I know that I'm really going to get burned in effigy now. But the thing is that the people who felt strongly about things being taken off the GCD felt really strongly about that. And me, I'm just like, you know, kind of from a cerebral standpoint, I think it makes sense for things being on GCD. You take them off, I'm happy, right? My class just got more powerful. I'm completely fine with it. I'm not bothered by it at all. So I do think the Blizzard should default toward making the game feel good for the people who are offended by it, right? I don't feel strongly about it. It's just kind of like a cerebral point of view. So I'm glad that they took things off the GCD, just because of how unpopular that was and how much happier it makes people about their class, and I think it's more fun to play that way. That's great. The game should be about fun. So my disagreement, I kind of discount a lot because of that.
Fair. I mean, I think they're definitely bigger offenders than others, right? Like wings, I'm in the same boat as you. Like, yeah, you know, I'll live with it, right? I'm not gonna like unsub from the game and play it, and the fact that I came off, like, that's nice. But for me, bigger things are like tank self-healing and whatever. But you know, we all fight our own battles, right? Depending on what we're playing and how we're doing it. Pal, what do you think about the GCD stuff? So you're the only guy that mentioned.
Yeah, I think all those spells coming off is good. If Divine Shield were to come off the GCD, that's fine. I know Cavalier is another one I think people want off the GCD. All that's fine. I'm not gonna die on that hill though. You know. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then let's go over to the sibling topic of AoE capping. Interested to hear actually how this will affect the world of healing, if it does at all. Certainly varying degrees of, you know, condemn and condone in the world of DPS, but how does Holy Paladin fare with AoE capping? Were you guys hit by it?
We don't have one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We got left alone. Shield of the Righteous has no cap. Consecrate has no cap.
Except
nothing
for Light's
got
Hammer.
changed. Light's Hammer always had a cap, right?
I think there was one spot.
Not always. Back in MoP it didn't, but in MoP it had the whole lag issue, so they capped all AoE healing spells. Lighted Dawn used to not be capped even, I think. So.
I feel like healers have a different perspective about caps because we've always had them on our counter to, you know, Divine Storm is something like Prayer of Healing or Light of Dawn, right? Every healing spell has always, like, they've always had caps. You know, Efflorescence hits 3, you know, Healing Rain hits, I don't know, 6. I don't remember. Light of Dawn hits 5. Prayer of Healing hits 5. Powered Radiance hits 5. They've always had caps. You know, I think our perspective is a little bit different because of that. And another thing that, yeah, everything it's always had caps. So I don't know that we get as fussed about it as DPS2, who have had a major rework to how a button that's always worked one way now works a completely different way. You know,
Right.
I will speak up for the Mythic Plus community though, and I have 17 novels written about this that I could go into, and it is I just don't understand. Okay, so there's a whole host of problems that comes with AoE capping. The first problem is that a lot of content has been designed not around AoE capping, especially when you look at this expansion and old content. The first thing I would like them to consider is just make it so that AoE capping only exists in the current expansion, because doing old content is going to suck. Doing current pre-patch content sucks right now in Mythic Plus. There are disastrous issues in Waycrest Manor with maggots. Like, you pull 12 of them because there's just so many in a pack, or on teaming or whatever it might be. And the tank is struggling to keep aggro because they are hitting diminished returns after 5 targets, and some people's AoE is uncapped. So you have this weird thing where, like, some people's stuff is uncapped and some people's aren't, and the tank is struggling to keep aggro on random mobs, and you don't know which mobs are struggling to keep aggro. And it's so weird the way that they implemented it. And a lot of AoE capping is going to feel much better once you have dungeons and content designed around that AoE cap, which is what they did for Shadowlands. And you'll see that in Shadowlands, the AoE capping is going to feel much less weird, and you're not really going to notice it nearly as much because of how they designed the content. But they did not design this content for AoE capping, so I think it's really weird that they implemented the cap on content that hasn't been designed for it. And I think that that's causing a lot of people to overreact to the AoE cap in its current state. That being said, I honestly am still kind of trying to figure out who they designed the AoE cap for. I heard some people claim that it was for the 1%, for MDI, and for like Mythic Plus pushers. And then I heard other people say that it wasn't designed for the 1%. And I don't know who it was designed for, because I know that the 1%, the like top players have been very outspoken in not wanting the AoE cap. And I know that casual players have been very outspoken about not wanting the AoE cap for old content. So I'm trying to figure out what the implementation was for.
I think
maybe you can enlighten me.
I will interject here, if I may, for a second, just to say that I believe their official goal with it wasn't that it wasn't in response to an outcry from any particular community. Rather, it was trying to instill structure or system in a game for the future and, well, current and then future health of the game by creating niches where certain classes and specs excelled in different situations. Uncapped AoE, 5 target, single target, things like that. Whether or not they're going to hit that mark, with the amount of doubt that a lot of people have towards, their ability to balance things, I think that's where a lot of the criticism lies right now. But that was their goal with these AoE caps. So it wasn't 90% of players asked for this, or even 2% of players asked for this. It was we think this is best for the health of the game moving forward situation.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just not sure that they hit the mark. I'm not sure that I agree with that concept that AoE capping is going to be healthy for the game. I think it's more awkward than anything else when you have an AoE ability that just randomly hits targets if you pull more than 5 targets. It doesn't make much sense from a lore perspective or from an actual competitive standpoint. If you're trying to like prioritize certain targets, it's confusing to me, to be honest.
Okay. I'll throw this out there, and I'm curious to see if you guys agree with this. In the vein of people are overreacting to the AoE capping. Thought 1, AoE capping is certainly a much higher issue. I don't want to say almost exclusively, because you're always going to get those one random design rating counters like kill fast every 2 tiers, but is not exclusively, but much higher issue in M+ over rating? Question mark.
Agreed.
True. Other than Sun King.
Right. And those rating counters are extremely scripted and designed, top to bottom, to be made with this knowledge of AoE capping. I think where the system falls down, and again, thought number 2, Else, you stated that these things are now designed for AoE cap. Completely agree with you. I think where the system starts to crumble a bit is that you, unlike rating to a certain extent, you're not in control of the speed of the encounter until things get bonkers on farm and you overgear it. In M+, you are in control of the speed of the encounter. You choose if you pull one pack that's designed for AoE capping. Maybe you combine it with a second pack. You're starting to push that AoE capping. But hey, we want now to do a 5-pack pull in this M+ to go faster because we're racing the clock. You set the level of how much AoE capping is impacting your group. And because you yourselves are uncapped in your strategy potential, that's where the system starts to crumble. And it's impossible for them to design around, is the average group pulling 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 packs? What's going on, right?
Yeah, but at a certain point, I think part of that fault lies on game designers and designing dungeons that don't have to have an AoE cap implemented in order for groups not to want to pull 5 packs at a time. I think that dungeons in general should be like, if you're designing trash that's so easy that on a +30 key you can pull 5 packs at once, then that's a problem with the design of the dungeon, not a problem with uncapped AoE, in my opinion.
Okay.
So I think that if anything, if you're able to do that on a really high key, then congrats. That means that trash is undertuned and, should be more punishing. You shouldn't be able to pull 5 packs of trash in a +30. Like, that just shouldn't be possible. And that's not because you're forced into not being able to DPS all the mobs at once because of an AoE cap. That's because the mobs are too dangerous to be able to pull them like that. So in my opinion, just make trash harder, if anything.
Okay. I don't disagree, but I'm also not necessarily offering this thought for a +30 environment, right? I'm offering it more for the general public.
I'm just addressing, because the general public typically doesn't pull 5 packs at once. Mm-hmm. So when you referred to that, I assume that you meant in a controlled higher end play environment. Sure. But obviously in terms of lower end play environment, in terms of +10s to +15s, I don't think, to mid tier, I don't think that the AoE cap really is for those players, is it? Because you don't see those players pulling 15 packs or 15 mobs at once, typically in these dungeons, unless I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It always felt like, to me, part of what they wanted to do with the AoE cap was to incentivize cleave to some extent, right? Like, it used to be in Legion, Ret Paladin as an example, where, Divine Storm was always worth it on 2 targets, and then you get 30 targets in there, and my god, they're just doing a ton of damage, right? And so maybe they wanted to set it up so that you could still Divine Storm if there's 2 targets, just as an example, but wanted to curb that in high-end Mythic Plus, or not high-end Mythic Plus, just in Mythic Plus in general, because I do agree with Sloot. I think when I enjoyed Mythic Plus the most was when, you were slamming your 10s and 15s for legendaries and artifact power and that kind of thing, and just pulling the entire dungeon at once and AoEing it down, almost like islands.
Yeah, I mean, certainly people like that. Some people like that less dangerous version of trash, I guess you could say, in Legion to a certain extent. But either way, I was just offering devil's advocate thought here, right? With the AoE capping and where it stands. But I mean, I agree with you. As I've said many times, I think it's a topic that's relatively blown out of proportion by a lot of people. And I don't know, I guess in the world of DPS, it's more impactful. It doesn't really, from your guys' opinion, doesn't seem to impact healing. You guys have already kind of been in that boat the whole time, right?
Oh, yeah. From a healing perspective, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, we had our AoE capped ever since MOP when healing would heal 20 people at the same time with smart healing and the entire raid would tank. So
that's right. Okay then. Any other notes on GCD or AoE cap from you guys? Nope. Okay. Let's move along then to covenants, and then after that, Conduit Soulbinds. So for covenants, what are we looking at as? Let's just say the best choice. I'll be that Twitch chat guy. What's the best covenant for Holy Paladins? But more so also from a mechanical analysis. I know numbers can change. I'm actually curious how this is going to go, because for DPS, oftentimes it's just well, this one's doing the highest number, so this one will be taken most of the time. I don't know. There's probably some more mechanical consideration towards it from a healing perspective, question mark?
Yeah. I think that this is where I get into, I talked about earlier how artifacts were so great because they were spec specific, and you could pump the artifact full of things that impacted that spec and make it really interesting and have nuances because it was spec specific. And it wouldn't work if you tried to have an artifact work for a bunch of different specs, because then your wild growth change thing wouldn't work for feral or, God forbid, a frost mage. And anytime you have not just multiple specs but multiple roles all using the same thing, balance gets really, really hard. And that's what paladins are dealing with right now, I think, because you have covenant abilities like Vanquisher's Hammer versus Divine Toll, and I don't know how you balance that because they are designed to try to be functional for Ret and Prot and Holy, and do something worthwhile for healing and damage and tanking. And I think that's really hard to balance numerically when the mechanics are so far off. So just taking it as an example, that one, you asked what's the best covenant? The best covenant currently is Kyrian. And it's going to be really hard for it to ever be anything other than Kyrian, because Kyrian gives you Divine Toll, which gives you 5 Holy Shocks, which gives you, it works with our kit so well. 5 Holy Shocks gives us Infusion of Light. 5 Holy Shocks gives us 5 Glimmers. It just does all this cool stuff that works with our kit. Compare that to something like Vanquisher's Hammer, which is you throw a hammer at something and it does damage. Well, that has value, particularly to Ret or Prot. And then what it supposedly does is for each of the specs, it empowers your next Holy Power spender to proc the other Holy Power spender. Okay, that's pretty cool. But how do you tune that to be competitive? Because it costs 1 Holy Power. So if you cast it twice a minute, you're spending 2 Holy Power. And you get 2 free Lights of Dawn from it, because each cast, your next Word of Glory, procs a free Light of Dawn. So you've got 6 Holy Power worth of Lights of Dawn, minus the 2 you spent on the hammer is 4 net. Okay? It did no healing default. All it did was give you 4 net Holy Power worth of Light of Dawn. Compare that to Divine Toll, which gives you 5 Holy Power every minute just by pushing the button and casting 5 Holy Shocks, plus the 5 Holy Shocks worth of healing, plus the 5 Glimmers, plus the Infusion of Light. How do you balance that? I don't know. It doesn't work because of this fixation they have of having the same covenant work for multiple different specs and multiple different roles of the same class. And then that gets even worse. I know we're not there yet, but talking about things like Soulbinds, where some kind of a Soulbind is supposed to work for every single class, spec, and role. To me, it's baffling how it can work. So right now we're in the situation where Kyrian is by far the best, and Venthyr is arguably competitive just because it's this gigantic AoE heal. It's Ashen Hallow. It could be tuned to do way more healing than you get from 5 Holy Power plus 5 Holy Shocks. And then you have Vanquisher's Hammer, which is just mechanically unsound because it doesn't do healing at its base. It just does damage and then gives you this proc that's worse than what you get from the other covenants. And then I don't even know what to say about Knife A. Knife A's crap.
I agree with you. I think I'm kind of nervous right now, and my biggest fear is that I'll wake up and Divine Toll will just be gutted and nerfed.
Yep.
And I really hope that doesn't happen, because it is the most fun mechanically, in my opinion, and it's the most powerful, and I have a bias towards Kyrian, so I'm terrified of that. I think that Venthyr does have a place with Hallowed Ground if you tune it to a ridiculous amount, as Jeath was hinting at. It might be there right now, honestly, but it is more niche in that sense. But maybe Ellesmere would have more insight. Maybe the damage component makes it really good in Mythic Plus. Necrolord, though, I do think is balanceable. I've heard a lot of people talk about it in that they want it to generate Holy Power instead of cost Holy Power, but I feel like that just gets too samey with Divine Toll. And maybe if they this could not fit in with their design goals at all, but they have, like, if you look at the tooltip right there, a retribution, holy, and protection, tag there. If that just said, word of glory automatically triggers light of dawn at 100% effectiveness, and then you could do the same for Ret and Prot, and then maybe the light of dawn is at 100% effectiveness, but it's too good for Ret. Well, we can make it a divine storm at 50% effectiveness for them and untouch holy, that kind of idea. But maybe they're opposed to that. I don't know.
Well, and they started doing that with legendaries the other day, right? The Judgment legendary now has 3 different chances of proccing your holy power reduction depending on whether you're Ret, Prot, or holy. So yes, they have that technology. That is true. I don't know how willing they are to have Covenant abilities vary that much between specs. It also makes the game more confusing and less accessible. If you play Holy usually and you're like, all right, I want to go play Ret and play with my friends, and then buttons do things that are dramatically different, that's confusing and maybe not in a good way.
It's also worth noting too that they said they wanted to balance Covenants around the whole package, and Kyrion's like, what's the Swolkin guy? I forget the name of that ability.
Summon Steward.
Yeah, Summon Steward is probably the weakest of them all, outside of Nathria, assuming bleeds aren't a consistent thing throughout this whole expansion. So maybe that's how they plan to balance it. I don't know though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Those pots are really strong. They're
real strong.
They're extremely strong even outside of Nathria. I mean, they remove everything except magic.
They're so good in dungeons, like they're really powerful.
Including, maybe you guys don't care. Oh, actually, you should care about this as well. It removes necrotic.
Yep, it's huge.
So it's a pretty big deal. Well, pre-nerf, pre-double nerf, did Holy have any consideration towards Blessing of Seasons? Because they nerfed the CDR and then they nerfed the CD itself, right?
Depends on the iteration that you look at.
I'm talking.
There were a lot of iterations of it.
There was a version of Blessing of Seasons that was conceivably pretty good. Like any button, you throw enough power at it can be good.
Sure.
So there was a version of Blessing of Seasons where the duration of the blessing was the same as its cooldown, so you didn't have these weird giant gaps in uptime, and the CDR was more powerful. And Holy Paladins can get really good use out of the CDR. Obviously, you can give it to a DPS. There's the simp, idea. The healer can throw it on a different DPS, and they can get their cooldowns back faster. But Holy Paladins, if you're playing a non-Holy Light build, every button we push has a cooldown. So CDR is valuable because it gives you wings back faster, it gives you Holy Avenger back faster, and it gives you Holy Shocks, Crusader Strikes, Bestow Faiths, Holy Prisms, Judgments, everything back faster. Every single button you push has a cooldown. So if at a high enough rate of CDR, that's a really powerful button, and they could tune it to be good just based on that. And then of course Spring has value because it heals you, it gives you a healing boost. It's just that at current numbers, getting 30 seconds of a healing boost every 3 minutes is just not competitive with what Kyrian does and how Kyrian works with our kit. And then the 30 seconds of big nerfed CDR also just doesn't add up right now. But you're right, you throw enough power at it, it would be good.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I think part of the problem with Blessing of Seasons is that it just creates too many possibilities with special interactions with certain specs, certain classes that could potentially be game breaking with the type of utility that it's providing. So I think that rather than trying to balance it, they just nerfed it really hard so that it couldn't be busted. And because of that has kind of led it to be just super weak in all situations. I don't know. It just seems like there are a lot of potential game-breaking interactions with earlier iterations of it, where you had it reducing far more of a class's cooldown, and you had it up way more often, contributing a lot more damage based on specs that would be able to get more globals off. Just there were a lot of unique interactions. There were too many, and it just wasn't worth their time, I think, to balance it. So they just nerfed it. That's my theory on Blessing of Seasons.
The interesting thing is, going back to Pelinal's point about them balancing the packages, if you characterize Divine Toll as the most powerful Paladin-specific throughput button, which it probably is, and if you characterize the Steward as the weakest, which outside of it, you can argue that it is, same thing kind of goes on here, where Blessing of Seasons is probably the weakest Paladin-specific throughput Covenant ability you can get, but Soul Shape is amazing. Like Soul Shape is unbelievably powerful. It negates fall damage, it negates knockbacks, it's insane mobility. Like, it's just a really good button that's tempting for its own sake.
Especially for a spec like us that has such limited mobility, especially when we're constrained from not being able to take Cavalier, because in Mythic Plus we have to run Unbreakable Spirit, and in Raid we have to run Rule of Law. So for us, having such limited mobility, something like Night Fae is super appealing, you know, and solves a lot of our mobility issues. So, I mean, I see what Jeath is talking about in terms of, you know, choosing what type of power that you want. But in 99% of situations, you know, throughput is just too strong to pass up. And I think that, you know, Pelinal was talking about having nightmares. I too have woken up in a sweat multiple times just to panic check Wowhead to make sure they haven't nerfed Kyrian.
It's coming.
I know, because I'm so worried about Divine Toll getting nerfed, because it's so fun. And it's such a great ability to cast right now, and it's the only Covenant that really feels that way, and has like a great interaction with our spec in its current iteration. So I'm hoping that rather than nerf that maybe they'll buff the other ones, and maybe that's how they can do it, how they can even out the balance of power a bit on these Covenants. Obviously, to talk briefly about the Covenant choices from a Mythic Plus perspective, it's fairly similar to rating in that, except a little bit more extreme. Divine Toll, obviously, I was mentioning it earlier, it has such insane capabilities, especially paired with the Glimmer talent, to act as essentially a revival for your entire group in a dungeon setting every minute, which is just really, really, really strong. And you can use it dynamically for damage or for healing. And because of that, there really is no other viable option for Mythic Plus right now in terms of throughput. Any other choice would leave you pretty weak in comparison to Kyrian. Venthyr, you know, Pelinal was saying maybe from a damage perspective could be useful in Mythic Plus, but to be honest, it's not anything that's a 4-minute cooldown, especially with target capping being a thing currently. So groups aren't pulling these massive 20 mob packs. So Ashen Hollow is not going to get insane value out of that. So because of that, it really and it's 4-minute cooldown. Anything with a really, really long cooldown as a healer in Mythic Plus typically is not super strong, because you just need constant throughput as you are the only healer. So anything that gives you more consistent throughput, like Divine Toll on a minute cooldown, is going to be much stronger than a CD with 4-minute long cooldown that, you know, provides way more healing in that short burst. So Venthyr, not really going to be very commonly picked. Necrolord, obviously, Jeath's comments ring very true in that the ability just feels awkward. It's nice because it does damage, but the downside, especially in Mythic Plus, is that Word of Glory is just not strong. Word of Glory is a very weak ability in Mythic Plus. Light of Dawn. I'm so sorry. I'm sick. Light of Dawn is a very weak ability in Mythic Plus, because the only way that it's stronger than Word of Glory is if all 5 targets of your party are injured. And if that's happening, you know, you probably fucked up somewhere, or there's just huge AoE damage coming out, and that doesn't happen very often where everyone is just constantly taking down. Normally in Mythic Plus, it's 1 or 2 people that are injured and you need to quickly top them, and Light of Dawn will be a very inefficient spell for that. So the majority of the time, Vanquisher's Hammer's proc of Light of Dawn is not really going to do that much for you. So because of that, I don't see Vanquisher's Hammer ever really seeing much play in Mythic Plus, unfortunately. And then obviously Night Fae, great mobility, but the Blessing of Seasons was just nerfed too hard, and at this point is never going to see any play in dungeons.
I think I know I at least speak for myself with this, that Night Fae, if it's the worst one, I'm okay with that. It's the one that I don't want to play. So
you don't like the furries?
I kind of like Night Fae. I like
sick spell animations.
I like everything about Night Fae except Blessing of Seasons. Right?
Yeah,
that's not a fun spell to play with.
I think it's also worth noting, though, that and I'm sure maybe this is a segue or not, but the conduits for the other 3 outside of Kyrian just aren't good either. Like, and that's kind of a factor in which ability.
Soulbinds?
Or Soulbind. No,
Yeah.
the conduit itself.
Oh.
Like each one has.
You mean
a
the Covenant
specific one.
Conduit?
Yeah, the potency
I
conduit.
kind of disagree. The Venthyr specific conduit is pretty good compared to the Divine Toll one.
They changed it. I thought it was even just placeholders still.
They
It's been
changed it.
Yeah,
They changed it once they made Ashen Hallow and AoE.
Yeah. It's pretty good. But that's the thing though, right? Because Ashen Hallow is the easiest one to balance relative to Kyrian, right? It just does a bunch of healing, it does a bunch of damage, it makes your Hammer of Wrath hits harder. Like you can balance that against Kyrian fairly effectively. You just have to worry about 4-minute cooldown versus 1. So I think it makes sense that those conduits, both of which kind of do the same thing, more priority healing is kind of how they both work. Those are similar. You're right about the other two conduits. The Vanquisher's Hammer conduit healing yourself is, I don't even know what they were thinking with that one. And then the longer CDR of the, or what's the Knife one now? Is it still CDR? I forget which one it is.
It is.
They changed it.
I believe so. I'll double check right now.
Yeah. But it's a
Yes,
teeny
it is.
tiny amount of extra CDR. And it's like, well, I don't know if I care. I probably wouldn't even use that potency.
It's not CDR. It's Summer.
It's Summer, which is
damage.
even less good,
Yeah.
right? Summer damage got nerfed so much. Like there was a period in which Summer damage was really good, but Summer damage has been nerfed so much that if you go Night Fae, it's because of the CDR and Spring extra healing. And I don't think you even, in a world with only 2 potencies, which I'm sure we'll talk about as well, I don't think you take that potency. I think you take either Holy Light and Holy Shock, or if you're playing, a Holy Light playstyle in Raid, or I don't know what you do in Dungeon. You wouldn't take that. You wouldn't take that Covenant. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing your guys' thoughts from like the healing side of Paladin, because obviously I'm on the opposite spectrum, and I can tell you for what it's worth, by the way, the self heal from Vanquisher's Hammer even for tanking is not good, because they literally nerfed it in half like a few weeks ago.
Right, and real quick to interject, Sloot, do you think that they nerfed that heal because it was powerful for tanking? Like, part of my wondering is some of these nerfs to Covenants feel like they're nerfs directed at how good they are at particular specs, and then if it was okay to mediocre for another spec, then it just goes to bad because of that. I don't know what you think.
Maybe. I mean, even the level that it was at wasn't that crazy of a heal. I think I agree with you in the sense that I think what they probably did is they looked down the line and they're like, uh-oh, crap. If it's doing this much damage and this is like rank 1, rank 2, by the time these guys hit rank 7, 8, 10, 15, it's going to be lay on handsing prop paladins, so we could, like, with wings and everything, so we can't have that. So they might have prematurely nerfed it because of that. I'm not sure. Maybe it has some kind of like PvP implication for Holy and Ret, that kind of stuff, that kind of self-sustain plus the big nuke. But certainly, like in PvE right now, they kind of gutted it pretty hard.
Yeah, isn't that a recurring issue with Necrolord in PvP, where they have one of the Soulbinds is like reduced interrupt duration, which just makes it default for all PvPers pretty much?
Yeah, Necrolord's been like in just a really weird boat. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like every other beta patch, Necrolord gets some kind of small overhaul or buffs or nerfs. And oddly enough, it actually held some promise, at least for PvE tanking, and that's just constantly been gutted in various directions. It's like the weirdest Covenant for very niche PvE and like PvP, I want to say, maybe.
Yeah. Born Good said in chat it's Venthyr that has that, so I was mistaken.
Oh, okay. Right. So any other word, like, so what we're getting here is that Divine Toll is just so good that no matter, even if the other Covenants like Soul Shape is just not good enough to counterbalance how good Divine Toll is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely true.
I don't know. I think they can find a point where they could tune the other ones. Like, obviously, we've talked a few times, but it's a question of whether or not they will. And I don't think Divine Toll is what Covenant abilities should be, right? Like, they should be fun. They should matter. And if they just, like, say, oh, you only get 3 Holy Shocks now, well, all of a sudden that ability is not fun. But that seems to be where they're going, right? Like, they nerfed a whole bunch of stuff all the time. And
stop! Don't bring that into here.
Like, I just hope that's not the case, because there should be fun things. And if they just remove Kyrian from the equation to make it as bad as the other ones, I wouldn't like that at all.
Fair. I think that's a concern everyone has. But, fingers crossed. Let's just stay in the shadows for now and, shush.
But we thrive in the
hopefully-
light.
Well, you picked the
Hopefully
wrong class then.
because our spec is so undertuned, maybe they'll just skip by it.
Maybe. But as you guys did hint towards, we can't really paint the full picture of everything here without mentioning, we'll start with Soulbinds and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of Conduits. But Soulbinds, are there any Soulbinds across all 4 covenants that are a particular standout, or a Soulbind trait that's a particular standout for Holy Paladins?
Well, Clea with Resolent Accolades and Valiant Strikes was definitely the standout Soulbind for a while because it's obviously in the Kyrian Covenant and they were doing a lot of damage, but they did go through several nerfs and I haven't gotten a chance to test them in a raid environment post nerfs.
They're crap.
Okay, they are
there
crap
you
now.
They got nerfed into nothingness.
That.
It's
Okay.
Pelagos these days. Pelagos is the
it's-
broken one for everyone.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
Soulbinds only have a few nodes, and usually, you've got one devoted to reducing fall damage or less, durability damage. Pelagos has 2 really good throughput increasing nodes. At the bottom or top, I don't know how to call it. Your first node, 5% extra verse all the time. That's awesome. And then at the bottom, a bunch of extra mastery with, especially apparently they're okay with what's going on right now, where you just extend it forever with orbs. Is really, really good. I don't know how you get better than that Soulbind right now.
I don't know if you've played with it since build yesterday. The orb gen's definitely lower. At least
That's a good thing.
in the brief dummy testing I did, I got like 4 orbs, which I agree is good because it was unlimited before. And I think the mastery is down to 480. I want to say.
Yeah, but even without that, that's most Soulbinds only have like 1 node that actually matters for your throughput, and Pelagos having 2 that are pretty good is really valuable. Yeah, Ellesmere is right. Is that with Resonant Accolades and Valiant Strikes doing a ton of healing, it was really good for a while, but those got slapped down really, really hard. In fact, I remember they never did add a note about this, but when they nerfed Valiant Strikes, they put up a note or a data mine thing. I don't even know if they noted it, but it was data mined and shown that Valiant Strikes was going to proc less often and do less healing. But then they hotfixed it in the middle of raid testing to add the internal cooldown, right?
3 minutes, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
it's
the
rough.
middle of raid testing, people started getting this debuff. And I'm like, what the hell is that debuff? 3-minute internal cooldown on Valiant Strikes proccing. Okay, well, it's useless. It does like 0.07% of your healing now. Who cares?
Yeah, and the potency conduit change kind of affected Clea on top of that too. It used to be kind of interesting because you had 3 potencies there, and you could decide whether or not you wanted to go down the left in the middle there and pick up that node and get 3 potencies, or you could go down the right and get that 5% crit node.
Yeah, the Pointed Courage.
Yeah, pointed courage. And that just got taken away with 2 potencies. You'd never go down that route because you need at least 2 potencies. Because competing 5% crit competing with your 3rd potency is a lot different than 5% crit competing with your 2nd potency, hypothetically.
Yeah,
'Cause you're
that's
gonna
true of a lot of trees, I think, because they locked the 2nd potency is almost universally locked behind a node, and some of them are okay in some Soulbinds, and some of them are god awful, And you have to make this really hard choice between, do I take a 2nd potency with a Soulbind that does nothing, or do I take not having my 2nd potency in order to get a Soulbind node that does something? And that makes that Soulbind tree worth less than it would have otherwise been.
What since we're talking about it, what are your guys' thoughts on limiting potency to 2 slots down from 3?
I dislike it a lot. I think it's inevitable that they'll add a 3rd one, which is what makes it even more kind of infuriating.
Probably 9.1 kind of thing.
Yeah, but for Paladin in particular, I was kind of looking forward to the inevitability of us getting a 2nd legendary and then a 3rd conduit and being able to use that martyr one. I somewhat question the viability of it because with wings up, your martyrs could hit you for like 25% of your health when fully maxed out. But that sounded really cool to just bring martyr into our kit, especially from the Holy Light playstyle. Just having an extra button and extra synergies there is fun. And having that conduit kind of takes away from that. I mean, you'd still probably take Maraud's as your 2nd legendary, but I did like the gameplay of that conduit potentially.
I have kind of a different perspective. I'm actually okay with only having 2 potencies. That doesn't bother me that much. Having to make hard choices about this potency versus that potency, I think is okay. But only if they move the potencies to the intersections so that it's always, you can just always get them and you never have to give up a potency for a Soulbind, right? That's a feels bad decision that I disagree with. So either give us 3 potencies so we don't mind giving up our 3rd best for a good Soulbind, or give us 2 but put them in the intersection so we can always have them. And then the finesses and you can choose between finesse and endurance when you're choosing between Soulbind nodes.
For me, I think that potency, I agree. Well, I agree. I'd rather have 3 potencies. I'm kind of with Jeath that doesn't matter a whole lot to me in comparison to how incredibly important it is that we do not lock our potency conduit slots behind being forced to choose certain paths, because being forced to select certain traits just to access our potency slot feels so absolutely awful. I was writing a guide for a Holy Paladin, and whenever I had to talk about which trait to choose on which row, literally half of the reasoning was just, unfortunately other ones are better, but you can't choose them because you have to get the potency slot locked behind this trait, so choose this trait. And that's just, I don't know, that's not good design at all.
Yeah, I think that's another issue where there's like a couple interesting finesse and endurance ones for Paladin, and there's some interesting PvP ones, but for PvE, most of them just aren't useful. Like the Divine Shield one's really good, the increased Divine Steed is pretty nice, but I mean, turn evil, cast time reduction, stuff like that isn't going to see much use, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the general concept behind why they do this, you know, hey, you can have a potency slot in this wing, but, you know, you get this kind of defensive or maybe not so interesting or crappy Soulbind trait is to stop you from just going to a completely offensive direction, right? Like that's how they try to do it. They try to balance, like a lot of the paths that have endurance slots will probably, or finesse slots are often the ones that'll have the like offensive, right, or aggressive Soulbind trait. So you can't have everything. I guess to Jeath's point, you have to make that choice. Unfortunately, it's not always a choice that feels good. But I guess that's the goal with it, design-wise. I wonder what these trees are going to look like in like 9.2. Are we just going to like have like a really long tree, or? Okay, so overall, not too bothered by the 3rd potency being removed, rather than the position of the 2nd potency slot.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Okay, fair. So you basically want the 2 bottleneck cross sections of every single Soulbind to be the potency slots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you could make it so that none of them are restricted to a specific conduit style, and you have a limit of placing 2 potencies, 1 endurance and 1 finesse, or something like that. I don't care what it is, as long as you don't lock the potencies behind specific trait choices. That's all that really matters to me.
Okay. Got you. On that note, then, let's get into the conduits. Before we get to the potencies, which obviously are the important ones, do you guys have any notables for either finesse or endurance? Like, is anything looking particularly good or worthy of noting for those 2 areas for Holy Paladin?
My favorite conduit, including potencies, is Light Sparding. Give me that long horse.
It's awesome.
It's so long. Let me just get to it. You're talking about the increase on Crusader, right? Divine Seed.
Yeah, so Divine Seed goes from 3 seconds to 4.5 at the base, and I shudder to think of how long your horse will be once you get that leveled up. You can go anywhere in the boss room you want on a horse when it lasts that long. It's so good. Who cares about Cavalier anymore? Just give me the long horse.
What if you had Cavalier as well?
The maw.
It goes up to 100%, by the way, if you're wondering. So double the length.
Yeah, right now it's 4.5 seconds with it at base level, and 4.5 seconds on your mount is a very long time, I found out.
Yeah.
You don't realize how long it is until you start using it, and you're like, Jesus, I could go anywhere.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the standout on the finesse, and before we get our maw mounts, it'll be great there too, right? But then for endurance too, we have the divine shield one, which stands out. But outside of that, I'm not a fan of too many of the other ones. Shielding words is kind of okay.
You guys don't have any interest in? I found this one that was kind of interesting for paladins. Echoing blessings.
So originally, Echoing Blessings was going to be the most broken, insane thing of all time, and I was so excited because it was reducing, like after Aura of Sacrifice hit, it was reducing it by like 40%. So you basically get a sacrifice, and then after your sacrifice wore off, you would get an entire pain suppression on whoever you targeted it with. And so it was just absolutely insane. And then they gutted it really hard and kind of changed it so that now there's a benefit during the actual blessing itself, and then it echoes that afterwards as well. And they limited it a lot, so now it's only a 5% DR, which is significantly less at base level. It does scale, but I think in general you're going to get a lot more value out of Lights Barding at the beginning, and then as Echoing Blessing scales up, at a certain point it's going to start giving you a lot of value from a external DR and utility perspective. But I do think towards the beginning of the expansion for most of Season 1, Lights Barding will be more beneficial in more situations.
Okay. And
I think
go ahead.
that comes down to the whole Soulbind swapping, Conduit swapping debate too, right there. Because Lights Barding will be useful more often, but that Conduit will definitely be useful in some situations. And if you can't swap freely between them,
yeah,
you're probably going to
absolutely.
think it's more widely applicable.
I wanted to ask you guys mentioned it very briefly, but what are you guys' feelings on shielding words from a Holy Paladin perspective?
I mean, it's
go
consistent
ahead.
self-healing.
Yeah, if you're pushing Word of Glory.
Word of Glory.
Yeah.
It doesn't
you're
work with Light of Dawn.
So I guess, yeah, it really depends on the content type you're doing. Because in Raid, you're prioritizing Light of Dawn more often in AoE healing situations, which is the majority of Raid healing. So you're going to get a lot less value out of shielding words. Whereas in Mythic Plus, you're casting Word of Glory with most of your holy power that isn't being spent on Shield of the Righteous. So you're going to get more value out of it in Mythic Plus. But for Mythic Plus, Golden Path is really the big self-healing trait for endurance.
The cons?
The Consecrate healing is insane. Because in Mythic Plus, you should pretty much have Consecrate down always. And it heals for a lot.
Okay. It's just you though, right? Not your team. I remember a day.
No. It's just self-healing. The endurance, yeah.
I remember a day when I think Prot used to have a talent that your Consecrate would heal everyone in it.
That would be cool.
I remember every new expansion, I'd just mess with people and be like, Consecrate heals now, stand in it, guys. And they'd all run to it, and I'd just laugh at them.
You're a very cynical man. Okay, so if no other notables on finesse and endurance, let's get into the nitty gritty of potency. So obviously every spec has, well, except for tanks are a bit of a special case, but every spec has 4 potency slots and then your extra potency slot based on your covenant. So what are we looking at here? Crappy ones, go-tos, etc.
Well, go ahead, Jeath.
Okay, so we can start with the crappy one if you want. The crappy one is Enkindled Spirit. Aura Mastery increasing the healing of 3 Light of Dawns with Aura Mastery on a 3-minute cooldown is pretty underwhelming. I can't see that one being particularly useful ever. 3-minute cooldown on a little bit of an improvement to 3, not particularly powerful spells is just, it's absolutely our worst potency covenant or potency conduit. One of these is the baseline conduit around which the Holy Paladin Holy Light build is constructed. That's Resplendent Light. Holy Light does 5% of its healing to an additional 5 targets within a 16-yard diameter around who you picked to heal with your Holy Light, and that scales up pretty high by the time we're in Mythic Raid to give you a really big multiplier. to your Holy Light, and it's the only spell we have that scales not only with your stats and your intellect, but also with a Conduit. So that's going to most likely scale out of control, and it's kind of why we're talking about playing a Holy Light build in Raid. It's going to be, in Raid at least, probably your most important Conduit, unless something changes with the tuning. And then accompanying it, kind of bread and butter, is Focus Light, which increases the critical chance of Holy Shock specifically. That's really important because more Holy Shock crits is more Infusion of Lights, because Holy Shock crit is what gives you Infusion of Light. And more Infusion of Lights means more Resplendent Light healing, and it scales with the legendary that you stack on top of the Conduit in Fluorescence of the Sunwell, which gives you 2 Infusions of Light that heal for 50% extra on Holy Light instead of just the 30. And those 2 Conduits plus legendary put together is what comprises the Holy Light build.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Did they ever fix the double dipping of Resplendent Light? I haven't logged on since pre-patch came out. Where
yes, they did.
Yeah,
I'm 90% sure they did, and it doesn't beacon transfer anymore, and a lot of it got fixed.
Because it used to proc 7%.
It used to double dip crit. It definitely no longer double dips crit. I tested that yesterday. I didn't figure out if it double dips first, but I'm fairly certain they fixed it at the same time.
What about Untempered? Is that like a PvP thing, or?
So Untempered would be like an alternative build. There's a legendary called Maraud's, which is a copy of a legendary from Legion, where after you Light of Dawn, your next Light of the Martyr is bigger and it heals your beacons. That's pretty cool. And if you pair that with Untempered Dedication, you can maintain a 5-stack Untempered Dedication and have really big Light of the Martyr heals after every single Light of Dawn. And if you're playing a Holy Power generating playstyle, then you're generating a lot of Holy Power, you're spending a lot of Holy Power in Light of Dawn, you're getting constant procs of this and keeping it up and doing a lot of healing with Light of the Martyr. The drawbacks to it is, first, it just doesn't do as much healing as the Holy Light build does. Mm-hmm. And second, it's a little bit dangerous because you take damage equal to half the raw healing you did with Light of the Martyr. The fact that this Conduit stacks up to 5, increasing the amount of healing Light of the Martyr does, on top of the legendary increasing the healing Light of the Martyr does, you can do a huge amount of damage to yourself when you push Light of the Martyr, particularly with wings. I've seen almost half your health vanish with the Light of the Martyr. And if you're doing mythic progression, that's a bad thing, right? That puts you in danger that you otherwise would not have been in. And so that's a little bit dangerous, particularly as it scales up. Because as this thing scales up, the damage you take from it is also going to scale up, right? They go hand in hand. And that's kind of a drawback to the entire build.
Okay.
I was kind of excited about the possibility of that, the risk reward and balancing of that, of the self damage you take. But we all know in reality it would probably just boil down to you either can't run it or you have to stack X amount of leech before it becomes viable. So
Right.
The interesting thing with the reduction from 3 to 2 potencies is that if the go-to build is the Holy Light build, where you basically have to take Resplendent Light and Focus Light, that means you don't have room anymore for the Covenant-specific conduits, which for Kyrian was pretty good, and for Venthyr, which is the main competition for Kyrian and Raid, also pretty good. So you kind of have to make a hard decision there. The Kyrian one, Bringing Clarity, gives you a 40% chance to get 2 extra Holy Shocks on the main target, and I have really mixed feelings about this. I really like the idea of taking an AoE spell where it doesn't really matter who you target, and making it so you care. As a Holy Paladin, I like caring about who I target. So the person I target getting 2 extra Holy Shocks, that's good. That's a cool thing. It means I get rewarded for choosing well and choosing a good target to triage heal. But I don't like it being a 40% chance, right? 40% of the time, I get a triple heal on that guy. And 60% of the time, it doesn't even matter whether I targeted him correctly or not. Why not make it a 100% chance of a smaller multiplier? For healing, that's usually more reliable and more rewarding to choosing your targets well. Mm-hmm. And then you could scale up the healing it does instead of scaling up the chance you have of getting the proc.
Okay. Alice, any thoughts on the potencies? You've been quiet there in the corner.
I'm just letting Jeath talk about Raiden. He's right in pretty much everything that he was talking about. in terms of the Holy Light build taking away Ring and Clarity. And, fortunately, Untempered Dedication is never really going to be a thing in Mythic Plus, and neither will the Holy Light build. So when we're talking about Dungeon Holy Paladin, it's very different because we don't have a whole lot of choices when it comes to potencies. Because the reason you're never going to run Untempered Dedication is because, actually, you might run Untempered Dedication in certain circumstances. However, the legendary that he was referring to, Maraud's, you will never run because it only triggers from Light of Dawn, which you're not really ever going to cast in Mythic Plus. So because of that, you're not going to run a Maraud's build, which means more than likely you're not going to run Untempered Dedication. And you're going to focus more on Focused Light and Ring and Clarity. That being said, just because we have less options doesn't mean I don't like our options. I actually really, really like Ring and Clarity, and I love Focused Light. I think they're both really good conduits for us, and I think they're going to play great in the Mythic Plus playstyle. I tend to side with Jeath in terms of the Ring and Clarity thing as well. I'm not huge on it having a % chance, and I'd way rather that it was just guaranteed but was weaker. But I do really like the Conduit in that it makes you choose who you're going to actually cast it on and gives you a single target benefit. But yeah, like I said, I've never really been a big fan of super RNG healing. So anything that's not guaranteed, I'm not as strong of a fan of.
I agree with you that it's a good conduit. There's nuances to it, and that makes the conduit a little bit more interesting than most of them. Instead of just getting extra crit, because you get extra holy shocks, those are going to beacon transfer, so you can make sure you cast it on beacon to get even more healing. Exactly. It's going to give you 2 more glimmer events, which is always interesting. There's stuff going on with it that are cool. I just wish it weren't a proc chance.
Yeah, which as we continue further on in the expansion and the ranks get higher, the % chance will increase, making that less of a factor. But definitely early on, we're going to feel that RNG, and it's not going to be super fun at the start. But I do really like the conduits, so the potency conduits, so that's good.
Are there any other notables for the other 3 covenants in terms of their potency conduits?
The Necrolord one is notably bad, right? Which we've talked about.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
The Venthyr one is good, right? Venthyr is the main competition for Kyrian in Raid. Ashen Hallow does a lot of healing, it does a lot of damage, and it could be competitive with Kyrian even at current tuning. And its potency is really good to the point where you're gonna sweat a little bit choosing it versus, for example, the Holy Shock one, because it increases its healing by a lot on the person who needs it most. So Hallowed Discernment, right, which you've got pulled up, it's a powerful potency that gives you healing on exactly who you want it on. I don't think though that it can compete with your 2 going in hand with Holy Light healing for more and getting more Infusion of Lights to heal for more with Holy Light. So,
okay. And I'll dare not even venture towards the Blessing of Summer up to 60% more.
I'm not pushing that button.
Let's not offend you, okay?
From that one.
Do you guys have any other comments on Soulbinds and conduits overall? I've noticed that your guys' potency conduits aren't exactly, at least not directly changing, even if it's something minor to watch for. Like some of their potency conduits are like, hey, for 5 seconds you get 5% damage. To most people, that's like, oh, Sleuth, that doesn't matter that much. But you guys know, like, snapshotting within those small windows and changing your course of action, for lack of a better term, is important, right, in those small capture windows. Right. Whereas you guys don't really seem to have that, but I guess indirectly you do, right? Because, for instance, by critting more, correct me if I'm wrong, but by critting more Holy Shocks, other benefits arise.
Yeah, you get more Infusion of Lights. You're right that the snapshotting thing and like proc chances aren't a big thing here, but we do absolutely suffer from the conduit swapping thing. If you are a guy who enjoys raiding, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and then doing Mythic Plus the other days of the week, you aren't going to want a Holy Light conduit in when you're doing keys, right? That wouldn't do anything. Like Ellesmere says, you're not going to push Holy Light in keys very much. But then if you go back to raid and you're missing that, you're losing a huge chunk of your throughput. So if this is one of those situations where you're absolutely going to be wanting to swap Covenant conduits in and out like every day when you go between these 2 types of content, and Hopefully the new system for swapping, which is obviously improved, allows that freely. Pardon me, but I'm a little bit worried about it.
Have you guys tried it? It's live now on beta.
Yeah, it is live now.
You basically get one conduit swap daily, period.
Right.
Unless you've learned a new conduit.
Have they fixed basically cheesing it with bad conduits and just storing a bunch of lower ranks of bad ones so you get extra respecs whenever you want?
Doubtful, but haven't tested like today. But nonetheless, it's basically swap once per day. So as long as you're only swapping once per day.
But only one conduit, right?
Only
not like a whole tree.
No. One conduit is one
Right.
charge. You get one charge daily, and you also get one charge every time you learn a conduit.
That just seems so unnecessarily convoluted. Just let us change them.
Yep.
It fixes most of the problem. Like if you primarily heal,
What
you
about
can swap back and
multi-specters?
forth. But again, right, that's the main problem. Is if you wanted to use the same Soulbind for Ret and Holy, well, that's obviously just not going to work if you swap with any frequency. Or even if you wanted to use two different Soulbinds, one for Ret and one for Holy, you want to use your one recharge per day to go from raid build with the Holy Light Conduit to dungeon build with the Ringing Clarity Conduit. That means you can't do the same thing if you wanted to do raid Ret versus dungeon Ret, which I don't know anything about Ret. I don't know if they use different conduits in those situations, but if they did, you'd be out of luck.
Yeah.
I think a nice, at least further step forward, and I don't know why they're so stubborn on this, is to add spec loadouts, right? So if you respec to Ret from Holy, then you get a clean tree, and you can put whatever you want in there.
Or don't have the conduit energy share from spec to spec.
Or that, yeah. Or both, but
I've been a really big fan of the spec loadout thing from the beginning.
Yeah,
To me,
I think for sure that should be a thing.
and that's weird because they do it in so many other aspects of the game, right? They did it with essences, like they do it with a lot of things. I'm not really sure why they particularly want to restrict it here. And if they do, in my opinion, then they need to get rid of the Soulbind design that they have now with the tree where it bottlenecks, because that is the biggest issue with this, right? Especially on the trees where potency overlaps, because if you slot a Holy Shock potency in there, most of the other tree you can kind of grumblingly set and forget, but if you slot a Holy Shock potency there and then you go to Ret, obviously you don't want that there, right? So you're going to need to change it. Nonetheless, definitely not a great thing, but hopefully it'll be further iterated on. I don't think what we're going to get is just swap it whenever you want, right? Like, I think we all know here that Blizzard's just not going to be like, okay, never mind, swap whatever you want, whenever you want.
Hey,
at least it's my feeling on it. We can dream, but at least that's my feeling on it. Any other notes, guys, from you for Soulbinds or conduits? Not just for Holy, but like in general, thoughts on the system? Like, how do you feel about things?
I really hope they expand it and add interesting new conduits as the expansion goes. I draw a lot of comparisons right now to Azerite, where Azerite started off pretty rocky, but honestly, after BOD was in a solid spot, and they just kind of discontinued it, right? They stopped adding new Azerite traits that were class specific. And if this is all we get for conduits, it'll probably be not great system a couple years from now. But if they keep adding additional sockets and additional options, I think it could be a fantastic system.
What do you guys think, Jeath?
This is one of those. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion here. This isn't something I've thought about a lot. So I'm gonna let Pelinal talk about it.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay, then.
That was it.
We'll see you guys next week.
Sounds good.
All right, let's dive into the last piece of the Shadowlands systems puzzle, which is legendaries.
You're gonna finally get the salt that we've been fishing for.
Oh, thank God, man! Everything's been so sweet lately.
We love
crave that
Blizzard.
salt
Our
hit.
talent tree is so good. All right, the legendaries suck.
Okay, well then, without further ado, dive into it.
they're all awful.
They suck.
I mean, it's just, there's no redeeming factor about any of our legendaries at all.
Like you guys aren't even in a situation where one of them's the good one,
No, not even one. They're all so bad. I mean, for the Holy Light Conduit build, obviously the double infusion proc is pretty strong. But I mean, outside of that, that's it. For Mythic Plus, there is no real outlier. Our best legendary in Mythic Plus right now is a Ret legendary, which is Vanguard's Momentum. And prior to that, it was still a Ret legendary.
Our best Mythic Plus legendary has been a Ret legendary, a Prot legendary, a different Ret legendary, a different. There isn't a single holy one that could possibly be good for it ever. They're just designed wrong. We don't have a single throughput increase in Mythic Plus that would matter.
I will tell you the legendary that I'm praying for, and in no way, shape, or form will they add. And that is some type of Vision of Perfection legendary, where something reduces Wings cooldown, like spending Holy Power reduces Wings cooldown, or, you know, and anything like that, where we could get Wings on a shorter CE. That would be a great legendary to see. But I'm not sure that they're going to do that.
Yeah, it is a shame that they have so many legendaries now, but there's only 4 per spec. Like, I think I was watching a video and they were talking about how many different, there's like 300 legendaries or something, like ridiculous amount of new legendaries, but there's 4.
Here's a little illustration maybe of our legendary situation. Okay, they recently said they're gonna buff legendaries, and then they adjusted our Dusk to Dawn legendary. Okay,
that's a nice way of putting it.
Dusk to Dawn gives us 5% extra output with conditions. You have to reach 5 holy power, which means you can't spend holy power at 4 or at 3, which means you're giving up some potential output and situational goodness by always saving till 5, and it has a duration. And then they give us the new ENRs, which is just 5% all the time, no duration, no conditions, and it shares. What? How can our spec-specific legendary be so bad that it's outclassed in every single way by this generic legendary? I don't get it.
Maybe because of the DR component that you don't really care about very much. Got to get that 3% in. Yeah, I mean that's rough. I unfortunately I can't share sentiment. The Prot ones are actually quite good, a lot of them. But
I mean,
is like, are any of them even workable from a numbers perspective? Like, do any of them?
Yeah.
Like, is it all just bad design, or is it numbers for some?
They're all snapshots of previously good design, I would say. Like Maraud's in Tomb of Sargeras was really cool, and a lot of people enjoyed that playstyle. But part of what made it good back then was a set bonus also, and so it's just kind of there. And I do think that's the most interesting of them all, because it brings in some synergy, which is something we talked about a lot earlier, between our abilities. And so I think mechanically that's a cool one. The double infusion one, again, when it was good, when it was originally introduced, the idea of double infusions in Nighthold, you had a choice between Holy Light and Flash of Light. If you were using Flash of Lights on all your infusions, you were going to run back then, so unless you had a ton of external mana, and so you had to make a decision there. But Infusion of Light right now is a lot more boring than it was then, because it just does more healing on a spell you'd cast anyways. So the gameplay element of that one is gone. The 40-yard Light of Dawn range one is a combination of an Azerite, or an artifact trait we had in Legion and an Azerite trait we have, and there's potential there for that to be good. I don't hate that one, but it is just a little bit weird. I feel like the duration's a little bit too short. And then Shock Barrier was a really cool one, and then they just target capped it at 3 and killed it and buried it outside. So
I was really excited for Shock Barrier at first, and then they just destroyed it in front of my eyes.
What
Shock
did it used to
Barrier
be?
was really good. It didn't have a cap on the number of shields you could put out, so it worked with, for example, Divine Toll, and you could have lots of little shields out with Shock Barrier. Not as many as you could Glimmers, because it's a shorter duration, but then they were like, I mean, it was strong. It was 7 to 10% of our output at that point, and then they capped it at 3, and now it's just
trash.
Too weak numerically.
Okay. I'm not so happy anymore now listening. What would you guys like to see for Holy Legendaries?
Completely new legendaries.
Any thoughts?
Highly buffed
Yeah, I have thoughts.
versions of ours.
Ilterendi would be a really good legendary. That's a legendary from Legion, where for a short duration after you pushed Judgment, you got a buff to your healing, and you worked around and played around this bonus, tried to pack healing into it, mess with your timings a little bit. It was a fun, interesting legendary that doesn't require like Pelinal was talking about, some of these other legendaries were good because of set bonuses. That one wasn't. It was just good in its own, and it was fun, and it changed how you play. I'm okay with Maraud staying for the same reason. Some people like the Maraud's playstyle, and it does change how you play. It has some interestingness to it, so I'm okay with that one. But I would like Ilterendi back instead of this weird Judgment one. Like, make it so that Judgment interacts with our kit by boosting our healing in a way that we can play around and work around instead of this weird proc chance that isn't fun at all.
It's so weird how they implemented that.
I also don't know why they don't just give the ability to have a legendary give you an ability, right? Shock Barrier is a copy-pasted spell from Warlords of Draenor called Sacred Shield, which was a talent Holy Paladins had. 3 charges, you put a Sacred Shield out, and it lasted for a while, every now and then, like every 6 seconds, creating a new absorb. And it was kind of cool, and you didn't play with it very often, but when you did, it was kind of fun. Why not just make that legendary give us Sacred Shield as a spell so that we can choose who to put the Sacred Shield on independently of the Holy Shocks, instead of having this weird 3-capped thing that's going to rotate randomly around as we triage heal, you know?
Okay.
I also think it's interesting how 2 of our legendaries revolve around Light of Dawn, and a big part of Paladin gameplay should be deciding to Light of Dawn or Word of Glory. And when 2 of your legendaries push you in one direction, that's removing decision making from the core gameplay.
Yeah, that's weird. Light of Dawn, 20% increased healing buff for 6 seconds. I guess
the important thing there is it's only on the people who are actually healed by the Light of Dawn, not on everyone inside the cone. So you have to actually chase the buff for a very few seconds and hit them with single target heals in order to gain any benefit.
Is that one fixable even? I mean, with enough numbers, anything is, right? But
yeah, with enough numbers, but the design is really bad, right? I don't want to chase a buff on 5 people who randomly were the ones selected by the Light of Dawn that got hit, and like try to prio heal them. That's weird, and it's a short duration. If it were a longer duration, maybe it'd be better. Or, I mean, the easiest fix to it would be everyone in the cone gains the buff, and maybe that would be too strong, and you need to reduce the amount of extra healing it gives. But then it has some potential, because you could play a Light of Dawn heavy build and pump Lights of Dawn and maybe keep the buff up for a while in burst moments. That has potential. But chasing a buff on 5 people for 6 seconds is pretty hard to fix, I think.
Okay. So not a great story. Are any of the neutral legendaries looking good then? Like, I guess defaulting to any?
Oh yeah, ENR is great. I can't wait to play with it.
I mean, I understand the sarcasm, but like legit.
I mean, right now, ENR. No, because in Raid you probably play Inflorescence of the Sunwell, and get those 2 Infusion of Lights and push Holy Shock, Holy Light, Holy Shock, Holy Light, Holy Light. I'm not excited about it, but it's the most powerful build you can do in Raid. In Dungeons, I think ENR probably is the best one now. Post fix, since they added the jumping to your friends and simp and give them 5% damage. 5% extra damage on 3 people plus yourself every few seconds is pretty good.
Yeah. I find conceptually, at least, I find these neutral legendaries are very strange, because I don't think anybody wants to have to use a neutral legendary, right? So if you're using a neutral legendary, I feel like it's because your current legendaries, I guess in your guys' boat, are really bad or like poorly designed, low numbers or whatever, or you're using it because it's overpowered. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone on this, maybe unpopular opinion. I don't really know, but I really don't.
I definitely agree.
I don't like the concept of neutral legendaries. Like, I think they should just, if we're going to stick with spec specific and one row of class specific legendaries, let's do it. But like these kind of weird default neutral legendaries are just odd to me.
I think the biggest flaw of this expansion is all of the generic stuff. I don't think that generic Covenant abilities across 3 different roles in one class should be a thing, because it makes it harder to design spec specific things that can be really interesting and powerful. I think the same thing about Soulbinds, right? Soulbinds are even worse. Instead of they're not even class specific. Soulbinds have to be generically okay for every single spec and role. I feel like they would have been instantly better if they had been role specific. Make 1 Soulbind in each Covenant, tank oriented, DPS oriented, and healer oriented, and then you could at least put some interesting stuff in there for each of those roles. But as it is, it's too generic, and that's the curse of every single aspect, including the legendaries you're talking about. Genericness is antithetical to interestingness.
Sure.
I think.
Go ahead.
if I were to will 2 Holy Paladin legendaries into existence, I think one would obviously be the one that I talked about, where spending Holy Power would reduce the cooldown on wings. I think that'd be really nice to have. And the other one would be the old Legion legendary, where you got 2 talents in a row, where we could conceivably take like Divine Purpose and Seraphim, or Holy Avenger and Divine Purpose, or any some type of combination in that row. I think that could be really cool. Yeah, that's kind of, we need more strength in our legendaries right now, and none of the current legendaries that we have, even if buffed significantly, I think would provide the strength that we really need. Since, like we were talking about earlier, so much of Holy Paladin power right now relies on borrowed power. The fact that our borrowed power is also one of the weakest out of all the healers is really just exacerbating the issues of Holy Paladin at the start of this expansion.
Okay. Any final thoughts on legendaries from any of you then? Or lack thereof, I suppose.
Bury him out back.
Agreed.
You hate to see it, but that's
give us a whole new set.
I think it's a bit late for that.
I know.
I think any new legend, although to be fair, Havoc just got 2 brand new legendaries this patch.
There's still hope.
So I mean, there's still hope, but I think more realistically, inevitably, they're as like a selling point, etc. They're probably gonna add some more legendaries over the major patches. So hopefully that will be your opportunity, but yeah, numbers adjustment I think are more realistic, right? And hopefully that's what you get, but I don't know. Anything's possible, right? We'll
Removing the cap on shock barrier would be a good start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know another mechanic that I always wanted was something that gives Holy Shock 2 charges. I like the charge system a lot. I think it adds a lot of depth, and having Holy Shock on 2 charges would be cool.
Yeah, I agree. I think in general, I've heard a lot of fandom like throughout these sort of period of some iconic or important abilities getting 2 charge system, because it just adds depth, period, right? In terms of your gameplay and skill capping, etc. Nonetheless, now that we've, as I mentioned to you guys in the pre-show, we've done the full deep dive, everything. We've talked about all of the SL systems for Holy Paladin, all of the issues leading up to the doorsteps of Shadowlands and then into Shadowlands. The issues that we kind of identified early on in the show, in your guys' opinion, with Holy Paladin is that they lacked depth in their kind of core play. But otherwise, you felt pretty good about them. Now that we've done the deep dive in Shadowlands stuff, where do you guys stand on Holy Paladins currently for Shadowlands? We're not too far from launch, hopefully, fingers crossed, right, if it's meant to be this year. But where do you guys stand on how Holy Paladins are looking? Were there issues addressed? Were new issues created? Are you guys happy with the spec overall? What do you guys think?
I think that the spec is in a place of potential, largely. There's a lot of potential. I like a lot of the changes. I love Holy Power being added back in. I like Shield of the Righteous. The reduced cooldown on Holy Shock is nice. Some of the Covenant abilities are cool, for mostly Divine Toll and to a lesser extent Ashen Hell. So I think there's a lot of potential. I worry that as Blizzard is trying to strike this balance of what I hope their design is with the spec, where you juggle a lot of different abilities and decide what to push based on what's happening. Holy Shock crit, so I'm going to push some Holy Lights with Infusion or Flash of Lights with Infusion, depending on situation. We need some stuff added there to make that happen, right? Need to have some decision making between Flash of Light and Holy Light, and that requires some changes to how Infusion works. And Holy Shock didn't crit. The answer shouldn't just be AFK because you can't afford to spend mana, or push more Holy Light and just always fill the gap with Holy Light. You need to have other decisions where, okay, so since it didn't crit, now I'll generate Holy Power instead, right? So there's potential there for a really fun playstyle where we use all of our buttons in an interesting way, but it's going to be hard to strike that balance, and I hope that they successfully do it. And a huge portion of that is going to revolve around a good rework of Infusion of Light, because right now Infusion of Light's in a bad place, and I think that's probably the biggest weakness and problem with the spec right now, outside of which it's in really good shape and it's really fun to play, particularly in Mythic Plus, where you play more of that playstyle where you're juggling different value holy power generators to try to get the best value out of them at different points in time and then spending it as effectively as you can.
All right. Pal, what do you guys think?
I think Holy Paladin is in a really good spot in terms of where the spec could go. Similar to what Jeath is talking about, I think that a lot of the baseline things that they added back was a good move. I really like Shield of the Righteous. I like the Holy Power Builder Spender more so than I thought I would. I'd say my top 3 concerns at this point: number 1, Infusion of Light for sure. I'm right there with Jeath. That needs to be more interactive. There needs to be more meaningful choice behind either choosing Flash of Light or Holy Light, and both need to be viable in more in different content types. The second is Crusader Strike mana cost. I really think that they need to have a good hard look at that, because basically if that doesn't get changed in some way, we're going to end up spending a lot of globals AFK, and they can either reduce the mana cost, which I think is the more likely solution, or they can add in some type of spammable ability like Jeath was talking about earlier. One of those things I would be fine with, but it definitely is the second most important thing that I think they need to look at. And the third thing, obviously, for me is legendaries. We talked about it enough, so I don't really need to go into it. But yeah, legendaries should definitely either be buffed or reworked or looked at.
Don't get too mad, man. You're running a fever. I know you're like fainting on stream and stuff right now. Pal, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Paladin has potential. I think a lot of the changes they made were great. I think our talents are in the best spot they've been in a long time. Holy Power coming back is fantastic. A lot of even the legendaries and just different mechanics are fan favorites. Like the problematic Conduit was a fan favorite. Wrath of the Lich King feature. A lot of cool legendaries were attempted to be baked in again as legendaries for us in Shadowlands, and there's potential. I think there's some numbers tuning issues going on too that impact things. I'll echo what both them said. Infusion of Light should really be more interesting. It isn't right now, and that's the biggest thing holding the class back gameplay wise. And the mana issue is definitely a concern. I personally loved Divine Plea. I know that Jeath, I don't think, played with it. Was it around in WoD? I forget. But
no, I didn't play with it.
Yeah, I don't think so. And it's a cool mechanic, and anything they can do to solve that problem would be great. But I do think there is a lot of doom and gloom in the community around Holy Paladin right now. A lot of that is just numbers tuning. But gameplay-wise, we're at least better off than Uldir, and I'm content with that.
I agree.
Was that a high bar to reach, though?
No, that was the worst the Spec has ever been.
That bar as what we want to go for, but
even beyond that, there's potential for the game to play to be one of the best it's ever been, I think. But it all depends on tuning, like Pella was saying.
Okay. Then, as I've already asked chat, let's dive into a bit of Q&A here. Because we are, I said this show is not going to run that long, but it did because you guys love Holy Paladin, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But we all got to head off sometime. So, nonetheless, chat, as before, like I said, if it's something we've already covered in the show, I'm not going to bother asking it because the VOD will be up and YouTube will be up and all that kind of stuff. So I'll skim through here, and for you guys, I'll just ask the questions, whoever wants to answer them, unless they're directed to someone specific, or you can all answer them and chime in as you see fit. Nonetheless, let's go with it. Are they wanting to actually play Paladin versus another healer in Shadowlands right now? I guess the question is more for competitive purposes. Will you be playing Holy Paladin?
I work 60 hours a week, so I don't have a choice. I get one character, and I've played Paladin for so long. So,
okay. What about the world of high and plus, high rating, guys? What do you think?
Go ahead, Ellesmere.
Well, in terms of rating, I will likely be playing Holy Paladin, as every guild will most likely still see at least one Holy Paladin. In a progression situation, for the purposes of obviously what we were talking about in terms of free damage and damage reduction and utility that we bring. That being said, a lot of Holy Paladin's raid position also will rely on whether or not Rep Paladin or Prop Paladin are in the meta for raid progression. So obviously, if you're, if Prot or Ret are viable, then you have a little bit less of a need for Holy Paladin because they bring that passive 3% DR. But Holy Paladin still does bring Devotion Aura, and obviously damage with their healing toolkit. Although that will be lessened with the Holy Light build if that becomes the main meta. So it's kind of up in the air right now for raid, for me at least. For Mythic Plus, however, it's likely that unless we see some major changes to Holy Paladin's throughput, that I may end up playing Resto Druid for Season 1. But I'm hoping that Season 2 sees things like better legendaries for Paladin brought back in, and I don't know, some type of throughput buff that may allow us to be stronger without running the Holy Light build in terms of healing throughput. But a lot of it just comes down to final numbers, right? We're still in tuning phase of beta. So let's say they buff Holy Shock healing amount in a week, then all of it changes and suddenly Holy Paladin is way more meta for Mythic Plus. The biggest factor holding Holy Paladin back from Mythic Plus before was that engineering res was not going to be available initially in Shadowlands, or so we thought, and then they added the item in. So at this point, Holy Paladin will definitely have its place in the Mythic Plus meta. I'm just not sure if it's going to be there Season 1. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see how tuning plays out.
Okay. Jeath?
I mean, I'm in a little bit of a weird position. Ain't no spec put a ring on my finger. So in raid, I play what I'm told, and in dungeons, I play what's best. That's really all I got to say about that.
Okay. Next question then. Could you ask the guys how they would feel about removing Light's Hammer from the tier 15 talent row and adding back Holy Radiance in its place as a holy power generator? And do they think that this could change our playstyle to a more AoE focused healer using Holy Radiance plus Holy Light Potency Conduit and Infusion of Light Legendary that could potentially branch away from Glimmer to Beacon of Faith/Virtue?
I think it's important for specs to have strengths and weaknesses from a design perspective, and that could work because the relative power of level 15 talent row is low. But as you just, I don't think the solution to Paladin is to just slap more AoE healing in there, right? Because that's what they did for a long time for a lot of classes, and we ended up with classes that felt pretty much the same. So it all depends on the exact implementation. I know Holy Radiance is a fan favorite ability, so if the tuning was right, I think it could be a great replacement for Light's Hammer. But if we're talking like Holy Radiance from Dragon Soul, where you just spam it and it does a ton of healing as a hot and you have infinite holy power, I don't think that's healthy.
Yeah. I'm right there with you, Pel. I don't like the idea. If I were magically put in charge, I would delete Light of Dawn rather than add more group healing. I want different healers to be good at different things and different healers to play differently and feel different and have different niches. And I want Holy Paladins to be big, chunky, single target heals. You triage. It makes a big difference whether you choose the right target. It makes a big difference in whether people live or die. I'm not interested in adding Holy Radiance. If I wanted that, I could play Holy Priest and push Prayer of Healing.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think that we have our niche, and I don't see much of a need for introducing another AoE heal into our kit. I'd rather see our single target heals focused on more.
Okay. Do you guys think Judgment should be a holy power generator?
Yes.
No.
I'm going to go with no, leaning towards no. I think it'd be okay. I wouldn't hate it. But as you get Judgment generating holy power, you run the risk of the entire rotation feeling like an actual rotation, right? Like that was my issue with Selfless Healer, which is another favorite ability that people had, is that it boiled down to a contrived rotation where you always press buttons in the same sequence. and Judgment kind of fits in that. It is a nice band-aid right now, I think, for, the fact that our Holy Power generation is kind of low, but it's been made somewhat obsolete by the Holy Shock cooldown reduction and Bestow Faith generating Holy Power. Helped with our Holy Power generation quite a bit.
Like if that was the only change, Judgment now gives you Holy Power as well, period, I'd be fine with that. That's a buff. Yeah, I'd take it. It's like taking things off the global cooldown. Cool, thank you. But look what they did with Crusader Strike when it started giving Holy Power, right? I don't want Judgment to become just another version of Hammer of Wrath or Crusader Strike and have a longer cooldown or a gigantic mana cost slapped onto it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, when I think of them saying that it will cost Holy Power or generate a Holy Power, I think of it just as purely like a buff. And in that, it would give us another way to generate Holy Power, especially from range, which I think wouldn't be bad or unhealthy for the spec. I'm always a fan of more things generating Holy Power so that we have more things to work with and more decisions to make. But yeah, if it were to adversely affect it and increase its mana cost or cooldown or whatever it might be, the way that it did with Crusader Strike, I'd have to agree with Jeath in that I would not want to see that.
Okay. You guys always have this like 4D chess answer. It's always like, this would be nice, but I know what they're going to do as a result, so I don't want it anymore. Question, what's the one thing that you think Blizzard could improve to the spec the most before launch?
Infusion of Light, I hope.
Yeah. Infusion Light first, and then Crusader Strike mana cost second. That would be my priority list.
Yep, I'd agree with that. I might put Legendaries above Crusader Strike mana cost, to be honest. But that's like how we're getting into another 4D chess, right? How much do we think that they can get done before whenever it releases? I don't know.
Those are the easiest two changes.
You're right. Yeah, Legendaries are a hard change, so that would be lower likelihood. I agree with that.
I'm thinking even Infusion to Light is too much for the time we have. So
I hope not. That's like the biggest thing I think this spec.
Oh yeah, by far. I've been very vocal about that since the start when they swapped it.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's just not good for the spec.
Okay. For higher level groups, like top 25, like hardcore rating, I guess, with its current iterations, how many Holy Paladins do you think a group will be bringing to your average rating counter in Nathria?
Well, Echo's healing comp for every single boss is going to be...
Go on.
We're waiting.
And that's all I have got to say about that.
Oh, no,
your mic cut out.
Oh no, did I go through a tunnel?
Yeah.
I think I used to raid in top 20, so I can somewhat take this question, even though I haven't done as much Nathria raid testing. Holy Paladins generally suffer from diminishing returns as you add more of them, right? Like Devotion Aura was a big part of that and will be a big part of that. Beacon of Light overhealing gets higher and higher depending on if you take Glimmer or Faith. So I think the optimal strategy is generally to have one Paladin, but it's not uncommon to want two because, Bop might be insane for this boss, or maybe tanks get smacked so hard those extra beacons are valuable. Right now, though, I don't see you running two unless they significantly buff Holy Paladin because they are lower on the raw throughput scale.
Typically, when we've seen two Paladins hit the meta, it's been because they are really, really high on the throughput scale. Think, any Glimmer in the past 2 tiers, iteration of Holy Paladin. That's when you've seen, or, Legion Sacrifice, things like that. You're going to see more Holy Paladins hit the meta just because of throughput. But when it comes to why you bring Holy Paladins to raid in the first place, the answer is generally for our unique utility, and you really only need one set of that unique utility because a lot of it gets overwritten between Forbearance and Beacon overwrites or overhealing and Devotion not stacking the passive aura. So because of that, unless you see Holy Paladins really dominate healing meters and actual throughput, I don't think that the meta is going to involve multiple Holy Paladins.
Yeah, I think there's also something to be said for a lot of other healers right now do a lot of smart healing, like Jeath was talking about, where Mistweavers just kind of exist and splash healing everywhere. And you usually want one spot healer historically. I mean, Glimmer kind of took Paladin away from that role, but without one person whose optimal role is to heal the lowest health person, it kind of can get messy on some encounters. So as long as Paladin fits that niche of being really good at spot healing, I think there's room for one, maybe two in some niche scenarios.
Okay. We kind of skirted around this one, but nonetheless, any old tier sets you guys think might be able to fill the gameplay void?
I mean, a lot of our favorite tier sets got added as legendaries just at the wrong time. Like the Infusion of Light one, Maraud's kind of was a legendary, but fit into that tier set.
I think the Light of Dawn increasing beacon transfers could be really good for Mythic Plus. Right. We don't have a Mythic Plus throughput increasing legendary, and that one is one if you're playing. Well, I mean, any beacon, but certainly if you're playing Virtue.
Yeah.
Like bigger beacon transfers are awesome in Mythic Plus for throughput.
That's the Tuma Sargeras 4-piece.
Yeah. That's the one I think. Light of Dawn increases the rate of beacon transfer by double, I think. It was you actually if you played right, you actually increased your heals on beacon targets were larger than your baseline heal. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I personally loved the Nighthold double infusion set, and I was really excited when I saw that they were bringing it back. But then I got really sad when I saw what they did to infusion. So I'd love to see an infusion change so that I can properly enjoy that legendary.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
I think there was a set bonus that just reduced the cooldown of Holy Shock by 2 seconds. That could always...
Yeah, I remember that one.
There was the Divine Purpose set bonus from Blackrock Foundry. Your Word of Glory, proc to free Light of Dawn, proc to free Word of Glory with like proc chances. That could be really cool, although it would obviously have mana implications like it did back then. That was fun.
Holy Shock reduction was a 2 set, right? I don't think that was a 4 set.
Yeah, I believe it was.
I think that was the 2 set in Nighthold. That and then Infusion. Maybe I'm crazy. Might have been a different tier.
Those meds, man, they're going away. Do you guys think, you kind of answered this more or less, but do you guys think Crusader Strike should entirely lose its mana cost?
No. It creates holy power, and holy power is used for healing. It should cost mana, and they've struggled with a way to make mana relevant for paladins. That's been clear, and it should be. We should have moments where we decide not to cast a spell because it's not worthwhile for long-term HPS over the course of the encounter. Right? You have two ways of tuning healing. You have coefficients, which means you burst for less within particular periods, and then you have mana cost, which means that you can't sustain a certain level more than X minutes, and then if the fight lasts, then you can't sustain more than X level. And both of those knobs are important. And if we don't have a way to throttle our mana, and we never spend mana, then they don't have that way of capping HPS. So I do want there to be mana costs. I want them to be relevant, and I think Crusader Strike probably needs one.
Okay.
But it shouldn't be as high as it currently is.
Right. So the cost is just a bit too high.
Yeah.
A way too high, but too high nonetheless. Yes. Do you think that Holy Paladin gets pushed out of the meta for raiding at the top level when with the current lack of HPS and AM getting nerfed?
I don't think the AM nerf is that big of a deal. I mean, it was a very powerful cooldown. It's still a very powerful cooldown. But yeah, definitely. Like, if Paladin throughput is just atrocious, you're not going to bring a Paladin. That's just how it works. And I know there's always been debate about whether or not Paladins should be taxed because of their utility, or just, I've seen the sentiment in the community with other classes even that this class was broken for so long they deserved their spot at the bottom, which I think is ridiculous. But ultimately it just comes down to numbers tuning, and
okay.
I think Devotion Aura kind of fits that too, because a lot of, I mean, good players and people who, you know, are with it know that Devotion Aura is very powerful, but for the everyday person in a pug or something like that, they're not going to see Devotion Aura's contribution, right? It doesn't show up on a meter, and so they're going to be doing their random heroic and see this paladin doing 18% less healing than, you know, the druid, and be like, wow, this paladin sucks, because that Devotion Aura is hidden from the average player.
Okay. it's kind of two. I'll combine these two questions in one mastery question. Would Holy Paladin be better with a different mastery, and what do you think as a result of putting Glimmer as their mastery?
So I've been a big fan of Glimmer since its inception, and I know that not everyone is, and I am not been a big fan of our mastery. I personally would rather see a Glimmer style mastery. I think that'd be a little more interesting, but I can also see the arguments against it. I would like to see a different mastery. I'm not sure that having Glimmer as a mastery is necessarily the right move, because I know that there are a lot of people that don't necessarily like the Glimmer playstyle, and you don't want to force everyone into that playstyle by making it our mastery. That being said, I think it'd be better than our current mastery.
I wouldn't have strong opinions either way. I'm not particularly fussed about a current mastery. It does what I think a mastery should do. So I'm kind of okay with it, but I recognize that some people don't like it. And we talked about that earlier, right? About how it doesn't really, when they deleted our old mastery of illuminated healing and they started, floating ideas about what a mastery would be, I obviously had ideas, and this isn't what I thought it should be. I wanted a mastery that fit more with the identity of Holy Paladin being a triage healer, and this doesn't do that. But I don't have high expectations of a mastery. I feel like most people kind of nothing their masteries in terms of their views about it, and I'm kind of the same way. I want a mastery to increase their healing. This one does. I want a mastery to have some slight skill interactions. This one does. I'm not particularly fussed about it.
I think as far as a list of things to be concerned about and to be vocal about going into Shadowlands, that's very, very low down on the totem pole right now. So,
okay. Do you think that a good replacement to Ret Aura would be an aura similar to the effect of Light of the Martyr, where you do X healing per X second to the X most injured player at the cost of your health?
Oh, you mean Aura of Sacrifice?
Oh, like a health transfer?
I guess. The question was about Ret Aura, because we were saying Ret Aura's crap. Like, what if we replace Ret Aura with this suggestion?
I mean, that's basically Aura of Sacrifice, right? Aura of Sacrifice, you took a percentage of the damage other people around you took. This is just the inverse of that. You give people around you your health. It's kind of the same thing.
That would basically be Vitality Conduit, right?
Yeah, I imagine if that were to be a thing, it wouldn't be a one-to-one trade-off. Like, you give one health and, everyone in the raid gets 1/20th of a health. So there'd have to be some kind of ratio there. I don't know. I feel like it's too similar to Aura of Sacrifice and too similar to Aura of Mercy, just with a drawback. I feel like auras are just a tricky thing to create new auras.
Okay. I was wondering if Jeath had anything else. Giving the pause.
I've been thinking about it, and I don't have anything smart to say about it. So I won't.
Okay. What would and this isn't like what's Echo and whatever's healing comp. This is more your opinions, I guess, on the healing balance. What would your ideal raid healing comp be? Let's say for like a 4 healer encounter. I know there's a million variables here, but generally the question is really basically what are the best healers for raid?
I think Good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say it depends so vastly on output, right? It depends so vastly on tuning. You want healers who do more, and if a healer does 20% more, that matters a lot. So, I mean, if we were answering it right now, we're looking at Disc Priests and Restive Shamans and Mistweavers, I think, as being the core of your healing comp, probably.
Mistweavers.
To a lesser extent, yeah, absolutely.
They're doing pretty well in raid right now.
Mistweavers were doing in an early raid testing. Mistweavers did competitive healing with their standard playstyle of having like sustained healing all the time, no real cooldowns. They just do a lot of healing all the time. And then they added a brand new cooldown, basically reworking their cooldown to give them Yu'lon, which is a very powerful raid healing cooldown. If If you push Enveloping Mist, you get Enveloping Breath, breathing all over the place. Now, they've been tinkering with it a lot, and I can't promise that it's going to remain powerful, but right now it is. And if you take a class that does sustained competitive healing and then add on top of that a burst healing cooldown, they're going to end up pretty powerful. And right now, I would definitely put them closer to the top than, for example, Paladins.
Okay. This one, I assume, is directed towards you because he tagged you in this as well, Jeath. But in a perfect world, how would you want Holy Paladin to play? I feel many Paladins, especially post-corruption, despise the idea of cast times. You guys are all welcome to chime in on this. It's just Jeath was tagged here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've answered this a couple of times, right? My dream Paladin gameplay is obviously your Holy Shocking, and then that procs Infusion of Light. The Infusion of Light does very different things for the Flash of Light and the Holy Light, and you choose different ones depending on the circumstance. The idea I threw out there was Flash of Light generates a Holy Power, and Holy Light splashes healing. And so there's other ideas you could have, but something that's a meaningful choice between the two, and you choose between them, and so you're pushing a variety of them depending on what's going on. And then if Infusion procs, you pay attention to it and you pick the correct spell for the moment. And then if it doesn't proc or after that, then you're pushing other spells and not just spamming Holy Light or Flash of Light. You're pushing Bestow Faith, Judgment, Crusader Strike, generating Holy Power, right? A mix of everything where you're generating Holy Power and being in melee, but also casting your infusions and paying attention to them. I don't want it to revert to one or the other, where either you're Holy Shocking and filling the gap with Holy Lights. I think that's fairly boring and uninteresting. And I don't want Holy Shock and fill the gap with Crusader Strikes either, because that's just a variation on the same theme. I want all of our spells to matter, and to matter how well you decide what to push between the varying priority choices you have at every particular moment.
Okay.
Yeah. I think G's vision is very close to what my vision would be. I think there's room for a couple extra filler spells, but the idea of, you Holy Shock, and then you have X amount of spells that you can cast within that window before your next Holy Shock. Which ones do I want to get out for sure, and in what order, is very fun, because that's what made Legion fun, was you cared about the sequencing in your Judgment Ilterendi windows, and they can get pretty close to that just around Holy Shock.
All right. Anything you want to add, else, or are you good with that?
100%. Everything they said is pretty much the exact same vision I would have. I just want Infusion of Light to grant a meaningful choice where I would actually be able to choose between Flash of Light or Holy Light consistently, like not just in a content type scenario, but like during a fight from 1 second to the next, I may want to use one or the other. And obviously I'd like to see that type of interaction become more important than it currently is, because we've had multiple expansions now where we haven't really had a meaningful choice behind the Infusion of Light, and it's been our only real major interaction between our abilities.
Okay. What are your guys' thoughts on combining Uther's Guard Legendary with Finesse Conduit for big DR?
Could be good in niche scenarios if you needed more bops, I suppose. I doubt it would make up for the output you would lose by not getting a good output legendary in most situations.
Agreed.
Okay. Do you think Bestow Faith should be made a hot?
It is a hot.
Okay.
I like the idea. I doubt they'll ever do it, of splitting up Bestow Faith. I do like the delay on it quite a bit, but I also do acknowledge that it's sometimes difficult to use correctly because of the 5-second delay. So maybe splitting it so the first half is an absorb and the second half triggers after 5 seconds, something along those lines could be done. But
that would be cool.
I don't think it's necessarily required for the spell to be interesting.
Okay. I really like it. I mean, my answer is kind of tongue-in-cheek because it heals over 5 seconds with 1 tick. But I like it. It's unique. It's interesting. You can play well with it. You can play poorly with it. So I think it's in pretty good shape. And I love that they added Holy Power to it. I don't think it needs any change.
Fair. What do you guys think about Ward of Glory adding Defensive Glimmer?
Nope.
What? What does that mean?
Like
you walk someone and apply Glimmer to them.
Oh, wait. You mean like WOG applying Glimmer to the target or to yourself?
It's vague. Let's say either way. What are your two answers?
I think both ways are not a good idea.
Then what's
Glimmer
the
Hour.
That distinction was very important to draw.
I was just curious, like which one they were suggesting, but either way, I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying this poor viewer was either a big idiot or a really big idiot, and that's what that's the just. How dare you?
Each does already, right?
Yeah. How do you feel about Eternal Flame as something to come back? I personally hate this ability because it removed decision making with spending Holy Power, and the interaction with Illuminated Healing is what made the Mastery overpowered, leading in part to its replacement. So I guess question with the viewer opinion on top of it.
I don't see any value in bringing back Eternal Flame, either as the baseline replacement for WoG or as a talent. It did interact with Illuminated Healing that's gone. So having it be a hot just changes how it works. Instead of it being a direct upfront big triage heal, now it's a lesser triage heal with a triage hot component, and I don't see the value to that. Right? I like not all the specs being the same. I like niches, and I like Holy Paladins being about big triage heals. I want Word of Glory to be a really big, chunky heal that when you push it, that person is guaranteed not to die in the next global cooldown. And I see no reason to like make it more druidy, right? It doesn't gain anything. It doesn't add any depth or interestingness to the spec. Why bother?
Okay. Yeah, I think the interesting thing with Eternal Flame is, I agree with Jeath 100%. But when people talk about Eternal Flame, they talk about it at different times. Some people talk about it with the one Holy Power Eternal Flame spam, and I hated that. But Eternal Flame is just a normal button that always costs 3 Holy Power and puts a big hot on the person. Was fine. I mean, I don't think it adds much, but if people like that, I wouldn't be opposed to it either.
Yeah, I wouldn't get mad if they did that. I just wouldn't care, and I'm like 1% opposed. You know?
Yeah, I'm pretty neutral on that as well. I do like the idea of having a Holy Power spender that might not cost 3 Holy Power, or making some of our Holy Power abilities be castable with a lesser value at lower Holy Power. So like you could use WoG or Light of Dawn at 1 or 2 Holy Power, but it wouldn't hit as hard as 3 Holy Power. I wouldn't be against something like that. But at the same time, I don't really think it's necessary.
Okay. What are your thoughts about the following Avengers Might rework? CD reduction of CS on HS baseline, but CS costs no mana and generates no Holy Power. New Avengers Might, CS costs mana and produces 1 Holy Power.
So they're talking about Crusaders Might, not Avengers Might.
Sure. I'm just reading what's on here.
Yeah. So they're saying instead of Crusader Strike with Crusaders Might costing mana, generating Holy Power, and reducing the cooldown of Holy Shock, they want it to be free and not create Holy Power. Can you read the first part again? Just make sure I understand.
Sure. What are your thoughts about an Avengers Might rework? CD reduction of CS on HS baseline, but CS costs no mana and generates no Holy Power. And then it says a new Avengers Might, CS costs mana and produces 1 Holy Power.
Oh, I see. So they want Crusader Strike baseline to be free, not create Holy Power, and always reduce the cooldown of Holy Shock. And then the talent would make it cost mana and give Holy Power. I see.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, I don't really know how I would feel about that.
That's one of those things you'd have to play with to feel out. There could be something there that could be really fun, but
what I'm trying to think of is, is it solving a problem of any kind, right? And I guess the theory there is that if you don't spec into it, you can now fill your dead time with Crusader Strike. And you would be benefited by doing so because you would constantly be reducing the cooldown of Holy Shock. I think I'm probably opposed. I think it would be too exclusive of any other way of playing. It would cut out any Holy Lights, for example. You wouldn't push Holy Light anymore because it would all be about pushing those free Crusader Strikes to get cooldown reduction on Holy Shocks, and it would exclude the possibility of having interesting decisions between Holy Light with Infusion versus Flash of Light with Infusion.
And we would go back to being gods of mana, which I don't think is the right move.
Yeah, I don't think it does anything that's worthwhile. It's a cool idea. Maybe it'd be good. I don't know. I'd want to play with it, but I'm not writing to Blizzard right now about it.
Okay.
Just to be clear, if I did, no one would read it. I don't have any contacts with Blizzard. I'm worried that I came across something more important there than I am.
Okay. Should Avenging Crusader be an actual smart heal? Furthermore, what about the return of Selfless Healer or a variation of it?
I think Avenging Crusader being an actual smart heal would be cool. The biggest drawback it has is that mana cost right now, I think. But the two things combined would be really cool. And I already said what I feel about Selfless Healer. I didn't like it at all personally. It just got too rotation-y for me. I like variation.
I think that the Selfless Healer thing would be good as a legendary, right? Instead of the Judgment legendary we have now, where you have a 45, 50, or 60% chance of reducing the cost of your next Holy Power spender by 1, make a Selfless Healer legendary, where Judgment generates a Holy Power and reduces the cooldown reduces the cast time of Holy Light by 30% stacking, something like that. I think that would be a good legendary because, and I don't know about the tuning. It would need to be tuned to be a good amount of output, but it would be something that changes how we play for people who enjoy that playstyle. So I think that would be a potential good legendary to replace like the boring crap we have right now. I'm biased against Avenging Crusader. Anything that you say that buffs it, I'm going to be opposed to because I don't like it and I don't want to play it. I don't like, and on top of that, I don't like smart heals, particularly for Holy Paladins. I want one of the dimensions of healer skill is choosing targets correctly, and obviously it gets memed as whack-a-mole, but it does matter, particularly at higher ends, how good you are at anticipating who's most endangered, making sure that they get the healing. And I don't like the game doing that for me. I want to do that, and I want to get rewarded for doing it well. So I don't like smart healing in general, particularly in Holy Paladin's kit.
Yeah, that's the big reason I hated using Avenging Crusader in the first place, was just lack of control where my healing was going. So even if they did convert it into a smart heal, I would not be interested in playing that version of Holy Paladin. Although I do think that it is a little silly that it's not a smart heal.
Okay.
The only smart heal left is Chain Heal, right? Like
Divine Toll.
Does Divine Toll the lowest health person? I guess there's the Venthyr Covenant Conduit, but
I think they made Divine Toll a smart heal.
Oh wow.
Well, they made it smarter than it was. There's like variations of smart, right?
Yeah.
There's truly dumb, there's moderately dumb, there's like reasonably intelligent, and then there's actually smart. Actually smart choosing the like lowest health, that's really, really rare. And I don't think Divine Toll has it. They made Divine Toll smarter because it no longer picks pets. It was super dumb and would heal pets, and now it's a little bit smarter than that. But it's not smart as it's not as smart as Chain Heal.
That's fair.
Would there be any changes you would make to Light of Martyr outside of tuning mana cost versus HPS, deleting it, or maybe adding a secondary effect through infusion in brackets? Vitality Conduit component for spot healing on a player suffering from a large dot could be cool.
I would like to see us stop dumping all of our interesting class abilities, like interactions, into infusion. I'd like to see another interesting interaction other than just infusion. I don't think it'd be a good idea to lump in Light of the Martyr into infusion. If anything, I think it'd be a cool idea to get another unique spell interaction that could cause Light of the Martyr to be more interesting. But in general, Light of the Martyr, I don't know. It's been a pretty meh spell for me for many expansions. And
Light of the Martyr is part of the failed Legion vision of the class as being bleeding on people to heal them, right? We had Aura of Sacrifice absorbing healing from them. Blessing of Sacrifice actually transferred the damage and almost killed us all the time. And Light of the Martyr was us pouring our blood out and giving our lives up for others. And none of it worked, and most of it's gone now. And Light of the Martyr is like this spell that fills this niche in our kit. You push it sometimes if you're moving, you got nothing better to push. But I'm not really looking to make it better. I don't like the idea of giving my health to other people.
You forgot about the most important component of the bleeding on other people build, Fervent Martyr.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about Fervent Martyr.
I think they could make it interesting, like something like making Maraud's baseline and then giving us a new legendary. Hey, maybe if they have time for that, I'd be down with that. But I'm not sure they want to commit to Light of the Martyr in general. So
yeah, I don't think it needs more design attention. There's other things more important, I think.
Yeah, I'd way rather they focus their energies elsewhere.
What about Beacon of Lightbringer from Legion to level 50 talent and put Glimmer to replace Light's Hammer?
Wait.
Ah, cool.
Glimmer on the first row?
Obviously, it would need to get toned down, but
I mean, okay, it depends on how you feel about builds, right? Because part of, like, if you want to enhance your Glimmer casting, then you want Crusader's Might, because it reduces the cooldown of Holy Shock, and it gives you more Holy Shocks, so it gives you more Glimmers. I think it's interesting to make you choose between the two, but probably not conducive to building a synergistic build. That said, I did like Beacon of Lightbringer. I thought it was pretty cool. It was used every now and then, and it would fit even more now that we're not playing with Beacon of Faith as much. I don't know. What do you think, Ellesmere? I think you'd be sad, right, about not having the synergy.
Yeah, I would definitely miss the synergy. I at the same time, I did like Beacon of the Lightbringer. Like, it was cool, but I'm not sure I would like the way that you suggested implementing it into the talent tree. Yeah. I think, if anything, maybe putting Beacon of the Lightbringer on an earlier talent row would be a better move. But I'm not sure where it would go, to be honest. I think that the nice thing about Beacon of the Lightbringer was that it allowed us to play around our mastery a bit more than we currently can. It gave us, it made us think a little bit harder about our mastery, and it gave us a little bit of room for outplays and being better. But I'm just not sure where it would fit in now.
Yep.
I don't think I'd like Glimmer without Crusader's Might. I think the two go hand in hand, ideally.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, last two questions. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. Got to cut this off sometime. What are your guys' thoughts on a healing version of Final Reckoning? If you're unfamiliar with it, it's one of the new ret ones that came out. I'll just read it to you, and you guys can convert this into healer format. 1 minute cooldown. Call down a blast of heavenly energy, dealing a bunch of holy damage, quite a lot of holy damage, to all targets in the area, and causes them to take 50% increased damage from your holy power abilities for 8 seconds. Passive, while off cooldown, your attacks have a high chance to call down a bolt that deals a small amount of holy damage and causes the target to take 10% increased damage from your next holy power ability. So all of that in healer version. 1 minute cooldown.
I mean, it'd be pretty easy to translate into a healer version. Everyone around you takes more healing from your next Light of Dawn, and then when it procs from like a Holy Shock or Word of Glory, they take a little bit extra healing from the next one of those on that single target. You could do that. It's a really cool animation. I don't know how many of you guys have pushed it. I've pushed it. I run around the city pushing it on cooldown just for fun. It looks cool, so I'm for it for that reason. But I don't know. I don't know how much more AoE healing I want to give Paladins, right? I want to focus on the kit we have and making it interesting.
Yeah, I think that it's a cool idea, and I like the spell animation, obviously. But in general, I would agree with Jeath that we have better priorities right now, and I'm not sure about a total talent rework and like an entirely new ability this late into Shadowlands, but potentially in the future, it would be cool. I mean, I'm always a big fan of anything that involves like 1 minute cooldowns, simply because, especially in Dungeons or Mythic Plus, 1 minute cooldowns are really strong, as you basically get to use that at some point in every single pack. And so in a dungeon setting, I love 1 minute cooldown. So something like that could be really cool, especially if it kind of did both. If you had an ability that like called down light and did, damage and healing to nearby allies and damage to nearby enemies, could be something really cool there.
At that point, isn't it just becoming a reworked version of Light's Hammer or Holy Prism, though?
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. It's Light's Hammer.
It does sound very similar to Light's Hammer, but at the same time, like maybe that would be a cool way to rework Light's Hammer, turn it into a bit more of a powerful ability instead of like a small rotational ability. Because right now Light's Hammer feels really weak, but if they made it like a big cooldown, and put it at the cost of taking another one of our big cooldown talents, then it might be more interesting. I don't know.
And I do like the idea of it interacting with our kit, right? The part where it would increase the healing that everyone around took from your next Light of Dawn or Word of Glory or whatever.
Yeah.
That part's cool because that's what Light's Hammer is missing. Bestow Faith works by giving us Holy Power. Crusader's Might works by giving us more Holy Shocks. If that replaced Light's Hammer and, buffed your next Holy Power spender, that could be good.
Especially if it buffed your next Holy Power spender just in general, and then you could also potentially use it for a huge Shield of the Righteous. That could be fun.
Okay. And last question that always comes from me. If we lived in a world where there was no player power locked behind Covenant choice, Covenants were all just about lore and immersion and all that kind of stuff, which one would you choose?
In a world where Covenant powers don't matter, I would be a furry.
I would actually also be Night Fae.
Pelinal. Yeah, of course. You already gave your thoughts on Night Fae earlier.
Yeah, it fits the Paladin way too much. Kyrian, Angel Wings goes hand in hand to me.
It definitely does. I just like the aesthetic of Night Fae.
Yeah, I think it is.
Their whole zone is so pretty.
All right, gents, we've done our due diligence of almost 5 hours of Holy Paladin talk. But we do end these shows with always a final thought from you guys individually, whether it be an address to the devs, to the community, just thoughts about Holy Paladin, thoughts about anything. Shadowlands doesn't even have to be Holy Paladin if you don't want. That is what we want to hear. So, final thoughts, gentlemen. Jeath?
Holy Paladins usually have the worst transmog in the raid. Step up your games, friends.
Wise words.
I disagree.
I'm so guilty of that.
Else?
I really like the direction that Holy Paladin's going. I just hope that they give it the little bit of love that it needs to get that final push and be a really, really fun playstyle going into Shadowlands. And please rethink the Holy Light Conduit.
All right.
Or at least the scaling on it.
And Pel?
Yeah, I think there's great potential for Shadowlands as an expansion. I'm really excited for it, and I like where Holy Paladin is going. There's a little bit more work to do with Infusion of Light in particular, but I'm excited to see where it ends up. That's about it.
All right then, dudes. Thank you for spending your entire Friday evening with me and with everyone in chat, guys. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully you guys get the changes you need. More so in the legendary department, it seems, is the lacking area right now. And I'll be curious to hear your guys' thoughts as we go deeper into Shadowlands. Probably going to do some kind of series revisit to this 9.1-ish time, so we'll see. So hopefully we can get back in touch again and see what you guys think of Holy Paladin after you've done the first tier and season.
Thank you for hosting this. It was really good conversation. You had some good insights.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and I'm really glad you're doing these shows. I think the community appreciates them too.
Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. Thanks a lot, dudes. Enjoy your Friday night, and we'll chat soon.